welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to be checking out the Stray Gods role-playing musical. We played the demo before. If you want to check that out before we hop into the new game, I will throw it down below. Really excited for this. The music was good, the characterization looked good. I really liked the style of gameplay, so I'm super excited. I don't really have much to say. If you would like to play this game before you watch me do it, because, you know, it'll be a different experience for you based on what choices you pick, I will put the Steam link down below so you can go check it out whenever. But we're just gonna hop in. I am really excited. I don't have much to say before we go. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Game was made on stolen ground. We would like to acknowledge, I still don't know how to say them, Wurundjeri and Bunurong peoples of the Kule Nation and the Gadigal people of Eora Nation. Sovereignty was never ceded. This game was built on Treaty 6 territory and a traditional meeting ground and home of many indigenous peoples, including Cree, Saulteaux, Nisitapi, Blackfoot, Metis, and Nakota Sioux? I don't know. I don't know, you guys. Content warning, we want that. There's alcohol use, drinking alcohol in later parts of the game, violence, implied stabbing, blood, PTSD. A character suffering from PTSD relates their story concerning being held captive during World War II. No explicit descriptions are used. The character dies at the beginning of the game. We saw this in the demo. It's the main premise of the game. If you see it in any of the trailers, you know, not a big spoiler. Themes of suicide. If self-harm is a triggering topic for you, any of these topics, you do not have to watch this video. I have plenty of others on the channel, and there will be a whole future of more videos for you to watch. Feel free to check something else out or come back tomorrow. Themes of what could be considered suicide are present during a story in the middle of the game. So maybe we can hop around that. I will try to put a visual spoiler somewhere in the video before it happens, but we'll see how that goes depending on how abrupt it is and if there's a time and place. So just keep that in mind. Maybe I'll try to do a chapter through YouTube so you know what to skip. All right, here we go. I really like this pop art style. It looks good.
4 hours.
Pretty.
4 hours in a rented gym that still smells like socks and childhood trauma. And where did it get us? Other than bored? The band wasn't even looking for anything specific. We just wanted change.
I love her style.
Who was out there, if they'd show up. Well, they showed up all right.
Hers too, of course. She looks great.
You know, I had a dream where this exact thing happened. Except we were on stage. And naked.
We were auditioning.
Not all of us. Okay, it was just me. I was naked. I think this went better.
You're trying to make me feel better. It couldn't be worse. Maybe we should try that.
Hey, we should consider that. We could be the naked band. Coming soon to a really private auditorium.
Really private.
You know, somehow I believe you'd actually do that.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with a hard no. Okay, let's just wrap this up. Kaz, do you need a ride?
Just to Brian's. I'm, crashing on his couch until I get a new place.
What? You said it'd be 2 days.
Oh.
You know you like having me around. Whatever.
What a cute
Have you
duo.
heard yourself snore?
Hey, Grace, you okay?
We got the depression.
I know you've been kind of loose ends since you left college. I was just hoping tonight would cheer you up.
Romance. You're the best. I'm okay. It's frustrating. I know you meant well.
You're always looking out for me, Freddie.
Well, that's the deal, right? Best friends to the end.
And they were best friends.
Right. I just wish it wasn't always so one-sided.
Oh.
Hey, don't worry about that. Really, Grace. You'll get through this.
Sometimes we have phases in
Music
our
is
life.
your life, Freddie. You're the drummer, the lyricist. All of this was your idea. wish I knew where I fit.
I think you fit.
Oh.
You know that, right?
Yeah.
It's much harder to see where we fit in the grander scheme of life
coming?
and other people's
Gonna
relationships with
hang
us.
out a bit and lock up. I'll see you at home.
Other people don't seem to have as much trouble seeing where we are. It's a feeling I resonate with. It's easy to feel very lonely even with a ton of friends around.
Like a boat lost at sea with no sails, not a breeze. I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen. Is the world too much, or is it just me? Everything I set upon unravels at my feet. Everything I've learned wasted on a girl who doesn't know how to be free. Like a boat lost at sea with no sails, not a breeze. I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen. Oh,
Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I heard you from outside.
Calliope.
My name's Calliope.
So pretty!
You have an amazing voice. I hope you know that.
Thanks. I'm Grace. Are you here for the audition, or...?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Lies. Love that skirt.
Well,
Anyone
I'm
else is
afraid it's
gone?
just me, Calliope. The rest of the band already left, so...
Well, I don't mind if you don't.
Yay! Let her do it!
Alright, well...
Go, go, go!
With the fire furious, I have burned my tongue. Grief from all the promises, too many dreams unsung. All the steps I didn't take and paths proved untrue. Is there any path through?
Like a boat lost at sea,
Though I'm about to
with no
rest,
sails, not a
you
breeze.
still have your life ahead.
I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen.
All things that lose their way can find it again. There is no inertia in the ocean.
We're gonna go charming. This is Grace with soul and charisma. She tries to do the right thing and everyone likes her more for it. We tried to go clever in the demo, but I think I gravitated more towards charming.
Maybe if I leaned upon my friends, raise the alarm, I'll call for them. Do I have the heart to trust they'll keep me safe from
That's the big
harm?
question. Support circle is number one.
Wow. What?
A duet from the
Awesome.
gods, literally.
Your song was just so wonderful. I had to finish it with you. I hope that's all right.
I also know what it feels like to be lost. To feel as if you have no place to turn. That's why I had to come inside.
Oh, because I didn't pick clever, I can't do this, I guess? Yeah. I'm glad you did.
Glad you did. That was... I've never experienced anything like that before.
I'd be surprised.
Seduced
if
at
you
first glance.
What was that? It felt like... the music was everywhere, like it was coming from inside me.
Inspired.
It always has, Grace. Just as it was when I walked in. May I ask you why you feel so... adrift? You're so young. Surely your life is... just beginning.
Coming from someone who looks young. You know, it's easier to be open and relatable to strangers.
It would sound stupid.
Try me.
Well... I left school because I didn't feel like I belonged there, but I still haven't found my place. What am I supposed to do? Where am I supposed to go? Shouldn't I have figured this out by now?
No. It doesn't work like that.
Those are good questions to ask. I should go.
Oh.
About the audition. I'm sure everyone will agree you're in, if you want to be, that is.
I hope to see you again, Grace. Perhaps soon.
Ominous.
Right. See you then.
But we're so hopeful. Oh, I like it so much. Oh, nice art. I like it. It's very hard to feel like you belong anywhere when you don't like yourself very much, or you don't feel like you as a person could belong. Love this. So cute. Oh, I love the posters. The fridge. I want my fridge to look like that. Oh. Bing, bing, bing.
Did you lose your keys, Fred? I thought you'd be... Calliope?
Oh no!
I didn't know where else. I'm so sorry, Grace.
Oh my gosh. How did you find me? I'll get help, dude. I'll go. Jeez.
I'll get help!
No! No! You have to wait. You can't go. I didn't want to do this to you. Not like
Oh no.
this. I'm so sorry.
What do you mean? Hey! Calliope!
Oh, she did. Oh my gosh.
Please. Please, come on.
Oh? What the heck is that?
What is that?
Ooh. Oh, sheesh. Divinity. I've played roleplay games before. I know god powers when I see them. You're getting some blood in your hair. I love this character's design.
Oh, I can wait. Take your time.
Yeah, dude, we're kind of grieving right now. Come back later.
Is that my door?
Technically, it's my door. Or our door, maybe?
Combination of both.
I came as soon as I could.
Did you do this to
Did
her?
you do this to her?
Random people
Did
appearing
you
in my
hurt
house?
Calliope? If you did.
Her Cal? No. I wouldn't ever. Like, ever. She's the best.
The best, huh? I love their designs. They're so
It
good.
is dead, huh?
Yeah. She's just a little
So,
ripperoni
of course
right
he's
now.
gonna want to talk to you. Sucks, but, you know.
Oh, because we're not this, we can't do it. The chorus?
The chorus? You mean the authorities? Are they coming?
I guess they're authorities? But they're not coming here. We have to go to them.
Oh.
Look, I can see you don't know squat about this, so I'm gonna explain real quick, but then you gotta come with me, okay?
Okay.
When Cal died, you saw a shiny thing come out of her, right? That was her soul. That's what made her a god.
A what?
It's in you now, which makes you a god. Surprise, right?
Surprise!
With me so far? Cool. Let's go.
Ooh, love that fade in. Medusa. Such a cool room, laden with
where are
history.
Sorry to drop you and run, but when an idol dies, there's like 100 different things I gotta do.
Oh,
No, wait. Where did you bring me? How did we get here?
magic.
The chorus can explain. Don't touch anything. Okay?
Okay.
Wait! Come back!
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. I'll just wait here and, not touch anything.
Yeah. Calmly, silently, longingly. Oh, that owl that leaned forward. Laurels. I like that not everything is like fully rendered or modeled. It's just enough with like color seeping outside the lines. It looks good. Don't do it, me. Oh. Okay. Hi. My kitty wants to cuddle. Oh, sorry if you heard that. My cat just walked over and jumped on my desk. Ah, the designs are so good.
Our beloved sister, the last of the muses, has passed on. To you, our new sister, delivered to us by dear sweet Hermes. It's, Grace, yes?
Yes?
Oh, my. You have had quite the day, haven't you?
Yeah. Who are
Someone
you?
died in my arms. Where is this? How did I get here?
Seriously,
Who
I
are
have
you
had
people?
no questions answered.
So many questions. This is my office, and I expect you arrived through one of Hermes' portals.
The shiny doorway.
As for who we are, well, that does require some explanation, I agree. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Athena,
Hi,
goddess
Athena.
of wisdom. This is Apollo, god of
Hi,
prophecy,
Apollo.
dressed for the occasion, as always. The wondrous Aphrodite, goddess of love.
So cool.
And the one glaring at you is
Oh my
Persephone,
god.
once queen of the underworld.
She's so hot. You don't even know, you guys.
Together, we are the chorus. We rule over the idols, our name for the gods who remain. All of us, hidden in your modern world.
Who remain. Wait, gods are real?
Gods aren't real. They can't be. They're just.
Stories, myths, legends.
If you're real, you'd be all powerful. You wouldn't be hiding or.
Don't pay much attention to those old tales about us, Grace. They weren't very true to begin with, and, well, truth be told, we've diminished since those days. That doesn't mean we're helpless, of course. Far from it. Yet, at the end of the day, we too are just people.
With
Trying
powers.
to get by.
And being very old. You expect me to believe this?
You expect me to believe that idols, have been living among us for what? Thousands of years? You're thousands of years old.
Oh, no. I'm not trying to make you believe anything. Not at all.
Mhm.
If you'd like to believe this office is right outside your front door, or that we are, I don't know, actors, religious fanatics, by all means. The only thing I do need you to grasp is that you are here. This is real, And like it or not, it is happening.
And you live
Right,
here.
you
Last
live
question.
here, not in some city in Europe or a...
On top of a mountain? Oh, I know. Once we roamed marble halls, and now fashionably appointed apartments. We have Wi-Fi. We move with the times, Grace. We have to, if we're going to remain hidden and survive. The mortals grow more and more clever with each passing century. Television! I do what I must.
It's interesting because she says that, you know, they move with the times, but she's in ancient dress, and she finished that sentence with, I do what I must, not we. So there's definitely a feeling of alienation here or something.
Wait, you said, and Hermes said, that I'm a god now too. And an idol.
That is true.
That thing that came out of her that went into me.
We call it an eidolon, the part of Calliope's soul which made her an idol, which now makes you one.
Athena, we are wasting time.
The reason you're here, Grace, the reason why we made you wait so long while we debated, is because we have rules. Those rules mean we can't admit into our ranks a usurper. Never mind a possible murderer. I know this will all come as a shock, and I'm so sorry to say it, but I'm afraid you have to die.
Bruh. Yeah, but that isn't fair.
You want me to die? But that isn't fair.
Seriously.
I know, but consider it from our point of view. A dear sister, someone who traveled with us through the ages, gone.
But I didn't do it. Aren't you supposed to be the goddess of wisdom? Can't you see this isn't right?
Maybe she doesn't want to see that it isn't right.
Calliope's blood is literally on your hands.
Well, yeah.
Isn't...
Oh, she looks so helpless. Maybe we
We should do as we agreed. Calliope's line would end, yes, but what other option do we have? Let a usurper remain an idol?
Justice has to be done. For Calliope's sake.
But not against someone who's innocent. Yeah.
This isn't justice.
Yeah, you dummies. Uh-oh. She mad.
You cannot
Woo.
hide from this reality.
I'm not hiding, though a little lost here.
If you are lost, little girl, this bears explanation. Dear child, please listen.
Ooh. I would be so scared.
You have usurped a muse. No recourse to be arranged.
But it's unfair.
I know, but our laws cannot be changed.
But she came to me.
You must realize there are simple rules. If one of us dies, these rules have been the tools that shield
You must know I didn't
us.
do it. Is it weird this isn't song?
Now that the muse is gone, I'm afraid you'll have to see.
One of you is missing.
Is in accord. Justice won't be ignored.
I disagree.
Save us, hot baddie man.
Did I hear that correctly?
You've been quiet this entire time, Apollo. Why speak up now?
I grieve Calliope's loss just as much as the rest of you, but I can't let you do this.
He's right. What if Grace speaks the
I
truth?
thought you were in accord, huh?
Calliope chose her.
And what if Calliope was murdered by her? What if Grace stole her eidolon?
Then we need to find out. Don't you want justice?
I mean, why wouldn't they have something worked
I thought we'd
out,
agree
right?
this was justice. What would you have us do?
I mean, I don't think we want a trial because it would probably be just as unfair as this. So either of these.
There has to be some way to find the truth. Aren't you gods? Couldn't a god, I don't know...
Vacant stares. She is so suspicious.
This.
Very well. This one time. I put a motion before the chorus. Do we allow Grace the right to prove her innocence?
Yes.
I think
Media.
so.
Yay,
Yes.
thank you.
Fine.
And there we have it.
But you didn't vote. Yeah, how do I
Wait,
do this?
I'm gonna get some help with this, right? Some direction?
You say Calliope chose you. I would like to believe that. I truly would. You have 1 week to find out what happened, Grace.
What happens after a week?
There will be a trial. If you cannot provide proof of your innocence by then, our original verdict stands.
Ooh.
Can someone explain to me just how I'm supposed to find the truth?
Yeah, seriously, you're just a
I'm
random
not
human.
a detective. I don't know anything about the idols.
Well, that's for you to figure out.
Oof.
I knew you were gonna say that. How did I know you were gonna say that?
We're not going to keep you, Grace. You have much to do. Before you go, however, a few rules.
Just a few, I'm
Do
sure.
not reveal our existence to the mortal world. This includes mortal authorities that cannot help you. Do not harm another idol. Do not leave the city. Do as the chorus commands. Otherwise, do whatever you must to find the true killer. If they exist.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's all?
Yeah, no big deal,
Welcome,
right?
Dear sister.
And do help yourself to a cookie.
No! Your cookies look awful. They're not fluffy at all. You're cute, though. Oh, interesting. We have like a map. It says on the right, it's behind me, day 1, time to head home. I won't go home just yet. It's interesting because you would think that if they are as close as they say, Calliope would have gone to them saying like, I want to choose this person. Here's why. Don't mind me. But clearly she was in danger, right? And I just think it's so suspicious that she didn't go to them with that information. Because what is preventing them from doing exactly what's happening right now? It implies either Calliope knew they couldn't be trusted or that Grace could get through it. Something. Hi.
Grace?
Bro, I'm in shock.
Grace!
Ooh. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. Hi. You're kidding, right? When I came home, the door was wide open. You weren't answering your phone. Kaz and Brian are still out looking for... Grace... We thought something happened to you.
Especially after how weird I've been.
Did something happen to you?
Oh. We're not supposed to, but this is like our best friend. We have to,
Yes,
right?
But you are seriously not gonna believe it.
Ah, one of those nights, huh? Well, it better be good.
Oh, it's something.
God, Freddy. For real.
You were gone all night. Why didn't you answer your phone? Okay, so what exactly are you the god of?
Hi.
Late night lattes? Skipping bad practice?
I want to be painfully honest unless it will get us into trouble, right? So let's do it.
Freddy?
Normally I
Need
don't
to
play this
warn
kind
you
of
about
character, but
something.
I want to.
Yeah, about what? Am I gonna turn to stone? Because that's totally a god thing.
Ooh la la.
Hi there.
Who is this, Grace? Why does he have horns?
And goat eyes. Another god?
Another one of the gods, I'm guessing.
Right, sure, I should have realized.
Teehee.
To answer your question, my dear, you see the horns. Because I allow you to see the horns.
So crazy.
It's crazy, right?
Do you have double
As
layered
for
gloves
who I
on?
am, I've been known most often as Pan. So you call me that, if you must call me.
He's very put together, but his
Pan
towel
of the Greek gods.
tie is very slouchy. Interesting.
But he's some kind of cosplayer?
The days of idols being called gods are well behind us, I'm afraid, but I assure you, I am the real article. I've come to offer our newest idol a helping hand. Or perhaps two.
Maybe 4, 6, 8, you know,
You do look
endless
lost.
hands. I'm lost. Can we talk in front of my friend?
So we can just talk about this. In front of Freddy.
Here I thought you'd already informed her of your situation.
Well.
Yeah, but I don't think she believed me.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't. Should I?
Yes.
The prohibition is against revealing the idols to the mortal world. She's not the mortal world, is she? She can be trusted, can't she?
Probably.
Why do I have the feeling that I'm gonna regret not leaving with Brian and Cass?
Well, I can guarantee it.
Okay, Freddy. Have a seat. Let's talk.
Oh, I like the colors of that clock. It looks good. Oh, many hours later.
Huh.
Ooh.
That's it? Huh?
I guess. Do you believe in this, Grace?
Kind of hard not to.
Sure, but I had proof. I traveled through a magical door.
Which sounds extra cool.
It was extra cool.
I was a little distracted.
Well, I have a million questions, but I can ask them later. The important thing is that
Freddy,
I'm
how are you? Perfect.
Support my best friend.
You are the
Maybe I
absolute
really
best.
deserve a friend like you.
You sat next to me at lunch period, dummy.
Oh yeah, right.
My friendship comes with all sorts of benefits, up to and including the tracking down of supernatural killers.
Thank you.
Such darling camaraderie. It brings a tear to my eye. It truly does.
I would like to think my best of best friends
whoa,
would
whoa.
as
You
well.
wound me, dear lady. I've come to offer advice to our newest idol, a foundling who is set adrift most cruelly.
Adrift, huh? Why so suspicious? We'll ask all of them. How do you know about
Seems
me?
rather convenient, you showing up with advice.
I mean, yeah.
How did you even know I existed?
A little bird told me, if you must know. Very useful, those little birds.
He's not gonna tell you, Grace.
There's not much to tell. Among the idols, news travels swiftly. We are a tiny village of godly busybodies. I heard of your arrival, and I know how obtuse the chorus can be. So here I am. You're welcome.
Thank you. Why? No. What's in it for you?
So you're here
Why do you want to help
for my
me?
sake then? Like a charity case?
My dear sweet girl, as far as you're concerned, I am the god of charity cases.
I mean, that's just
But you're
suspicious.
not, are you? Pan was the god of lust
Teehee.
and mischief. Doesn't sound too charitable to me.
Ah, yes. The old tales of the gods. Such antics, such fantasy.
That feels like
Pay them
something
no
someone who wants you to believe that they're nice would say. I can ask again?
I still don't trust you.
Yeah.
Nobody does anything. for
Yeah.
free.
Now. Who said I was doing
Uh-huh.
anything for free?
Here we go.
I have not, however, asked for anything. As of yet.
But you will.
You know, you could be the killer, for all I know.
It's true.
Come to mislead you, perhaps. How fiendishly clever of me.
I love his hair.
Well called, darling.
And maybe even true.
I would love highlights like they have
Poor
though.
Pan! To be eternally maligned and mistrusted. Alas, and alas, and alas.
You're so dramatic about it though.
I doubt there's a line of idols waiting to offer you advice, Grace. But whether you accept mine or not is for you to decide.
I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3, like actually playing it so much. I have 30 hours in, and he gives me Raphael vibes. If you know, you know.
Okay, I'll bite. What's your advice? I have to admit, I don't really know where to start.
How
Well,
could
I'm
you?
not normally one to run amok telling others how to live their lives. But have you considered using your powers?
Oh my god.
My powers.
Music, art, passion. You are the last muse, and all these are now your province.
The chorus started
When I
singing.
was talking to Athena and the others, they all started singing. Does that mean that was me?
Let me guess. Music swelled as if from nowhere.
Oh my
Lips
god.
quivered, souls were laid bare.
Yeah, I guess.
And yeah, that was you.
Okay, but how does that help me find Calliope's murderer?
Allow me to expedite the process of understanding.
Ready?
Now then, close your eyes.
So the muses are responsible for every
It's coming
musical
from you.
episode of every TV show ever.
When you sing, what emotion does it summon?
I don't know.
You open
Longing,
your eyes,
really.
You look
That's what we've
into the
seen so
crowd,
far.
and you feel.
Oh. Whoa. That's a look of being scroused, to be honest.
That you're lost now.
Woo.
You've been given powers you don't understand.
Hi.
I'm the guy who can help you.
This looks so
All
cool.
that you hear is at your command.
Wait.
No, it's okay, Freddy. This is all me? What do I do?
Start singing.
Now?
Why not? Time's a wasting.
We're gonna be honest.
Freddy, he's got me shaking. I don't know what I'm meant to do. Something in me's awakened. But this goat guy thinks I'm some great ingenue. I'm doing it now, huh? I don't
Hi, Freddy.
follow. Are those really actual horns? And this singing is so hard to swallow. Can you hear me, Grace? What's going on? Lost girls, you all love your lost girls. A rescue that you can take home.
I won't say you need saving. You're not drowning, you're waving. And you two, are you dating?
Hi.
It's so titillating.
Grace, we gotta be careful. Has he slipped something into our drinks? Spouting crap about powers. He could be dangerous. What do you think? Freddy, this map is uncharted. Let's hear him out. I know how you feel. Me, I'm just getting started. I wish you could feel this. It's kind of unreal. Grace, have you gone delirious? Stranger danger could not be more serious. You've been hurt before by mysterious men. I won't let you get hurt again.
She's not wrong, I mean.
Lost girls, you all love your lost girls. A rescue that you can take home. Whether you're mean, smart, or nice, guys. If you don't mind, guys, we'll find our way on our own.
I didn't realize that's what I was choosing.
Fine, so what happens now?
I can do whatever I want.
Well, you can't stop time, so...
Grace, I'm frightened.
It's okay. I think I got this.
Ooh, Papa. Oh, they're cute. I'm sitting on the hardest part of this seat in the most uncomfortable position.
What are you doing? That wasn't me.
You sure?
Will you stop screwing around?
I enjoy it.
He should be avoided.
I am on her side.
Who's it gonna be, him or me?
But I need all the help I can get.
Lost girls, the world's full of lost girls who didn't know which road to take.
She knows what she's doing. I just know what's at stake. Lost girl, Grace is not a lost girl.
'Cause I found her and the news is away.
Oh, you're very devious.
That mean Freddy only he
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pick Freddie. She's been with us through thick and thin. She believed us when
Sorry to break
there
it
was
to
no
you,
reason
Pam,
for her to.
but I'm not abandoning my best
That's
friend.
right.
That's your choice. Humdrum mortality.
I mean, you're giving me
How about
creepy
trusting in
vibes.
those who love her instead of those who want to use her?
True.
Oh,
True.
Such drama. No matter how you employ it, Grace, this is the power of a muse, drawing out that which lies within.
Very interesting.
I trust you can see how that might be useful in your investigation.
This is
I'll make them
perfect.
sing a song of confession.
Exactly so.
But
Not
only if
quite,
they
but
did
yay!
it, right? I draw out the truth, not make them lie or do something they wouldn't.
Oh, you will be a natural at this, I can tell. A muse does not command. She evokes. She
I like that.
elicits. She inspires.
Look, Creepo, Grace already told you to take a hike.
Freddie, calm it
So she
down.
did.
Damn.
Allow me to get to the point then. For all your powers, you still need a place to begin your search. And this I can provide.
At what cost, though?
An address. In the city. Where
Gimme.
Calliope was
Gimme.
staying, I do believe.
Gimme.
You have Calliope's address? You should have started with that.
And miss all the
Oh
dancing?
my gosh.
Nonsense. Now this I consider a favor.
Oh, yeah, I knew it.
One I hope you'll remember in future dealings.
Uh-huh. Interesting.
That's perfect. We can look for clues there. What this Calliope was doing, who her enemies were.
I should remind you there is an element
I mean, yeah.
of danger. A killer is on the loose, no?
I mean, it's better to have two,
Then I'll
ultimately.
definitely need backup.
You'll be fine. After all, what's a mortal to do that you cannot?
I can speak Hindi. Okay, fine, I get it. I need to find Kaz and Brian. Just tell them you're okay. If not the other stuff.
Yeah,
I
maybe
guess I'll
maybe
go
had
check
the
this
other
place out
stuff.
on my own.
So glad that's settled. I'll let you get to it. I've drinking to resume. Ta-ta.
Oh, alcoholic, ahoy. Let's go. Thanks, Freddie. Thanks for being my BFF. You're cute and you got a nice singing voice. Achievement unlocked, not a lost girl. Is it because we chose a side? Alright, let's check out the journals. We have characters. We have Freddie. I only call her Varishta when I'm visiting her house. Her mom always makes these deep fried honey snacks I love. Has been my best friend since probably forever. We used to make up rhymes when we skipped rope. It's been that long. We've come a long way from those days. Edge of Elysium is her band, and inviting me in was her idea. I was keen on joining since I haven't seen Freddie much since I left school, but it's been kind of rough going. I can sing, sure, and when we get a gig it feels good being up there on stage, but is this really my thing? I don't know. Freddie was at the apartment when Pan arrived, so I had to tell her everything. Part of me feels bad for getting her involved, but I have to admit none of this felt quite real until I did. If anyone can figure this out, she can. Greek mythology has been her thing since 7th grade, and I'm glad she was there to back me up during the song with Pan. When we put our heads together, we can handle anything. I know Calliope was one of the muses. Is that the same as being a god? But that's really about it. I don't know where she lived, what she got up to, or who her enemies were. I have so many questions. For one, what was she doing when she found me at the gymnasium? Was she just passing by, or did she plan that? How did she know where I lived? I keep thinking about what Calliope said to me before she died. She seemed so sad. Did she know this was going to happen? Most of all, why did she pick me? It appears Calliope was staying in an apartment, one that belongs to Persephone of all people, and it's actually not too far from mine. Could that be where Calliope was attacked? Am I crazy for agreeing to go check it out by myself? Hermes is the idol who came to collect me at the apartment when Calliope died. Looks so cool. I don't know their name at the time, of course. Athena only mentioned who they were afterwards. I guess they're the god of doorways, maybe? I wonder if they can go anywhere with that power. Into bank vaults, on top of a mountain, across the world. Pretty wild to think about. Could Hermes have been involved in Calliope's death? They seem surprised, if not really broken up about it. Not that Hermes strikes me as someone who does much deep thinking. They seem more like a kid, although I guess looks can be deceiving. Why did they have to come when Calliope died? And they did it right away, too. Kinda suspicious, if you ask me. I don't know, maybe the gods just know. Aphrodite is gorgeous, and also the goddess of love, and I can believe it. She has that sparkle when you look at her, like she's one of those old-timey movie stars. All glamour and presence. I bet if she walks into a room, everyone stops what they're doing to stare at her. Why she's part of the chorus, I have no idea. She seemed kind of quiet and sad, like she's busy writing some teary ballad in her head and not really listening to what's going on around her. If Aphrodite is behind Calliope's death, and she hides it super well, maybe you just naturally learn how to be a great actress after thousands of years or so. How would I know? I don't know much about this Apollo. He's the only guy on the chorus, but he didn't say much of anything until he kind of defended me, I guess. At least he disagreed with a "you need to die" verdict. I guess I owe him one, if I actually owed anyone for giving me an extra week before they killed me. Not so sure about that. Athena introduced Apollo as the god of prophecy, but I'm not sure what exactly that means. Don't prophets wear long robes and speak in big, booming voices? This one looks less like a god and more like a surfer who crashed on the beach after a party and still hasn't found all of his clothes. Could he have killed Calliope? I can't take anything for granted when it comes to these people. Oh boy. Athena's supposed to be the goddess of wisdom, but how does that work? Is it a power of hers? Does she just know things? She's supposed to be really powerful, but how exactly? Mostly she just seemed like my mom, or anyone's mom. Maybe that's what she is, the idols, the mom who looks after them and keeps them going. She was all smiles and was even super sweet when she told me I had to die, like it would be no big deal. That makes her a scary mom, like the kind that demands to speak to the manager when things don't go her way. Because things always go her way. She definitely gives me that vibe. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think you are. Maybe she's the cool mom, or maybe she'll keep smiling while she smothers me with a pillow because she's thousands of years old and I'm basically nothing in comparison. And maybe she killed Calliope, and that makes me an annoyance because that means her murder didn't quite take. But then, why give me the chance to prove myself? If she really wanted me dead, couldn't she have just said, nope, no vote, let's nip this in the bud? Athena seems like the type who'd do that, right? Idols are so confusing. I love her outfit. She's got like this silk kimono or like over jacket or something, and this like beautiful bralette. I don't know what this is. It's just a lace insert of some kind. Tattoos, gold accessories all over, black polish, beautiful eyes, makeup, this slick suit. Ooh. What did Athena say about Persephone? She's the queen of the underworld? I had to look it up, but that's basically the idol version of hell. Does this mean it's a real place? Like you die and you go to the underworld? Or maybe that only happens to idols. Mind you, Athena didn't exactly say Persephone was the queen of the underworld, did she? She said once the queen of the underworld. So she isn't any longer? And she's also the only idol that Athena didn't say was the god of something or other. I'm willing to bet there's a whole story about that. Whatever it is, it's pretty clear that this Persephone hates me. And not just because she thinks I'm a murderer, because don't they all think that? It feels personal. Those sharp eyes of hers wanted to gut me and hang me on a clothesline, so I'd better watch my back. Maybe she really hates singing. I'm back the morning after going through the ringer, having just discovered I'm some kind of ancient muse, and guess who shows up at my apartment uninvited, poking around the kitchen like he's considering an investment. This idol's name is Pan, and I don't know what his deal is. He's a bit too smooth, seems to know a bit too much that he isn't saying, and just happened to know where to point to me. Oh, point to me. Which he offered for a price, of course. This one's shady, folks. I can just guess what kind of favor he's going to want. A lot to think about here, but it's day one. I should check out the address Pan gave me. Use this hideaway as the only place we can go, so let's go. Yeah. Oh, I like how they handle like gold in these like yellow colors. Sneak.
Oh,
I just got in. Yeah.
That's not a good sign.
Not good at all. I love the 3D layout. They really know how to utilize the space.
This Calliope's apartment? I don't know what I was expecting, but not this. Hello? Oh,
Pretty.
Sure, Grace, good
Love
job.
the colors.
Just announce to the killer that you're here.
Maybe you should shut the door.
I better have a look around.
Ooh, look at guitar. We'll just go down the list.
Damn, look at that. That's beautiful. How do you even get one of these?
By being thousands of years old, maybe? Yeah, that light is crazy.
After Calliope left the audition, where did she go? Did she follow me? Did she come here?
I love the way that they've taken 3D assets and made it look like it's hand-drawn, like within the frame.
Did she paint that?
I'm sure it is.
Like a
The art
painting.
actually is hand-drawn. You know what I mean? Warhol.
Andy Warhol, yeah, that makes sense. I wonder how many celebrities she knew.
Probably a lot. Could she play any instrument?
Right. These aren't... Do I inherit these as the new muse?
Probably
Is that
not.
okay to ask?
Elvis picture. Oh, funny.
I want to believe this is just an ironic photo of Elvis and she wasn't like his muse.
No, black creators were his muse. He stole so much of their work.
A giant harp. Of course there's a giant harp.
I say stole because he never had any backwards reference to them and never like, I don't know, a lot of them were in places that could be held, and it's kind of shitty to take their work and make it super famous without, I don't know, handing anything back to them.
So many instruments in here.
Even
Did
acknowledgement.
she play all of them?
She had the time to learn. All right, upstairs we go. I love the ceiling, by the way. I would love to have
Useful down here.
the money for a huge painted mural on my ceiling.
Upstairs?
Up, up, up.
Oh man. Keep it together, Grace. It's just your average, everyday...
Noticing? Oh, hi,
Only
Apollo.
3 muses, you know, not 9. Whenever they found someone who made something truly masterful or created a new art form, they'd pass on their idol on, take a new name. You see, that's how the mortals became confused. They got it wrong. Like they got almost everything about us wrong.
Interesting. What are you doing here?
What are you doing? Sitting here in the dark?
What does it look like I'm doing?
Being spooky?
Preparing your villainous monologue?
I'm grieving. For a dear friend. If I may ask, how did you find this place? What are you doing
You
here?
probably don't want to know, to be honest. Oh, I can't do this because we're dumb, apparently. We can try to charm him, but I think we should be honest.
Pan told me about it. I was hoping I could find
Something.
some
Like
clue
crayons.
about what happened.
You've already met Pan?
Oh?
Well, at least he lifted a finger to help me. For his own gain, maybe, but it's better than nothing.
I honestly wish I could help you, Grace. You and Calliope both deserved better.
Can you tell me about Calliope? I barely knew her, but she seemed...
So inspiring and amazing and beautiful, yeah.
If troubled.
troubled.
She thought the idols had lost their way. She argued with us, with all of us.
I mean, it doesn't seem like she was wrong.
Needed to change. We hadn't spoken in years.
Pretty.
I hadn't seen her home before today. I'd rather not talk about it.
Oh, he's gonna cry. It's okay to cry, bud.
This room is a mess. Did you do this?
Like this? It was like this when I got here.
And you didn't think that was in the least bit strange?
I didn't think much of it. I came here to be reminded of Calliope, not to search through her things. That and it's cleaner than my place.
Oh. Why did you speak
thank
up
you
for me?
You know.
That is not the that's not the prompt I chose.
It wasn't right, what they were doing.
It still isn't. I still need help.
I'm not disputing that, Grace. I just don't think that I'm the one to help you.
I mean, better you than someone who wants to take advantage of me.
Why can't you help me exactly? Pan said there's no specific rule against it.
It's not that I'm forbidden to help you, Grace. It's that you don't want my help.
But I'm asking for
I
it.
do.
What the fuck?
You have to know more than me about almost everything.
It's true.
My help will only make things worse.
Oh my god.
How is that
You've had
possible?
1,000 years to have
I've
some
been
confidence in
sentenced
yourself.
to
Come
death.
on.
And without my help, you stand a chance of avoiding that fate.
Why? Who? Because you're gonna get in trouble? Yeah, how do I know you're not the killer? No, I don't really. There could be a clue here.
So you didn't mess up the room, but someone must have. There could be a clue.
Nothing that I've seen. All this mess, as you put it, is likely the result of her projects.
Her projects?
When Calliope got an idea in her head, she would obsess over it. Sometimes
Ooh.
for months, even years. I don't know what she was involved with lately, but this... for her, this is nothing.
So let me get this straight. You'll speak up for me, but you won't lift a finger to help.
You'll keep me on the
Don't want
shopping
me to
block.
do more.
You keep saying that, but it doesn't make any sense.
You're right.
If you didn't want to help, that'd be one thing. But insisting I don't want you to? Why not?
Oh, he tall.
I can't do this.
I can see this is hard for you, I really can. But I don't understand.
I mean, no one's answering
know
your
what you're
questions.
asking.
Do I have to beg? For whatever reason you helped me before. My life is still on the line.
Ooh. We're evoking. Let's go.
I haven't sung in centuries.
According to Pan, I can't force anyone to do anything.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah! Open up your heart to me.
Phantom pains from a missing friend. Feeding thoughts, thoughts that never end. What did I do? What didn't I do? Here she is, only in your head. Long gone fights, but they're never dead. What did I do? What didn't I do?
What did you do? What didn't you do?
Cause and effect. The earth shook and my instinct was protect. She said, come, there's waves to ride. I stayed shut inside, and that's where she and I would disconnect. Cause and effect.
I'm not loving this song. I don't like my prompts.
You held fast. What's that about?
Stubborn me.
Interrogation
Thought I'd
table?
wait her out. Usually she'd come back to me. You see, she'd return. We'd do that old dance, knowing both there was not a chance that I would change.
You can't keep doing nothing. She broke the cycle and you need to as well.
Cause and effect.
Ooh, that heartbeat noise.
Even when it's
Yeah.
indirect. Get up and join my side, or sit in that
this ride. You can lose battles out of pure neglect.
Oh my god, that hits hard.
Cause and effect.
But I've tried.
Never with me.
She chose us for a reason.
We haven't tried.
Let's see.
I knew you'd come around.
You might have gained some ground. Perhaps there is some change we can affect.
That hidden voice will always play. On a loop, it will always say, what did I do? What didn't I do? It's a song you can't erase,
But you can make a tiny space for what you will do. Something new. Very well, I'll help. Though I'm uncertain what you expect me to do.
Literally
Athena
anything at
called you
this
the god
point,
of
to be honest.
prophecy, didn't she? Isn't that telling the future?
Prophecy is the last thing you need,
I
Grace.
worry about things like prophecy because just knowing the future doesn't explain how you get there and if it's like a good or a bad thing that you're seeing.
There you go again, telling me what I do or do not need.
I apologize. I didn't mean it that way. To receive a prophecy is not simply to be told what might happen, it's to be told what will happen. To know a prophecy is to be bound to its outcome. Only in ignorance is one free to choose.
What? That makes no sense. If you tell me I'm gonna fall into a hole.
Then you will.
No, but I'll just avoid holes. All holes, any hole.
And the act of trying to avoid them is what will make you fall. Worse, prophecies are never crystal clear.
That's what I was saying.
Sometimes you won't understand the full meaning until it's too late.
Okay, is there anything you can do that isn't
Information,
prophecy-related?
contacts, like literally
Not
any of
good,
that.
But yes, possibly. Come with me.
Okay,
There's someone I'd like you to meet.
let's go. Why do I look so angry? That's helpful. Love Shack, baby. Is this your house, Apollo? Better not be. Uh-oh, there's a lot of alcohol that implies it's your house.
This is where you live?
Yes, sometimes. And excuse the mess. I don't get many
But
visitors.
you live here. Okay, it's fine.
Don't worry about it. I have 3 brothers. I've seen a mess or two.
Well, you're being kind. I admit I hadn't realized how bad it was.
You said I'm here to meet someone?
Ah, yes.
It probably shouldn't be that way, to be honest.
Do you know what an oracle is?
The Oracle of Delphi. A fortune teller? Kind of.
Tells the future?
Kind of.
Not quite. They serve as a channel of sorts for my powers. This allows them to offer insight, knowledge they have no earthly means to possess.
Weird.
There's always been one. Over the ages, no matter where I go, one manages to find me.
Meaning there's an oracle here.
There is.
Hi. Oh, hi.
What?
Cute.
I have brought someone to see you.
How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not a magic fortune cookie.
Why are you letting this kid live in a trash palace?
Oracle's my handle. And even if I was the Oracle, I'm certainly not his Oracle.
Then why are you in his house? Lovely to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Oracle.
Well, she's got better manners than the last lady you brought here. But at least that one had a casserole.
Whoops.
Do you have a casserole?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, I mean, if you let me know ahead of time, I could have made a casserole. I make a mean casserole.
All sorts of nonsense. I use computers. I'm a hacker. That's it.
I mean, that's pretty cool, though. I can't do that.
Ask very little of you, Oracle. Your help here would be appreciated.
Fine. I'll get your abs in a twist.
Well, you got him displayed.
Okay, so Paul brought you all this way just to see little old me. What's on your mind, sis?
What isn't on my mind?
You keep saying Paul. Do you mean Apollo?
Yeah, I know. Apollo, if that is his real name, says he's a god of prophecy, blah, 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 blah.
Blah, 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 blah.
But you don't believe him.
Believe him? Who'd believe that? It's super weird, but he's a decent guy, so
He looks
can
so,
be
like,
Apollo if he
beaten
wants.
down.
I just can't call him that.
Cute, though. Here you go with computers.
So you're an oracle who uses the internet, huh?
Like I said,
The Oracle
it's
of
my
Google.
handle, and yeah, it's a sweet setup, huh? Some of it's
Discord.
even legit.
The parts I purchased for her, presumably.
Bargain for, fair and square. And I keep telling you to get me an Ethernet cable.
Does he even know what? Yeah, I had a feeling.
It's the 21st century, Paul, and your 21st century Oracle needs her some downloads.
100 gigs.
Okay?
Let's go. Minimum. Yeah, you live here? Consider
You
somewhere else.
Live here?
I crash here, yeah.
Oh.
Better here than home.
She showed up
I
one
feel
day,
for you.
as the oracles do. Naturally, she is welcome to stay as long as she likes.
And see the way he talks. I thought maybe he was a creep at first, but Paul's aight.
The highest of praise.
He'd be more alright if he did some laundry.
Or dishes. Or swept. You know, any of that.
Tell me, is Apollo always so...
Himself?
Incredibly emo? Like a sack stuffed with sad?
I am standing right here.
Okay, so smile a bit.
Wrong. It grows
I'm
in
kidding,
there.
by the way. I'm
Grace,
kidding.
Surely this is not what you came for.
Yeah, but I like it. Yeah, this is
I
fun.
don't know. It's cute watching you get all flustered.
Well, it's hardly productive.
Just a little bad to be flirting with who might be Calliope's guy, but
Get a room. A different room.
teehee.
I'm looking for information about someone named Calliope. Can you help?
Oh, the lady from that apartment I sent Paul to. Yeah, I've been checking that out.
What did I tell you?
What's on this
I looked it
monitor?
up. You could do the same if you learn to use a computer. Here.
Oh my
Hold on,
god.
I'll show you.
Connect him to the ages.
There. The apartment was originally purchased 2 years ago by a holding company, Core with a K Enterprises.
Oh. Oh, I see. That would be Persephone.
How do you know?
You weren't expecting that?
But we were told
I
about that.
wasn't aware Persephone and Calliope were friendly.
Oh.
Certainly not friendly enough for Persephone to give Calliope an apartment.
Huh.
The good news is that Persephone is easy to find. I can take you to her if you like.
That probably would be the next step in our journey.
I'm thinking she won't be happy to see me.
Yeah, she has that vibe. Do not open that fridge and get an
Persephone
alcohol.
is rarely happy to see.
Oh, okay.
anyone.
Oh, I like the card. It's
Great!
spooky.
We're all done now.
Thank you for your help, Oracle. Please, do try to get out from behind your screens at least once today. Perhaps go for a walk.
Yeah, sure, will do. Leave a tip on your way out.
Gotta have some sun, you know. Fight off that depression while you're young. It's good, I like it. Laurels in a skull. Time to confront Persephone at her nightclub. Oh, it's a nightclub, huh? I like that. Just the gods and Freddy so far. Let's go. Oh my god, tell me that does not look cool. You're lying if you do.
Welcome to the underworld.
Wow. How have I never heard of this place?
Persephone keeps it a secret, while still managing to draw a crowd every night. Don't ask me how. Here in the underworld, idols can be themselves, even if they don't look human.
Do you come here often?
Oh, no.
How did we get in then?
Persephone and I aren't friends.
Is she friends with anyone?
Not many, no. Except Calliope, apparently. If we're to find Persephone
Jealousy?
in all this, we'll need to split up. Have you considered what you'll say to her?
Oh boy, no. Yeah, we'll be
I'll figure
persuasive.
something out. I can be persuasive when I want to be.
I'm aware. I'm just not sure even you could
I'm gonna
sweet-talk
try
Persephone.
my best. Look, I know she's hot, and maybe
Is that a
that'll be enough.
challenge?
It's the truth. If Persephone really was friends with Calliope, talking to you might be the last thing she wants. You need to be prepared to use your powers, as you did with me. Come find me in the crown if you need anything. Otherwise, be careful, Grace.
Thank you. Oh, y'all alone on here. Arrows. Let's talk to Hermes. Love the way they look. Love their design so much. I cannot get enough of it.
You're here. I mean, you gotta be somewhere, but you're here.
Hi.
Hello, Hermes.
Sorry about running off on you back at the thing. Didn't really have a choice, but sorry anyway.
You're not much like the other idols, are you?
No? I haven't been an idol very long. Maybe like...
We're newbies together. I just might have murdered somebody.
So I'm not the one to ask about the idol stuff. It's all cool, but mostly I do whatever Athena asks. Athena says one day I'll sit on the chorus. That'll be sick. Can you imagine me in charge?
Wouldn't Athena still be in charge?
Yeah, you're probably right.
That doesn't bother you?
Why would it? Athena's the nicest of the bunch. She makes the best cookies.
How did you
know?
know?
When Calliope died, you were right there, within moments. How did you know?
I told you. I got word, so I came.
But how did you get word?
Look, when an idol dies, I have to be there. So I just know. It's a
interesting
thing.
To take the body, clean up the blood, that sort of thing?
Oh, that too, yeah. But that's on Athena's orders.
To keep the idol's secret?
Sure. Can you imagine the questions? I don't know how we hide so well as it is.
Yeah, I don't know either. How did you become
been
an
an
idol?
for a year? How did that happen?
Probably same way it did with you.
Oh, the old Hermes died in your arms and then they accused you of his murder?
Oh.
No. Well, yes. I mean, no, not like that. But yeah. I was there when he died. We were friends,
Interesting.
and I was having trouble at home, and he helped me out.
Aww.
I miss him.
Nah, where's my, like, compassion?
You knew it was gonna happen? It wasn't a surprise?
He asked me before he left.
Interesting.
So, no, not a surprise.
I like that for you.
Is that usually how it happens?
Usually, yeah.
This is probably a stupid question, but do you know who might have killed Calliope?
Funny.
Ugh, why would I know anything about that?
When you came to the apartment, it seemed like you knew her.
Oh no, I only met her once. She didn't live with the rest of the idols or hang out with us very much. She seemed nice though. Angry, maybe. But I don't know who'd want to hurt her.
It sounds as if she didn't much like the idols.
Yeah,
It
the
was more
Calliope
like
we met
how
was
you
not
can't stand
angry.
your family sometimes, even if you still love them.
Do you know if Persephone is here? I need to talk to her.
Oh, you're serious. Why would you want to talk to Persephone? Nobody ever wants that.
Well, she might have answers.
I laughed too loud near her, and she threatened to
Oh
ban
my
me from the
God.
club. I don't want to be banned.
Hermes reminds me of one of my best friends, who I love very much, who also gets just loud, silly, goofy.
Is Persephone really that bad? Why do the idols put up with her?
We're like family, and Persephone is that really mean aunt that nobody wants to invite.
Yeah, the aunt that you worry about at the cookout.
That she keeps a list. It's a thing.
Uh-oh.
Okay, forget I asked.
Whew! Man, just the thought of talking to Persephone gives me goosebumps. Blech.
Well, thank you.
I'll see you around.
If you die, then for sure. But, don't die.
Well, I'll try not to die, but you never know. Let's go talk to Apollo. Well, no, he said to come later. Let's talk to Eros. Whoa. Eros is beefy. Hi, cutie. Ooh, you got a harness on and everything. Damn.
Oh. Hey. You're the new muse, aren't you?
And you're the resident hottie,
yes,
huh?
I am, yeah.
Aphrodite mentioned it. Didn't figure I'd see you here, though.
Oof. Yo, why are they all hot?
Name's Eros.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Well, that explains that.
Hey, did you say that you're the god of sex?
Desire.
Or cute.
Really. Sensuality.
Well,
attraction.
I like that.
Why? Were you
You
expecting
said,
a chubby
why
little
you-
flying baby with a bow and arrow?
I wasn't.
I actually preferred Cupid, but Pan had to be the trickster. Spread all those stupid stories.
Oh, Pan.
I'm sorry.
Why? It's not your fault. Just another grudge I get to carry around.
I feel like in this year of our Lord, 2023, 90% of the population would be down with what you look like right now.
You know Aphrodite, right? I only met her the once.
Sure, she's my mother. You know how it is.
How would I know? No here, remember?
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. I wasn't thinking. But you hear a lot
Beauty.
of idols talk about each other like that. Mother, brother, sister, grandfather. None of us are actually related. We just played a family for so many centuries. It may as well be true.
I can see that being the case after some time, even if people are constantly being replaced.
The god of sex at a club. Looking for someone?
Me?
Once, I might have, sure. Now I'm just here to see it happen.
See what happened?
Look out there. See all these people. The hope, the anticipation, the connections, they bounce off.
That's cute. I like that.
To me, it's like lightning.
Does sound like fun.
There are worse ways to spend a night out.
It's people watching, but
I used to make it
from the
happen.
perspective of a god.
Mortals once begged me to make it happen, to inspire true love. But now I only inspire sex.
Oh my gosh,
Same
that's so sad.
It's just as well. People should find true love the hard way. They'll value it more.
Will they?
So Aphrodite is your mother, but not really.
That's right. A long time ago, she took care of me
Aw.
when I needed taken care of. The mortals, they just assumed. These days, well, it's not like that anymore.
He was strange then?
Not as invulnerable as we used to be. Least of all, Aphrodite.
Everything does not seem
You
okay,
seem a
but we'll
little
ask.
Distracted. Is everything okay?
Of course it is. Sure.
You look so sad.
Not obvious, huh?
Yeah.
It is. I don't come here that often. It was hard to get away. I just want... No, never mind.
You don't want to bare your soul to me, a stranger? You can
I'm
if you
willing to
want.
listen if you need to talk.
Yeah, I like that phrasing.
Maybe some other time.
Yeah, no problem. Oh my gosh, everybody needs someone to talk to sometimes.
Here's the thing. I'm looking for Persephone, but I can't find her anywhere.
He's gonna be like, run.
Well, I know where she is.
Basically right.
I question whether she'd be happy to see you. Look, I like you. But Mother told me what happened at the chorus. I don't want to cause trouble with Persephone.
Understandable.
I don't know Persephone well, but considering what I do know,
Yeah.
I don't blame you.
I know it's lousy, and I'm sorry.
No, you shouldn't have to be forced to be the trouble in a situation that you're not involved with.
I'll see you around.
Count on it.
Ah, let's be friends. All right. Let's go. I do like his design overall.
As I live and breathe, if it isn't our
So
dear
excited to see us.
Hi, Pam.
Tell me, have you decided to leave your troubles behind and join us in the land of shadows and revelry?
No, I haven't.
I'm guessing it's a total coincidence that I'm running into you here.
It must be. The alternative would be that I knew a great many things ahead of time.
Well, it seems likely at this point.
Do I look like an oracle? I am here to listen to thrilling music and meet delicious people.
I mean,
My
it
tastes are
kind of feels like I had nowhere else to go but here after
Speaking
going to the
of simple
apartment.
Tastes, my glass is empty again. The service here is appalling.
Maybe it's self-service. Jeez.
I should thank you.
Don't
for the
like the
address.
options of questions.
It's what led me here.
No need to thank me. You'll own
Ugh.
me.
A drink? I'll pay it off right now.
How you managed to stir the sun god from his oh so tiresome gloom.
That is interesting. I do like the contrast.
Nicely done.
I like him. It took some convincing, but at least he's helping me without asking anything in return.
Yeah.
Truly, how do you function with such naivete?
Do you know something I don't?
Yes. I'm sorry, was that in question?
I assume you're a regular at this club?
And why would you assume that?
Why?
Grace?
The horns, you. Do you know Persephone well?
There is no knowing Persephone well. She won't have it. Not anymore.
Not anymore?
Long ago, we were all very different.
I imagine so.
Over the span of ages, however, even mountains erode.
Yeah, how are you guys not so exhausted? I really don't care to ask this question because, like, why would he ever be honest with us? But I feel like I can't not ask it because it's an option.
The things you say, the things you don't say. You don't make yourself seem trustworthy. You know that?
Trust is for the weak and the penniless.
Uh-huh.
Still not helping.
The weak and the penniless
Why,
usually are
Grace?
not trusting.
Are you assuming that I, Pan, am some sort of
Maybe a lot.
scoundrel?
Hoping. Oh, no.
It's more that I'm stating it outright.
Yeah, I am.
Rejected twice in a row. How will I ever recover from
Oh
such
my
insult?
god. Do you know that I can romance you? Stop it.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what to tell you, Grace.
Hi,
Even
kitty.
an idol needs to get by.
You must know why I'm here, right?
Let me guess. You seek our sweet-natured
Yes.
proprietress.
He's
Can you
very
help me find her?
expressive, more so than the other characters, and I really like it.
Earlier, I wasn't good enough, but now.
Voice acting is very good,
I
too.
see how it is.
Like, I want to like him.
By all means. I'd love to tell Persephone that the source of her rage
Oh,
is
my kitty's here to say hi.
What if I asked you really nicely and batted my eyelashes, like so?
Oh, no. Not my
Cute,
one true
cute.
weakness.
I could also flatter you, tell you how shiny your horns are.
So bedazzling.
All right, all right. Never let it be said that flattery gets one nowhere.
Thank
Let
you.
me know when you're ready, and I'll take you to Persephone.
I feel like it's to your benefit, but you know.
I really appreciate it.
Do
Yes,
keep
thank
that
you.
in mind after you've spoken to her.
It's interesting that we can't, like, really make anyone mad just yet. Let's talk to Apollo. I thought we would go back to him at the end, but maybe we can check in.
I thought this would be easier, but it's as if Persephone left
Oh.
instructions to thwart me. Every staff member I approach screams and runs off.
What?
I hope your search has been more successful.
It might help if I knew more about
Why are people
Persephone.
running away from you?
It couldn't hurt. What would you like to know, exactly?
What's Persephone's story? Her name rings a bell, but I don't
No doubt you've heard the tale of how Hades, lord of the underworld, kidnapped a young sweet goddess and made her his wife.
That sweet young goddess was Persephone.
Her mother, Demeter, was so enraged she blanketed the world in ice, rendering it barren and infertile. Zeus was forced to act. He decreed that Persephone would be shared.
Can you imagine not even being able to have a choice with your life?
Well, you asked. That's her story, as the mortals tell it.
So tell me, how much of Persephone's legend is true?
It's very sad if it's a lot.
Well, let's see. Hades did kidnap Persephone. That certainly did happen. The idols almost went to war over it until Zeus intervened and ordered Hades and Persephone to wed. That quieted things.
Oh, that is disgusting. Nice, good.
Sounds like Hades had it coming.
I'd like to say we handled it well. Zeus and the idols were mindful of what Persephone had been through, but
I feel like you should have been mindful before you forced them to marry.
For the murder. The underworld taken from her. And we all stood by and let it happen. She has never forgiven us.
I mean, why would she?
Honestly,
I like his take here. Yeah, I can't blame her either.
Mad at you all too.
Then
for the anger, for trying to avenge herself. I mean, she seems like she had to be a hard ass to cope and deal with.
Mad at me,
you know,
everyone seems afraid of Persephone.
Noticed that, did you? Persephone's angry with everyone and has been for a very
Yeah, I mean, I wonder why. Yeah.
But it's more than that. She does not.
I mean, how could you let go when nothing ever changes?
And Persephone will remember what you did like it was yesterday.
She's been abused.
Wait, Persephone killed another idol.
Out of vengeance, though.
Long time ago, yeah.
What about all of Athena's rules? Wouldn't Persephone have
didn't
been...
exist then?
I don't know.
Executed? The murder of Hades is probably why we now have that rule. Back then, we heard Persephone had usurped Hades' throne, but we couldn't believe it. It just wasn't done. Now, of course, I look back and think we should have seen it coming. Oh, the benefit of hindsight.
Why didn't you see it coming? You're the god of prophecy.
Imagine you don't look too much.
I learned long
ago
not to.
So what happened to Persephone after...
the murder? She survived, like the rest of us. She got older, and when we came to the new world, I think she would have left us if it was allowed.
But it wasn't. So you continued to stranglehold her in place.
She started a cult, became a crime boss.
Tried hard to live a life away from
her
you?
Last transition, but honestly, I have no insight into anything Persephone does these days.
I can't tell if transition is like from one body, you know, like person to a next, or what he means by transition.
You don't come here often, I'm guessing?
Never. I'm sure Persephone only sent the membership as a formality. I doubt she thought I'd ever use it.
Don't you ever have fun? No drinking or dancing in Apollo land?
Once. When I had the muses to keep me company.
Aw, all of them? That's sad. I'll keep you company. I don't necessarily want this to be romantic, but it will be, I'm sure.
I can keep you company.
I imagine he won't like this, but maybe he will.
Nothing would make me happier.
Oh, interesting.
You do have a predicament to solve first.
I found someone who will bring me to Persephone.
Finally. I'll be right behind you.
Okay, good.
You're coming with me?
I hope you like being...
She seems even angrier with you than she is with me. I might be able to mediate.
All right, good luck to us. All right, let's... Why can I talk to him again? We have to, right?
Are we not going to see Persephone? I thought you found a way to her.
Okay, yeah. All right, I know. Yeah, let's go.
I should get going. Persephone awaits.
I don't know why it's letting me talk to you, but let's go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. She looks like she's gonna kill me. I guess she can't
If you're
legally.
angry with anyone, Persephone, be angry with me. It was I who...
I will deal with you later.
Oh my god, she's so hot.
I was willing to leave you be, Grace. To wait until your guilt was certain. And yet here you are, in my domain, uninvited. Why? Are you here to beg for mercy? Are you here to challenge me? Should I be afraid?
What?
I'm not trying to start a fight. Far from it. I came here hoping you could help me.
Help you? Perhaps you could help me instead. I'd like to understand.
I'd like to understand quite a few things as
Do
well.
you really expect us to believe that Calliope chose you? What's the real story? Did you stumble across her as she lay dying and desperate? Are you an accident? Did you learn what she was? Did you torture her, hold her at the point of death until she agreed to hand over her Eidolon?
Persephone, this isn't...
You have every reason to try to prove your innocence, Grace. But I have no reason.
I feel like if you're attached to Calliope in any way...
You knew Calliope.
Yeah.
We all knew Calliope.
She was staying at your apartment.
You knew her. Better than I or anyone else suspected.
Are you implying that I
well,
had
no,
something
just
to do with her
that
death?
you're entangled
Prove
in
you
this.
didn't.
Well, okay, that's not what that's not what I was thinking. I love her tattoos. Oh my god. Funny. So silly.
You hear that? You're in my house, little muse. You want answers? Fight for them.
Oh my god, they're so hyped. What are we gonna get?
A lost little girl.
Oh, not this lost girl stuff
You
again.
shouldn't have come here. And I sure ain't in the mood to make new friends.
Upside down morals.
Go home, little girl. The shadows drawing near. And you all alone. We both know how this ends.
Am I alone?
Let's see how far she bends. We all know how this ends.
Yeah, I'm not here to fight. That was not my take when I came in.
Thanks for the welcome. It's my first time here.
Lol.
You've made your feelings for
Oh, she's so silly cute.
You play your show, I'll just go grab a beer. Didn't come here to quarrel with you. Love what you've done here, this place comes up well. You've nailed the theme, it really feels like hell. Guess you're not looking for new clientele. Just as well, that's a 5-star review. Let's try the easy way. Hear what I have to say. They get younger every year. Little big shots that drift through here think they're bringing something new through the door. And you've heard it 1,000 times before. Honey, I've heard it 1,000
He's been alive long
times
enough.
before. Honey, I've heard it.
I feel like we have to reach her, not the audience. I don't know where we're trying to impress them.
Why would I come down here and start a brawl? I'm just running out of time is all. If it's true that I'm just lost and small, why you keeping your guard up? Now she's lifting rifts from Pan, so familiar,
Lol.
so
Hi.
secondhand. What a stock dime a dozen troubadour. Honey,
Rude.
we've heard it 1,000 times before. Oh, we've heard
Interesting.
it 1,000 times.
I wonder like Persephone is supposed to be implied as like her people are keeping her safe and sheltering her from feelings and other things. Oh no, we stricken deep.
They get younger every year. The little big shots. You can't be surprised anymore. Think they're bringing something else that I speak for. But you've heard it.
Fight, 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 fight.
Hear that, Calliope.
Oh, spooky.
She had something to say. Would you turn her away?
Please don't do this.
I gotta do this. Dude, you're pushing so hard.
Lost, Persephone. You've buried yourself on stage in the blinding lights. You're hiding here.
I thought she was supposed to be a crime lord, not like a swing singer.
That's not on me. Rotten too long, blossomed all wrong.
We change shape. In time, you'll see we all rot away into who we will be. Your youth wasn't stolen like it was from me.
Let me help you.
Don't touch me.
Ooh. Don't just randomly touch
I don't need
people.
help from any of you. I was alone when you know who kidnapped and crushed all my dreams till the muse. I just want Calliope.
I'm gonna let her win. She's upset and angry and sad. I can't fight that.
Overcame so much on your own. You should be praised. I'm done throwing stones. Please believe me. Do you see me bowing down to you, my queen? Underworld, I hereby concede. You wanted blood, well, there's no more to bleed. Your queen's above that. Now I get that. But
I don't, to be honest.
help a lost little girl.
It's interesting. I think I would have preferred if the take here was more that we are like Persephone when she was young, getting pulled into something that was way over her head and forced to do something she couldn't possibly do.
Well, you won.
Instead of this, like, her people against us
If
and
what
we're
you
fighting
told the
them for
chorus is
her
true,
attention.
Why do you
Weird.
think Calliope came to you that night?
I don't have any idea. But yeah, maybe she thought I could help.
Maybe she thought I could help her. She must have been nearby when whatever happened.
I see. All right, Grace. Come with me.
It's kind of interesting that there's no way to, like, end a lead so far. But I mean, maybe we're just super early on in the
Calliope
game.
came to me years ago. She'd grown tired of arguing with the idols, tired of being branded a troublemaker. She couldn't watch the idols wither away without a fight. I knew how she felt, so I gave her the apartment.
Yeah, you gave it to her, no conflict at all. How well did you know her?
So you must know better than anyone what she's been up to.
It seems like they were
Not
close.
exactly. Calliope and I haven't spoken for at least 2 years. After I heard the news, I went to the apartment and turned it upside down. I had to know the truth.
That was you?
I didn't find anything. Nothing to say what she had been involved with or gotten into.
I feel like she wouldn't have known
or who
better.
She might have been fighting with.
I don't know. That sounds suspicious.
I hoped I could find evidence, something that made sense. But no, it was only you.
I wonder if she
made
did
sense
it to herself,
at the
thinking that
time.
what we would go through here would pull
Now
them
that I've seen
together
how clever
and
you
change
I'm beginning to wonder
how
if
the
Calliope
idols
didn't choose you after all.
interact with each other.
If it wasn't Grace, that means someone else was behind Calliope's death. Someone who could keep their involvement hidden.
One of us.
Does it have to be an idol?
I'm so suspicious
You
of
thought
Athena,
I killed
but
Calliope. Couldn't it have been some other mortal?
Despite how we might look, it's not a simple matter to kill an idol.
It was difficult enough to believe you had done it. If another mortal killed her, they somehow escaped detection. We found nothing, no evidence of a battle.
You looked?
Which is why
Of course we looked.
feel like it
What do you
could
think
have
was
been
happening while
self-harm.
you waited? If Calliope was attacked elsewhere, even magic revealed no trace of it.
Wait. Did you say magic?
You can battle me through a song in a world of your own creation, and yet magic is beyond belief?
Tease me more.
Sure, I just thought...
We have our powers just as you have yours.
I can grow a field of corn like nobody's
Whoa.
business.
Some would say our powers are also magic, but true magic is a different, older power.
Do we get to meet her? Oh my god.
Hecate domain.
Do we get to meet
And it was
Hecate?
of no use here.
Oh, she's
We
like one of my
shouldn't rule it out.
favorite of goddesses.
We haven't tried everything yet.
Did Calliope have any enemies? The way you talk about her, she must have.
She's been around long enough. Uh-oh.
What? What am I missing?
Calliope had a way of making people angry. She could be argumentative.
She's just like me for real.
But enough to make enemies who wanted her dead?
Not that you or I know of, apparently, but that doesn't mean they didn't exist.
Couldn't we go to Athena with this? If you've changed your minds and you're both part of the chorus.
Athena would be sympathetic, but the die has been cast.
She won't go back on the edict, not without clear evidence.
Oh, now you want evidence.
She acted on the information she had. If we want to sway her, we need something better.
What about Pan? He showed up at my place out of nowhere, right after I left the chorus.
He did what?
I have to wonder what his angle is.
Yeah, what does he possibly
He has
want
one,
in all
that's
of
for
this?
certain, though I've never thought of him as a killer. It would be too messy.
Still,
He's
we
a
should
trickster
consider
and a
it.
murderer, huh?
For him to show up so quickly is...
I wonder if he and Calliope were working together.
What about Athena? She seemed awfully insistent on declaring me guilty, don't you think?
Athena? No, Athena follows the rules.
That you know of.
Well...
Athena has one goal, and one goal only. To protect the idols. And that included Calliope. She'll eventually drive us all mad with her vigilance, but break her own rules? I don't see it.
If it's in order to keep them long term, maybe.
For all I know, either one of you could have done it and you're just playing along.
Apollo is capable
It's
of
funny.
many things, but lying? He was never any good at it.
Whereas we know how capable you are of murder.
Well,
okay,
that's kind
This is the
of.
one and only god I killed. Deserved it.
I believe it.
Right. Sorry I brought it up.
I believe it.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. You know the idols. Don't you have any ideas?
I mean, it seems like you're
I
all
told you I
super
wouldn't give
separated.
myself grace.
Did you now?
At least you're hot.
That's unsurprising.
At least you're
When do
super
you
hot.
ever
Oh
look
my
to
god.
anyone but yourself?
Says the woman
Rude.
who forced Grace to challenge her rather than answer a simple question.
Calliope died, Apollo. Calliope, who came with us all the way from the old world.
You think I don't know that? Are you forgetting what the Muses meant to me?
Please, both of you. None of this will help Calliope.
You have to put her fighting aside.
I know you both miss her. I know you cared about her, but she's not completely gone. A piece of her is in me. She came to me for help, and I don't want to die any more than she did.
Calliope, I'm listening now. Tell us what end you were doomed to.
Calliope, blinded by fire.
Her argumentativeness.
What match did you strike that consumed you?
Pretty. Ooh. I love the music.
Could you blame her? What could she have done to earn such a fate? You are blinded.
God of the sun hides from his own eyes. What would you know about fate?
to us, yet you don't hesitate to accuse her. Oh, queen without a throne, go bitter with fury. Not everyone seeks to betray you.
Stop this! Missing, we're blinded to.
Yes, there's more to seek.
Apollo, your help is not needed here. Go ahead and abandon another muse.
How could you throw that gauntlet at me? Could your heart shrivel any further?
I mean, you were a bitch to her just a moment ago.
Terrible fate. Replay your injuries till it's too late.
You know how far I've been before I snapped.
This is not about you.
Apollo, you started it.
This helps no one.
There he is, God of the Sun.
Apollo, for my sake, take a deep breath. I need your help, not your anger. These old wounds
Both of you.
distract and blind you. You can't see yourselves.
He doesn't know what's important.
And you do?
Follow him or stay.
You cannot give ultimatums like that. It has to be the two of you working together.
That was not my finest moment. Persephone will never let this go.
He brought me here. I have to stay with him. It was not impressive.
Kind of went dark and stormy back there.
Oh, I was hoping it would surprise me.
I honestly thought I had left that behind me.
Left what?
But I mean, you care, right? Like, when we really care about something, our emotions get, like, super riled.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I just wish old habits didn't return.
It's
so
like
easily.
going back to my own family. I've never wanted to scream and yell more.
That's why I've tried to avoid my fellow idols for so long.
The best relationship I
like
had
who
with
I
my
am
mom
when
was
I'm with them.
after I left.
I know what you mean. I'll be 14 around my parents forever.
Try living in their house for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
No
Ooh.
thanks.
Pass.
At least coming here was useful. You have a better idea of where to start looking, right?
Not really.
I have to ask, is Athena really not an option? She wouldn't see what you see? At all?
I respect Athena. She has dragged us into the modern age, sometimes kicking and screaming. She's why we're alive.
I mean, that's good.
But if I said that her need to keep us safe didn't drive her to extremes, I'd be lying.
That's what I've been presuming
You
for this
represent a
time.
risk, Grace. To her, that is more important than any notion of compassion or
Sometimes you
justice.
have to break the rules to keep the law. It's harsh, but it's true.
I'm not that much of a risk, am I? I won't explode. What's the worst that could happen?
The worst is that we could be admitting either a murderer
Mm-hmm.
or a usurper into our ranks.
How awful.
She's protecting an idea as much as a physical reality. It's true. To her, there is no difference.
She's been around long enough to have seen what it could be like.
I thought you'd decide that getting me into the underworld was enough.
Mm-hmm.
What? Bring you to Persephone and then shrug? Not my problem now?
What I meant to say is, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Sorry, I'm not used to asking people for help.
Yeah, you should be asking Friday for help.
It's all right.
With just getting
I
by.
know that too.
Oh.
Where do we look then?
I need to give it some thought. This won't be easy. If another idol is behind this, they know as well. They had a plan.
So you don't know where to look next.
I need time to sort it out. Just be patient, Grace.
Well, we don't have a
Is there
lot of
anything I can do
time.
in the meantime? Someplace I can look?
Don't you want to relax? You haven't rested since this began.
Relax? Who can relax? I've been sentenced to death, Apollo.
It's true.
Fair point. Even so, go home, Grace.
Mm.
The next time you see me, I'll have a better notion of what to do.
Fine. but I'm holding you to that.
Ooh, Act 2, here we go. Oh man, what a start. What a start. Oh, Freddy.
Hey, Freddy. Have you been waiting up this whole time?
We need to talk to her.
Yeah? A goat man sends you off into the night. Your life is on the line.
Hope you're
I'm
understanding.
gonna, what, sleep? What if you were taken prisoner, kept in a cave by a cyclops, or I don't know, turned into a tree? I was worried sick.
You were worried about me?
Oh.
Well, you're my best friend in the whole world, Grace. Plus, you know, what would the band do?
Right, the band. Where are Kaz and Brian anyway?
Are they okay? We didn't get an insert about them.
Isn't a lie, because technically you are. Now tell me everything that happened.
Oh my god, here we go.
Huh. Persephone runs a club called the Underworld. That's a little on the nose.
I wouldn't suggest saying that to her
Just
face.
a little.
And you ended up siding with Apollo? Lord of the Sun, god of prophecy? Do you trust him?
As much as you can trust an idol. I swear, Freddy, they're all nuts.
Well, they all have their own
If
problems,
they're
so
even
I
a
wouldn't say
little like
nuts.
the
but-
stories, you should be super careful. So, what are your options? You need to go back to Apollo's place,
Well,
right?
something like that.
I could go back to the underworld. Make sure Persephone isn't taking my decision personally.
Probably would be a good idea.
And, there's this. Pan
Olympus.
left a card, says, come by Olympus. I doubt he means the mountain in Greece.
A sporting goods shop.
That name keeps coming up. The idols live there, or at least most of them do.
Oh, the apartment unit.
Sounds cool. Even if Pan is there.
Oh, jelly.
Still not a fan?
You know how some people just set your teeth on edge? That's Pan. I can't help it.
He does kind of give me that vibe too.
Doesn't matter. I said I'd help, and that's what I'll do. You can count on me, Grace.
Freddy's so cute too.
The muse? Oh, the embodiment of inspiration.
That's us.
Can you believe it?
Yeah, kinda.
I mean, with everything we've been doing, oh my gosh. Oh my god, there's so much to do now. Okay, I'm gonna take a brief break. This will be just a second for you, and then we'll continue. Oh, I'm so excited. All right, we are back in it. It's a new day, new dawn. Let's see, who do we want to talk to? I should talk to Apollo or go see what Pan wants. But we do have the option to talk to Persephone. I think I want to do that because like we said, right? We don't want her to think that, you know, we don't care or that we're siding with Apollo just because we hate her, you know, whatever. We don't want bad blood. It was just the right thing to do.
As I recall, Grace, when I said stay or leave, you chose to leave.
But it's not a
If it
black and
wasn't
white
clear,
situation like that.
I don't give second chances. Or did you have some other reason for darkening my door?
She looks astounded, but we literally...
Couldn't be here for the cool music and a drink? I definitely need one.
We're supposed to be charming.
Am I supposed to believe you're here to blow off steam?
Well...
Why not? Don't you ever?
Okay, she's charmed.
Ooh, here I thought I could drink. Lady, you have my respect and admiration.
You'll have an idol's fortitude in time.
Cute.
Now, however, I need to call our little
No!
evening to an end.
I'm in love with you. Don't send me away. Yeah, or we could continue.
So soon? I was just thinking how much I like the music here.
The music being your voice. Ooh la la.
Dance floor is that way.
No!
Care to join me?
My dancing days are over, Grace.
No!
You enjoy yourself.
Oh,
Friends
that's
are in the
nice.
house. But one last word of advice
Ah.
before you go. If you want to survive, don't look to anyone else for help.
Yeah.
Not Apollo, not Pan, not even me. You walked away from my offer, and I respect that. Make your choices and live with them.
We can still be on good terms. And I think going to see her and having a moment allows us to be on good terms. She's right, though. Like, if you're in a situation like this, no way can you rely on other people, right? Like, Freddie, maybe. But even then, you have to make decisions and calls for yourself that other people, especially like Pan or Apollo, might not be equipped to do. Look at how unhinged things are within the idol world. It's kind of crazy. I'll go see Apollo and maybe the Oracle.
Ah, Grace, you're back.
Hi.
That's good. I was just about to call you.
He means he wants me to call you because Paul here still hasn't figured out how
Oh
to
my
use a
god.
phone.
I love this Oracle character so much.
True. I know how, I just don't like them. They're
She's so
confusing.
cute.
Anyhow, I've been contemplating our list of suspects, and I think Pan is someone we need to consider.
I mean, yeah, but everyone else too. Yeah, what is this about phones?
You don't like phones?
I just don't like talking to people I can't see.
Use the phone calling
the
with
ringtones.
Oh.
They scare the crap out of him. I kid you not.
I'm not frightened. Only a child would be frightened.
Well,
Very loud.
turn them down. Get the buzzer.
Yeah.
Put a song on that
Change
you
the
like.
subject of Pan, please.
Yeah, I thought you discounted
Why
Pan.
Pan? I thought you'd rejected him as a suspect.
Persephone did, but I've had time to think it over. Pan is a schemer, a traitor in favors. He always has been. His sudden appearance in all this cannot be coincidental.
You think he could have killed Calliope after all?
Perhaps. Or he knows who did and is trying to turn it to his benefit. He always knows more than he pretends.
You should know. Pan asked me to meet him at Olympus. I'm not sure why.
Wait, he wants to see you again? I don't like this.
I mean, yeah, I don't like it either, but what option do we really have at this point? I don't think he's harmless. I think he has ulterior motives. I don't know if he killed someone. I don't know if he was in cahoots with Calliope before whatever choice she made that got her where she is, or, you know, what happened to her. But I feel like we have to consider it.
Why? Is he that bad? Should I not go?
No. Perhaps it's best that you do, even if it's just to find out what he wants and why.
Yeah.
Aphrodite is holding a party of sorts. One you should attend. She is closest to Pan.
Interesting.
Indeed, she knows almost all the idols. If anyone is up to something, she's bound to know.
Why can't
You know Aphrodite better than I do. Can't you talk to her?
Well, talking to Aphrodite isn't something anyone does with much success these days.
Well, if that's the case, what makes you think I'll get anywhere?
There's a standing invitation for the Muse to attend this party. Calliope never went, so Aphrodite will be thrilled to see you.
Why? Why is there standing
Couldn't get her
invitation?
to talk. I wouldn't suggest it.
What do you mean by a party of sorts? I mean, I'm always down for a party, but...
An orgy.
It's more of a remembrance than a party, really. It's difficult to describe.
That's awfully vague, Apollo.
Yeah.
It'll be easier to see for yourself. It's nothing you can't handle.
The one thing that they all have in common is just being
I
so
still have
vague.
that invitation from Pan. Maybe it'd be easier if I just went to see him.
You could, but would you believe anything he had to say?
I might be able to coax some truth out of him. I can be persuasive.
Well, whatever you do, be careful. I still think Aphrodite is our best bet.
Okay, I'll go. Eventually.
Perfect. I will see you there.
Party time.
Paul, you should see this. The names you wanted me to look up are getting weird results.
Oh?
I don't doubt it. I was hoping you could...
Get over here!
Oh my god.
No worries, Paul. I'll see you later.
I feel like we should stay for that, but okay. I should go to Aphrodite's party or go see what Pan wants, I guess. So Apollo is another option, but let's go. Oh, I hope it doesn't cancel out my ability to go to the other, but let's go talk to Pan. I definitely probably won't believe everything that comes out of his mouth, but...
I'd say
Pretty.
hello, Grace, but I'm afraid that look on your face might be catching.
What is this place?
It's the model that we
It's a
saw when we sang with him.
darling. Surely even mortals have them.
This building. All those people I passed getting up here. Are they all idols?
Oh, at least some of them. Welcome to Olympus, dear Grace. Our home hidden away in plain sight. Marvelous, isn't it?
I've passed this part of the city 100 times. I've never seen this building. Was it always here? Or...
Our Lady Hecate provides glamours that allow
Ooh.
certain things to go unseen, such as my...
I had a feeling it would be something like...
Olympus is the same. Those invited see it. Those who aren't...
something like a
see
glamour.
exactly what they
It's
expect.
pretty common trope.
It's not anywhere as grand as in the old country, but it serves its purpose.
I mean, probably compared to what they used to
Okay.
have, but...
Olympus seems pretty grand to me.
As if mortals would know any better. This isn't the first time you've been here. I'm sure Hermes took you to Athena's dreary office.
Is that here too?
That's here? Huh.
Good one, that Hermes. Almost as dull-witted as the original.
Wow, rude.
Readable.
How many idols are there? I've met, what, less than 12?
Oh, I don't know, 20, 30. Our numbers have dwindled so much I've stopped keeping track.
I didn't know there were that many gods.
I mean, it
We're not
implies
all equally
eventually
legendary,
they'll all
it's
die
true.
out.
Some idols were barely worshipped, others not at all. Indeed, not all of us are idols. Some are merely immortal. Hangers-on, if you will. You'll meet them all, given time.
Idols live here? I mean, Calliope didn't, obviously. Apollo doesn't either.
One must have special dispensation from Our Lady of Wisdom, Athena, before they can take up a private dung heap like Apollo's.
Am I gonna have to give up my apartment?
That's rather putting the cart before the horse, darling. First, you must outlive the weak.
Right. Good point.
I was under the
You asked me to
misunderstanding that
meet you.
Calliope lived here.
I
as well,
did,
by the
I
way.
did. Though I feared you might decline, considering your rather callous rejection earlier.
Well.
Regardless, my pride is intact, as is the favor you owe me, which I now wish to collect.
Oh no.
Oh, sure. I'm totally in a position to help others right now. Lay it on me.
Here's the thing. A friend has begged for my help, and you're far better suited than I to offer what he requires.
Oh?
I'll give you a key to reach the reliquary where he resides.
Reliquary, huh?
You help him, and then we're even. If that's not enough incentive, the reliquary is also where you'll find the lovely Hecate.
Ooh.
A sorceress of her power could aid your quest. What do you say?
I mean, I can try.
What is this reliquary? Doesn't that have something to do with the bones of saints or something?
Not those relics. Our relics. The relics of ancient gods. Magical treasures
Are you asking me to
collected over
steal?
thousands of years.
Help someone steal?
Books, mainly. We store them in a faraway place so no one unsavory can get their hands on them.
Unsavory like you?
Ooh.
Unsavory like most. Athena has decreed that these relics are not to be used by any save Hecate and herself. A rather dull waste of so much amassed knowledge and power, but who am I to judge? I'm not leaving.
You're someone who wants to overthrow it, apparently.
If these relics are off limits, does that mean they're dangerous?
I feel like some must be.
Some, but I'm not asking you to chase after any of that nonsense. In fact, I'd advise against it.
But what if one of those relics could help me?
Hey, Grace, come down.
My, such an adventurer you are.
Risky.
It's possible, but ask Hecate first. She, and I mean this with complete and uncharacteristic seriousness, is not an idol you or anyone wishes to cross.
Ooh.
This Hecate, do you think she could help me?
If she's of a mind. She is the goddess of dark magic, the creator of all our marvelous glamours. If anyone can help you, it is she.
And
she
if
sounds
she's
cool.
not of a mind?
Then she won't help you. Grace, that part is up to you. I can't be expected to do everything, can I?
I'm not really expecting you to do much, but, you know, okay.
This person I'm to help, what does he want? And why can't you do it?
Well, Grace, there are some things you're better equipped to handle than I. This, as I understand it, is a delicate matter of the heart. One that requires a muse's hand.
What would you have done if I didn't
A
exist?
matter of the heart.
What, did you think I was sending you to rough someone up? Set something aflame? Don't be absurd. The man has an issue with his love life.
Ooh la
Even if
la.
you can't help him, I'll treat the effort as worth the favor.
Oh, thank you. That's actually kind of nice.
So that's it? Fix up someone's love life? Nothing trickier than that?
Oh, the way you talk, Grace. It makes me blush.
Well, it's just that...
I trade in willing favors, Grace. If I didn't, no one would want to do as I ask, and then where would I be?
Crying.
I may seem untrustworthy, but allow me to reassure you. If I wish you harm, you will walk into that harm knowingly, and with open arms.
That's very scary. I don't want to romance him at all. I don't even want to give the implication.
What about Calliope? Did she walk into harm knowingly and with open arms?
You tell me.
Ooh.
I could deny it, of course, but if you choose not to believe anything I say, what's the point of
Are you
asking
watching
the
me?
question?
I'll think about it, but no promises.
Marvelous. The gentleman you seek is
Asterion.
named
Ooh.
Lovely fellow.
Baldur's Gate 3 has come to me.
I'll send a package to your domicile that contains directions and the key you'll need to reach the reliquary.
Thank you.
I said no promises.
Well, if you decide to go, Grace, you'll still need all those things. Say hello to darling Hecate on my behalf, will you?
Up to no good, I think. I can head to the reliquary, go to Aphrodite's. Let's go to the party first. I feel like the game won't take options away from me, but I guess I don't know.
Fancy party? Check. Bunch of strangers? Check. Grace totally not dressed for the occasion? Check. Now, if only I knew what I was supposed to be doing here.
Grace, you made it. I'm so glad. I was beginning to wonder.
You didn't say this was a fancy party. I feel a little underdressed.
Grace, look at me. I didn't even button up my shirt. It's fine.
Why is everyone so quiet? You'd think someone died.
Oh, well.
I should have told you about this earlier.
Apollo!
Putting it off.
You're cute when you're all angsty. You get this little crinkle in your forehead.
You might not think I'm so cute after I explain.
Uh-oh. We're in trouble.
You don't have any of Calliope's memories, right?
Uh-oh.
No deja vu, recollections that aren't your own?
No. Should I have?
Not right away. For a while, you won't remember anything.
Interesting. So I guess they do kind of
In time,
homogenize
the
into
veil
one
will
entity
start
over
to rip,
time.
Slowly at first, but eventually you'll remember almost everything Calliope did.
Seems like the sort of thing you should tell a new idol.
Yeah, because I mean, you're
New
slowly
idols are
becoming
usually chosen.
not just yourself.
You would know about this already, except
Calliope was murdered.
well, remember how old we all are. There are so many memories. So the veil lifts gradually to protect you. Eventually, it's like a flood. It becomes difficult to separate what's you and what's them, and all who came before them.
You're saying I won't be me.
Not just
I won't
you.
be Grace.
It's kind of a
Start
shitty thing to
calling
do
myself
to someone when they
Maybe.
haven't agreed.
Eventually, most of us do, but Most of us were chosen and prepared.
And I didn't choose this.
Yeah.
I understand. Take some time to let it sink in. If you like, we can talk about it later.
I'm sure we will need to talk about it.
What does this have to do with the party?
I'm presuming a farewell party.
Hasn't been the same since we came to the New World.
Oh no.
She has horrific memories of what she endured during the war. Passing on her Eidolon is a way to forget, for a while. And that's what this party is for.
Why throw a party for it? Doesn't that mean everyone's here to...
say
Watch
goodbye?
her die? Yeah, I suppose so. We're also here to celebrate. We're here to help Aphrodite remember before she forgets again.
Just the good stuff instead of the bad?
Sounds like a real banger.
This party isn't for us, Grace. It's for her.
This isn't the first time Aphrodite's done this. She's held this kind of gathering before, right?
Apparently
This
she
is
felt the
her
need.
Fourth, I think. Perhaps fifth.
So every time the veil, whatever you call it, when it starts to lift...
Aphrodite's memories return, and eventually it is too much. We gather to pay our respects and to honor the past. Well, she still remembers it.
Wait. Calliope refused to come to these parties.
She did.
That's what you said.
She refused on principle. Everything Calliope did was on principle. She believed Aphrodite was indulging her sadness, wallowing in it.
I don't know that I agree with that.
Should try harder. It was a point of contention between them. Aphrodite will be grateful you're here.
You don't just
trust me.
Force someone with PTSD to push through it like it's not a big deal. Y'all need therapy.
Do you support what Aphrodite is doing here?
It's not my choice to make, Grace.
Yeah, but you must have an opinion.
And surely you could help.
Eventually you will remember what we experienced during the war. And eventually you will remember that what Aphrodite experienced was far worse. If this is the mercy she requires, I will not tell her she should not take it.
I do get it.
So
I get it.
What did Aphrodite want Calliope to do? What did she want me to do?
Well, knowing Aphrodite, she'll want you to make a production of it all.
Oh, God.
She's not here just yet. Until she arrives, I suggest mingling.
Mingling?
Yeah, mingling. Talk to Eros.
Hi.
Or we can talk more if you like. Just try to relax, Grace.
Sure, yeah. Relax. That's what this party is for, right?
Something like that. Eros is first on the list, so let's do it. Hi again.
Grace.
Hey, Eros. Nice to...
Wow! Bear hug.
Oh, okay.
Aphrodite will be so happy you're here. It means so much, you have no idea.
Are you okay? You seem a bit...
sad?
Every time she does this, I don't know how to handle it.
I mean,
I almost want to run upstairs and demand she stop. Remind her that this never works.
It's routine loss over and over and over again for
Sorry,
everyone.
Shouldn't unload on you. It's been a bad week.
That's okay. Yeah, I feel for you. Yeah, big
I
hugs.
understand. This can't be easy.
She's the one who is suffering. I shouldn't be complaining.
She doesn't suffer alone.
Hate this. I'm there every day, going through it all with her. The nightmares, the panic attacks, the weeks when she just won't get out of bed. I'm there when she forgets the war's over, and I hold her until the screaming stops.
Poor guy.
Me. I do that.
That sounds awful.
And now I'm arranging her gathering again, so she can die again.
It is not
And I'll
fair
watch it
to you.
Again.
Is there no other way? Does Aphrodite really need to...
To die? I've asked that so many times. She's tried magic, drugs, psychotherapy, meditation, everything we could possibly think of. For a while, she'll deny anything's wrong. It all seems fine, and I start to hope. Maybe this time will be different. Then the nightmares begin, and the memories return. More with each passing day until... I hate it, but I see her agony. I can't deny her this.
I mean, it is like self-harm, but at the same time, it's more like going through hypnosis so that you don't remember, you know, if you believe in hypnosis, so you don't remember what's going on, but eventually the door opens and you can't undo it. Because you're not, like, you can't ever permanently be gone, apparently, if the memories and sentiences join together. It's a weird concept. I really like that we are dealing with it, but you would think, you know, hundreds of thousands of years, people would be able to find a way, right? There would be one person that she would pass into who would be able to help her in rationalizing things and being able to put some distance between certain events, and you just keep seeking people who might be able to help. I don't know. Like, I mean, I have PTSD. It's from multiple things in my life, and it's very hard to work through, but it gets easier. It does. So I have that perspective. It's not the case with everyone, and I know that, but literally thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. It's incredibly sad and emotionally upsetting that there is no rest or reprieve from her other than this choice. It feels like the power we have over ourselves and bettering ourselves and making good choices and healing is just gone. It just is impossible. And it's upsetting. But it's an interesting take for a game to have and to put forward. I don't think I've seen it so viscerally put before.
Is it okay if I ask what happened? I don't mean to pry, but I'm new. I really don't know.
No, it's okay. I wouldn't usually talk about it, but I know you don't mean any harm. What happened is that Brother Ares happened. He missed out on the first world-spanning war, you see. So he was damned if he'd miss out on the next one.
Disgusting.
He found some jackbooted mortals, so full of themselves and their supremacy. And he told them about the idols.
One or two, I guess.
Then they came fast.
Two?
Took us completely by surprise. Some they killed, but Aphrodite, her they captured.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
Aphrodite was captured, but she's here now. So she must have escaped.
She didn't. Do you know the name Hephaestus?
Interesting.
No. Should I?
God of smiths. He could make anything, any tool or weapon. He was Aphrodite's husband.
Oh no, I don't like where this is going.
Her. When he found out the mortals were torturing her, he went mad. He was determined to save her.
Wait, they tortured her?
I mean, yeah, what do you think would have happened, Grace?
Told. They were too frightened, but they were also determined to wring every last secret out of her. So, who knows how long that fear would have lasted. Thus, Hephaestus made a deal.
With the, jackbooted guys.
Wow.
No, with their enemies. That's what saved her.
Then this deal is how Aphrodite survived.
It's how we all survived. It's what brought us to the new world. Hephaestus saved us all.
He was lost in the process?
We never saw him again. That was the deal. He would leave, make their precious weapons, and never look back. Aphrodite never even got to say goodbye. It's funny, because Aphrodite didn't even like Hephaestus when they were married. She seemed to resent every minute they were together. But now Now he's all she can think about.
There's a lot of regret there, it seems.
You sound like you don't approve of what Aphrodite's doing.
I feel like a lot of people don't.
What I want is for her to not hurt anymore. What I want is for this to end.
I mean, you're caught in the loop with her. It's not fair to you.
She'll ask you to use your power as part of the celebration. Could you use it to inspire her?
I can't force anyone to do anything they don't want to, Eros.
That's not what I'm asking. I believe that deep down, she doesn't want to do this any longer. She must see it isn't working. She just needs the strength to try. Or I hope that's all she needs.
I mean, it's been many years of her doing the same thing over and over again. It's not up to me, but I will do my best.
Try, if you think it'll do some good.
I don't know if it will. I just find it hard to believe it could get any worse.
Huh. Famous last words.
Tell me about it. Do whatever you think is right, Grace. And thank you.
Alright, now we talk to Apollo, and then we wait for Aphrodite, I think.
I know all these people, Grace. For as long as I can remember, I've known them. Yet sometimes I feel like I don't know any of them at all. Or they me.
I mean, if you've been passing along your Eidolon, they can't know all of you.
I spoke to Eros. He's pretty broken up.
I mean, he's carrying the emotional and physical brunt of her
Each new
choices.
successor, his hopes rise up once more. And then he watches the new Aphrodite crumble. Piece by piece.
And he's alone the entire time.
Only to start all over again. It's so different from the olden days. Once he was the eternal disaster, and Aphrodite kept constant vigil over him.
Maybe he feels like he owes her.
Maybe.
I think he's followed her into a dark void, and somewhere, deep down, believes he deserves no better.
No.
You don't enjoy these family gatherings, do you?
Makes me want to cry, oh my god.
Family gatherings? Like the sort mortals have?
You call each other sister and brother and mother.
Probably close enough.
Oh, yes, but...
And you've been together like 100 times longer than I lived with my family. All you're missing is a drunk uncle everyone has to apologize for.
Well, maybe that's Apollo, though.
That would be Pan.
Oh, okay.
But yes, I feel very much out of place.
I'm gonna click the romancy option. However, I want to say that this specific act, the last two romancy options we've had while we've been here have been super out of place. They don't feel right.
You look like you're in physical pain just being here.
Oh, enjoying my discomfort, are you?
Of course, it humanizes you.
Okay, my option that I could pick wasn't good, but their dialogue is cute.
I'm so glad you approve.
I should get back out there.
That's why I'm a little scared to click them, right? Because the dialogue option that we get as a choice is not necessarily the words that we choose to say as Grace. Do you know what I mean? Like, her prompts don't always lead into what she actually says in the way that I understood it from our option. Now we wait. Hopefully we can help her. Hello. Who are you? You're so cute. Wow. You're both so pretty.
My family. Having you all here, gathered once again to see me off, it moves
her new
me
choice.
more than I can say. My loves, my darlings, my dearest friends. And you. Oh, my dear sweet thing. I dare not hope that you, with all your troubles, might sing me to my sleep. Yet here you are.
She's so pretty. I love her outfit.
Yet
I love
here
her
she
hair.
is.
It's lovely to meet you, Aphrodite.
Let's not stoke
Properly
fires that
this
don't
time.
need to be attended.
Ah, yes. Poor Calliope. Such a loss to us all. I shall miss her dearly.
I wonder if there's a detachment from Eidolons.
No, it doesn't bear thinking about.
The transition of idols because she's done it so
Is
much.
this Grace, my lady? The new muse?
Oh,
hi.
What manners I have. Grace, Grace, meet the lovely mortal woman who shall tonight become the new me.
Have
Hi,
you
my name's
warned
Venus.
her?
And yes, it really is Venus. Nice to meet you, Grace.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
We'll both be new at this, huh? Maybe we could get together and compare notes if you,
Survive my trial?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if
Maybe
you
I
survive
forgot
yours, you're in a whole different wheelhouse.
There will be so much time for you lovelies to speak later. Now, we must prepare for my departure.
They're really rushing it.
Are you sure we can't talk first? I really need your help, Aphrodite.
I know you do, my dear. I wish I could be there for you, but I'm afraid my time is up.
We're really
but
rushing
since
it.
you've shown such kindness in coming, I will ask
Oh
Eros
my
to make himself
gosh.
available to
You were really
afterwards.
shunting all of your
There's
problems
nothing
off to
I know
him.
that he does not. He is my son, my truest friend, my longest love.
Won't he be a little distracted?
He will be
Eros has
distraught.
been through this before, Grace. He knows what must be done.
And he knows the emotional toll that comes with it.
I just want to say, I'm really sorry that this happened to you, that you need to do this.
Our problems are our own. We can rely on others, but we cannot shunt our problems to them.
A babe in our dreary world, and yet already possessed of such earnest purpose.
Weren't you opposed to this, Grace?
I am.
Apollo! Oh, you've come after all.
You look remarkably well, cousin.
I've had a great deal of time to prepare. I assure you that would not be the case. As for you, Grace, have you gathered the true purpose of tonight's gathering?
I mean, yeah, it's to
To
forget.
ease your suffering? To forget about what happened?
An escape into the soothing blackness. To swim in Lethean waters, at least for a time.
Does it
You're
help?
just running away.
I don't know. Each Aphrodite before me begged for mercy. This is all I can do for all of us. Even so, tonight is not about the pain.
Become the default, not
It is
what
about
is right for
honoring
all
the
of you.
memory of what was while that memory still persists. Go, enjoy the gathering, Grace. Tell me when you're ready to begin.
Hi, Venus, come back. I don't think you know. But maybe she does, and she thinks she can handle it. Okay, we can talk to her, so we should.
I want to apologize again, Grace. I really messed up.
I don't
Looks
think-
like I'll be doing that a lot. Lady Aphrodite said I'm ready, but I don't know.
Having second thoughts? If so, now's probably the time to mention it.
I would never do that to Lady Aphrodite. I'm just nervous.
Why wouldn't you? She's
If
giving you a future of
if
misery.
I can ask, what does it feel like after it happens? Do you feel?
I'm not the one to ask because I'm new to it.
I was so scared at the time, I didn't know what to think. I had no idea who
You're not
Calliope really
answering
was.
the root of her
You didn't
question.
remember anything about her? Who she was? She was just.
Venus, you seem unprepared. You do not seem like someone who knows what's going to
Isn't that the
happen.
point of all this?
I just wanted to be sure. Sometimes it doesn't seem like it could be real.
But it's supposed to come back, and that's why this is happening.
How do you know Aphrodite exactly?
So I was working at this homeless shelter, right? A couple of years ago, and she came in with one of the older residents. And she was there in this, like, amazing dress. And she's sitting with this guy and really listening to him. Like, they were old friends or something.
It could have been.
I just thought, what is someone like her doing in a place like this? So,
I just went over and introduced myself.
That's it? Just like that?
Yeah. She came back to the shelter a few times, but by then, I guess she's taken an interest in me instead.
Are you really okay with all this? You know what's gonna happen, right?
I saw a lot of people in crisis at the shelter. I knew something was wrong with Lady Aphrodite. She's in so much pain, Grace.
And you will be
she
too.
She won't let you see how much. Errol's called me one night desperate. She wouldn't stop screaming. She didn't know where she was.
Flashbacks.
She's a good person, Grace. A good soul. She deserves mercy.
But is this really mercy?
Your name's really Venus, huh?
Everybody asks me that. Even the other idols. Maybe that's why Lady Aphrodite noticed me in the first place.
You got a cool-ass name.
She says it was fated to be. I say it's because my mama was a diehard hippie.
Cute. I don't want to pick this, but it is wrong.
But don't you feel this is wrong? I mean, you're ending your life. It's like some kind of murder-suicide.
Okay, that's not where I thought it was going to go.
I don't think of it like that. Lady Aphrodite is not committing suicide, and I'm not being murdered.
Aren't you? Your life is ending. It's being taken over, swallowed up by Aphrodite's grief.
I'm becoming part of something bigger. Something amazing. Or maybe you're right. It'll be terrible. And I'll end up in so much pain I'll regret it.
So why go through with it?
Because Lady Aphrodite needs me. Maybe, just maybe.
Maybe you just
if
want
I'm added
and need
into
to
the
be
mix
needed.
of all the people she's been, maybe things will be different.
I think something has to change with Aphrodite herself. If, like what I was saying earlier, right? Like if there's been no change in hundreds of thousands of years and all of the people so far, even if that's what they're trying to do, like something else has to give. Let's see if we can talk to him again, but it's probably just an option in case we've missed it the rest of the way and it didn't disappear. Different dialogue.
I don't think I'll have a chance to talk to Aphrodite. Not before, you know.
I was hoping she might have spared a moment.
What should I do?
You have two choices, Grace. Either you do as she asks and sing her to her rest.
At which point Venus won't have Aphrodite's memories yet.
Or you somehow convince her to remain with us and hope she's grateful.
And doesn't regret it. Or get angry at me for ruining her party.
Do what you feel is right.
Man, I don't know what to do.
Have you spoken with Venus? She seems really...
nice, earnest, a genuinely good person.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's not an accident. Ever since the war, Aphrodite has sought out the kindest, the most innocent souls to be her successors.
Isn't that
she chooses them
counterintuitive?
because she believes that over time,
oh no.
make her a better person.
So she is blaming herself? Because that's not how that works.
Wouldn't it be better if she chose people who were, I don't know, more resilient?
I suppose that depends on your definition of strength, Grace.
I mean, I would say they're strong in different ways, but you cannot put a mouse in a windstorm and believe that it will not get taken away. Damn. All right, here we go. Let's hope we don't regret our decisions.
I have tried so hard, fought for so long, but in the end, I must bid you all farewell once again.
It sounds like the memories are coming back again
I would
just
like us
now.
all to remember the sacrifices that brought us here, to this strange new world. This time, it is with the help of our lovely muse that we shall be guided. We let them rise. We let it happen. We waited far too long. We thought we shouldn't intervene.
Are you speaking of humans?
We were wrong.
So regret.
Since the beginning we were hidden.
up above. 'Twas the golden age of reason, and I the queen of love. But a plague of hate was spreading, and there were vultures standing by. Before we fell to our knees begging, we fell from the sky. We let them rise, we let it happen. We waited far too long. We thought we shouldn't intervene. We were wrong, we were wrong. We sought shelter from the shadows, but were soon ripped from the dark. Those mortal souls that ended us were jealous from the start. They hunted me for power to fuel their psychopathic cause. And once they fell before me and worshipped all I was, they chased me down and threw me in a cage, held me prisoner for so long. I thought I'd win their hearts again. I was wrong, I was wrong. Oh, the power of the idols pounds within your chest. But for now I am in mourning for a love gone unexpressed. He was harder than the chisel. I was a horrid block of ice.
Is the answer not to find him?
A winter's chill that stayed until he made his sacrifice. The man that I ignored saved me when I fell. Yes, the husband I abhorred rescued me from hell. I thought it was a joke when it was said to me. He struck a deal with our enemy's enemy, made a secret weapon so my captors let me go.
Bombs? Oh my god.
He gave up his freedom, leaving just a memory. And this love I'll never know is what he gave to me.
I mean, I want to do the left one, but dude, wake up. Whoa, what the heck? We're going in a different direction than I thought.
I can see everything, it's interesting why you feel so blue. Because of the horror show from long ago, there ain't no getting through. A husband who sacrificed and paid the price for you to be free. Wherever he is right now, you'd think somehow that...
Excuse me.
Sorry, I'm on a roll. I don't
Wow.
pretend to
I don't
know
like
the mind of a
the
guy.
feeling of the way this is going.
That's something I never thought I'd say. I'm not the only one here who wants to know. Is leaving now the only way to go?
I'm confused. Who are you? Thank you for sharing, little one. You're 80 years overdue. Now take your seat, you've had your fun. I think you'll find I'm a god.
You're so smug.
You noted the staggering lack of help. And so no matter what you think you know, this ceremony is the only way to go.
Don't you write anything down? Is there a statue of Hephaestus in town? Or is history just a record that slowly gathers dust? You gotta
I don't
turn
like
it up
this
loud so
at
the
all.
player doesn't rust, because I find the story so unique.
Why are you being a bitch?
I'll sing in plain speak. you rest leaves the rest of your family stressed and depressed. They repress, so we'll only digress. I'm impressed by the sense of occasion, I guess, but this mess of a quest to possess is grotesque. It's happened to me, and I'll never know when calliope inside of me surfaces. So I request that your guests reassess the process, and unless you address all this godly excess, we'll continue to guess while you repossess, and I won't acquiesce till it
I don't like the music, I don't like the lyrics, I don't like how this topic is being handled.
Taking a breath's the only way to go. Considering the options left, it's the only way to go. What is the only way to go?
I'm stunned by the arrogance, but eloquence sparks something in me. If you honestly can promise me all the help I need,
What?
I'll be the kind of a guy.
I don't like this. Oh.
And adore like before. Thank you, Venus, a brilliant cameo.
And together we will face it, 'cause forgetting won't erase it.
Moving on's the only way to go.
This feels so heartless. We handled the introduction of this with so much tact and somber. We were like so sober up until this entire singing segment. It's so disjointed and it feels awful. The dialogue, the narration, like I don't like it at all.
Mother, is it true? You've chosen to
live. I have chosen to live.
Sure, we can write it off as the Eidolon, you know, being a muse has helped her choose to live, but I don't like it. It feels
so sorry, Venus.
too fast, too sudden.
Promises, dearest, and I won't
There's
be able to
no,
keep them.
like, this is my choice. It's
all I ever wanted was for you to be happy. If this is your wish, I'll be with you at every.
You don't have to be out of the picture. You can be a
as
support
well.
system still.
Always.
I hope none of us regret this choice in the days to come. But thank you.
You have people who have been waiting for you.
This is the only way you'll get through it. Together, as a family.
It feels like there's a lot of aloneness, like a feeling of regret and longing and loneliness, but like ultimately you're just pushing aside, you know,
Now then,
the people that
Grace,
are there to support
you
you.
needed my help. No doubt regarding Calliope's death. Have you any suspicions?
I don't know, the entire singing segment just feels really tone deaf and it takes me out of this entire thing.
Not really, no. You're the first person I've asked. I'm told you know everyone.
Everyone. Now that's an exaggeration.
You do know everyone, Mother. You're always in their business.
That didn't sound entirely like a compliment, my love. Besides, I'm not the only one who's always in.
Why are his eyelids and teeth like gray?
You're thinking of Medusa, aren't you?
Medusa, one of the Gorgon sisters, or Medusa, one of the women who were changed into what she was through no fault of her own?
Okay, I'll bite. Why would this Medusa be involved? And
Man,
why
I
isn't
can't
she a
get over the
suspect?
last scene. It's
Mother
so hard
has
for me to put
always
myself into this.
mistrusted Medusa.
She works for Athena as a watcher. She's everywhere, lurking in the shadows.
You don't like
If anywhere,
Athena?
Grace? Start with her.
Come now, Mother. It's time you rested. It's been a long night.
If I don't, I suppose you'll both gang up on me again. Very well.
We're leaving as if this is like a happy outcome, but it just doesn't feel. It feels like it's over because it has to be over for the story to continue.
Did they have anything helpful?
Maybe. What do you know about Medusa?
I know she's dangerous, but she does Athena's bidding.
How sure are you of that?
I'm not sure of anything any longer.
Well, I'm not surprised.
You aren't thinking of seeking her out, I hope.
Yeah, is there another way?
How else will I find out what she knows?
You need to be careful, Grace. Medusa is not to be toyed
Well, if
with.
she's being used by Athena,
employs
probably
her
not.
as a spy master. A hound to do her bidding. A vicious hound at that.
Mm.
Athena's not likely to tell either of us where to find Medusa. I can't say for certain who would know. Are you all right, Grace? You seem troubled.
No, our path is getting harder and harder even though we get more and more info. It would be nice to have them. I don't know why we can't wait so that we get her memories all at once and can solve it then, right? Like, there's a lot of plot holes here. Like, why can't we just wait it out? Why can't they just keep tabs on me and let me live my life, right? And be like, don't use your powers. When you regain Calliope's memories, we'll be able to figure it out. Or even just, like, hold me within, what is it, Olympus? Or have Persephone hold me even. I don't know. It feels disjointed. And after that last segment, I'm less willing to overlook some of the holes that I feel like I'm seeing.
What Aphrodite went through, it's a lot.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about the life of an immortal. It never ends.
Tiki.
Wow. Way to really sell it, Apollo.
It's time to leave. We gotta make
are
progress.
amazing, you know that?
I've literally done
every
nothing.
hurdle, every piece of unpleasant news, you just keep on going.
If I don't, I'm going to die.
Do it.
It kind of helps that I don't have a choice.
Yeah, dude.
I just wish I could see the world through your eyes. Next to you, I feel very...
You are old.
Old.
Uh-oh. We would be doomed.
Is it really that bad? Being a literal god, young and hunky forever?
No, it's not that. There are good things, yes, but they come with the not-so-good things as well.
Like consuming people and merging into them? All the trauma being relived every day?
And never being able to act on what you see.
Does it just come unbidden to you?
And it only made things worse. So instead, I tried to not want to try, and that's still not better.
How about you come with me sometime? Let me show you the world I see.
You're very uninvolved in the modern world, to be honest.
Sounds kind of corny, huh?
It really doesn't. I would love that. Can we go now?
Wow.
Hey, I'm game if you are.
Whoa. We romancing.
Let your hair down for a second. There's so much to like if you open your eyes. If you try to search for the light, you might be surprised. No, it's not hard to find. The courage you need to be joyful is something you build over time. No matter what I do, the answer's in you. But I will be here for the ride. Yes, I will be here for the ride.
I'll take your hand for a minute. Oh, it's more than I feel I deserve. It could grow on me, this world that you see. Yet I've been alive for too long. 1,000 years of learning about what could go wrong. I'm tired of being wrong.
It is better than doing nothing.
If it all went wrong, and it could go wrong, still better to lose than to never open up. That's the one thing I wanna get across. The courage you need to be joyful.
I appreciate the campaign.
Something I'll come help you find.
If I ever let her know.
No matter what I do, the answer's in you.
The answer's in me.
I'm singing two different songs.
To be joyful is something you build over time. No matter what I do, the answer's in you.
sure.
I will be here for the ride.
I'm not sure how I feel about these minor songs. They're actually, a lot of the big songs kind of feel super disjointed at times, and they're extremely forgettable. I hate that I feel this way because I love the concept. The start, the opening is like so strong and impactful right before. Maybe I'm just on the waves of being disappointed by the Aphrodite singing section where we like motivate her to, to continue living. It was such a strong start, but I'm finding myself more and more confused and kind of irritated by the random singing. It's supposed to be a musical, but like the songs have to be impactful and hit you, or they have to really convey like an I want with a character or something, and I'm just not getting kind of the world building and the character development that I want. Like I need to see more than just I'm a sad, very old man with powers that make me sad, right? I don't know. We'll see, I guess. Maybe the game is just very short, like 4 hours or so, and there's only so much they could do within that time. But it feels so, I don't know, it just feels kind of disjointed and strange, and I can't connect with the dialogue. Let's go talk to Freddy. Nothing left to do but go to the reliquary for Pan's favor, but we should talk to Freddy, our best friend.
Hey, hey. So what's
Hey.
Miss Muse?
Hi, cutie pie.
Miss Muse.
Well, does a muse have a proper form of address? I just want to hear what exciting adventures you've been having.
Well, I stopped the goddess of love from killing herself, I guess.
Whoa. Do gods have interventions? You know, they're nothing like I thought they would be. Everything else okay, though? Do we know who the killer is yet?
Not just yet, no.
Okay, well, let me know if there's anything I can do. If I have to hustle to become your high priestess, well, so be it.
Well, thank you. What a good friend. They don't
What
even
cousin
have
Brian up to?
profiles.
You didn't tell them anything, did you?
No, I told them you came home, that you're okay, but that you're having a moment. They send their love.
Should we tell them, do you think?
No.
What for? They have their own problems. Plus, Brian can't keep a secret to save his life, and Kaz is officially homeless.
Is he still crashing on Brian's couch?
Grace, you do know that Brian doesn't have a couch,
silly.
right? Just some giant beanbag things.
Then where is Kaz?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's cute. They'll tell us when they're ready. But right now, it's best just to not mix them up in this.
They got their own homo cutie going on.
I should really apologize about the band.
Just a little bit.
Kind of puts a dent in your plans, doesn't it?
You're right, Grace. How dare you sabotage my dreams? I am so mad I could spit.
Almost like my life is on the line, lol.
Nobody could have seen this coming, sure, but it's always been something with me.
Well, as I see it, there are two ways this goes down. One, neither of us gets back to the band. It was just a thing we did for a while before I founded a cult in your name.
Hot.
Or two, we get back to it and the band now has the Muse as its lead singer. Edge of Elysium becomes the coolest and most appropriate band name ever.
Very fun and very cute.
I still really hate that name.
Look, Grace, you can't be the source of all the drama and name the band, okay? That's the rule.
True.
Exactly how much do you know about the Greek gods, Freddy?
I know my Greek mythology,
I love
but
Freddy.
what I've read clearly doesn't line up with who they are today. Or who they ever were, maybe.
So far, she's well written, and I really like her.
There's got to be some truth to those stories, right?
Maybe. Who do you want to hear about?
I really like Freddy. She is such an interesting character. She's so... I can see my best friends in her. I can see my best of best friends in her. And I don't often get that feeling with the best friend love interest character in games. It always feels like, I don't know, the characters only just met and they're only just now getting to really know each other. I am resonating the most with Freddy. I like that she's here. She really makes the game smoother between like the pain points that I'm having so far. I'm thankful that she's a good character here so far.
Do you know anything about the Muses? Or Calliope in particular?
Yeah, for starters, there were supposed to be 9. Though I guess there are some sources that said there were only 4, maybe 3. Each of the muses had her specialty. Did you know that Calliope is supposed to be the muse of epic poetry? She inspired the Odyssey.
Wow.
Wow. I don't even like poetry.
Yeah, it was said her singing voice was unmatched. So they got that part right, at least.
Did she also lead the ancient Greeks in giant choreographed dance numbers?
Fun.
No, but she once turned a bunch of snobby princesses into magpies.
I want to do that.
What about Apollo?
Okay, so the prophecy stuff checks out. Apollo was god of the sun and light, but also kind of enlightenment in general.
I didn't know that,
He's
actually.
always talked about as this beautiful and cultured god involved with the arts and the muses, kind of a Renaissance man before the Renaissance.
He's clearly had a rough time since those days.
Well, he was also a giant horn dog, Grace. If you list off like a dozen men and women Apollo has had as lovers, and there's probably more.
I mean, that's
Weren't
fine.
they all like that, though?
I mean, Apollo's no Zeus. He never assaulted anyone as a swan. And no, they aren't all like that. Our sun god had a reputation.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Tell me what you know about Persephone.
Honestly, she's the least like her stories. Usually, she's either a victim or just the wife of Hades, or both.
That's why I really like Persephone in this
She
as well.
was kidnapped by Hades, end of story.
She's angry, but she's strong.
Her mother was so angry, she created winter. But otherwise, Persephone was just your average sweet and virginal fertility goddess.
Ew.
You're right, that doesn't sound like her at all.
Must be hard to be defined by this one thing that happened to you thousands of years ago.
I mean, she had her
Pissed if
entire
everyone
life
thought
taken
my
away from
story
her
ended there.
until she took
She's
it back.
pretty pissed. That much is true.
I like her the strongest of the deities so far. Like, Apollo is fine. I probably like the Oracle a little more because it's just cute. Persephone is so interesting. I think Aphrodite could be super interesting, but I am so out of it after that last sequence.
You said Pan was some kind of lust god, right?
Yeah, kind of. Pan's a god of the wild, and I guess that translates into a sort of lustfulness and earthiness,
Ooh la la.
humping nymphs in the forest sort of thing.
And you
Ooh
don't
la
like
la.
him.
Well,
Honestly, he's exactly what I'd expect him to be. All the stories say he's a lech and a beast. The Christians equated him with the devil.
it's true, they did.
Weirdly, he's also the only god who's supposed to have died, though it's never really clear how or why.
I mean, they all
Anyhow,
died, technically.
there's a great statue depicting Pan having sex with a goat.
Pan?
Next time you see him, you gotta ask him about it.
I'm sure Freddie would love that. We'll have to report back.
What about Athena? Is she really supposed to be the goddess of wisdom?
Sure, but mostly that's meant as
Mhm.
tactical knowledge. Athena wasn't all
Goddess of the
sweetness and
hunt
light.
is
She was a warrior goddess.
what I associate with Athena.
She was also the goddess of heroes. There are loads of stories where Athena helps guys like
Mhm.
Odysseus or Jason or Perseus.
Their greatest time
female
of
heroes
needs.
back in those days?
Yeah, guess not. Women were the weaker sex, which maybe is why Athena was portrayed as being vindictive.
Absolutely, she
She
was.
cursed Medusa, one of her own
Yep.
priestesses. She turned people into spiders, struck them blind, started the Trojan War. It's the whole thing.
Not being as wise as advertised is on brand for her, then.
Well, she lets her feelings judge her,
Just how
I
many of these
guess. Or
gods
plot her
are
judgment, rather.
From what I've heard, lots of idols live around here.
Said,
Well,
what,
there are
30
tons
more?
of minor gods in Greek mythology. Hundreds even, depending on how you
Hercules
define them.
was, I think, a minor god.
Oddly, there's never any mention of the word idols in relation to them. Maybe it's like how people worshipped idols?
I sort of assumed it was related to the eidolon.
Which is a Greek word, but I think it means ghost. An image of someone after they die.
Makes
That's
sense.
kind of what people come into
We're amazed
with the
at all big
memories.
names missing. Not just Zeus and Hades, most of the Olympians seem to be gone. Makes you think about what's been lost,
Mhm.
but also what might still be out there.
Yeah, I'm worried that Zeus is gonna, like, pop in and explode everything with lightning and death.
You think there might be other gods out there?
Well, there are all those gods the idols say wandered off. We don't know they're dead for sure, right? They could be living it up in Australia. Who would know?
With the giant
Then there are all
spiders?
the
No,
other
thank you.
mythologies, hundreds of cultures, each with
Yeah,
their own
what about them?
pantheon. So what's so special about the Greeks? That only their gods are real, right? all those other pantheons could be living in secrecy, just like the idols. And that means they're hidden from each other.
Freddie, you're
too.
so hot.
Oh, they could be
I
everywhere.
love your
and
rambling.
No one
oh my
would
god.
know.
The voice actress is so good too.
Secret side to the world.
Yeah, it's cool, right?
Yeah.
I hope I get to meet Ganesha one day. Or maybe Lakshmi?
Ooh, that'd be fun. Give me more mythology.
I wonder how much of those stories are true.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I'm giving you the quick version. There are reams of textbooks out there covering all this, but even they rarely agree with each other.
Really? Nothing definitive?
Ancient Greece was 3,000 years ago, Grace. Not much information survived all that time, if it was even valid to begin with.
True. One of my favorite things to do in creative writing is to rewrite mythology and history as we know. Not to completely remove it from its origins or like what we think of as its, origins, but just enough to have fun.
You know what I find weird? That the idols have managed to remain completely secret all
like this game, really.
Sure, they have magic and whatnot, but in all this time, nobody's found them out.
I
Athena
mean,
is that
I feel like they have their ways.
Who says nobody has found them out? The way I see it, it's like UFOs.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to hear this.
Okay, so you could have real evidence that UFOs exist and that governments have covered it up and people still wouldn't believe it.
It's
Why?
true.
Because they'd get laughed at if they admitted it. Imagine the headline, Greek gods exist and are living among us. What website would even run that?
Wikipedia.
Weird conspiracy ones. Yeah, you're right.
No more questions.
Okay, that's enough questions for now.
You sure? I can talk all day. You know I can.
I'll check back with you soon, Freddy. Time for more mystery solving.
Oof, we got a lot ahead of us. Thank you, Freddie, for being a nice breather that I needed. Let's talk to Apollo and then we'll go to the reliquary. Oracle, we're home. This place has not been cleaned up even a
Hello
little.
again. I can't remember the last time I had guests so frequently.
A guest?
I did tell you we could discuss your memories and the Eidolon more in depth after the party. Did you have any questions, or...?
When all these memories start to return, will I feel different?
Well, let's see. It starts as dreams you'll have of places you've never been, people you've never met, fleeting images, feelings. Then they'll appear while you're awake. You'll be eating breakfast and suddenly recall when you last ate something similar in the 17th century.
That's fun.
The only difficult part is that eventually it can be hard to differentiate between your life and all those other lives. They blend together.
It does sound confusing.
Sounds like you lose yourself.
Yeah. And not all the memories will be good ones. It can take time to process.
Yeah.
You said it becomes hard to differentiate your life from the others. How hard, exactly? It'll still be me, right?
Grace, would you say
a bit of you
that who you are is at least in part due to your experiences?
Yes.
I guess so, sure.
Well, you'll have a lot more experiences. They won't feel like someone else's either. It will feel like you did all those things. They will shape who you are now, just as they shaped Calliope and all those who came before her. The good news is, you won't get all the memories.
Interesting.
Each time we pass on, the older memories fade.
Is that why Aphrodite is expediting it, hoping to forget the wars?
How many times have you died? Can I ask that?
Well, we call it passing on, meeting the Eidolon, and it's fine. I've passed on 12 times that I can recall.
So your name isn't really Apollo?
Most recently it was Lucas. Everyone Lucas ever knew is gone, however, so these days I prefer Apollo again.
Lucas? Seems weird to think of you as
I can see you as a Lucas.
It was weird for him, too. Much like yourself, Lucas becoming Apollo was somewhat of a surprise.
Sounds like there's a story there.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, how is it good that old memories start to fade?
Sometimes pain goes with them, I'm sure.
Thousands of years old, Grace. If all of those memories returned with perfect clarity, You'd drown in them.
Yeah, but doesn't that mean you've all forgotten so much?
Tell me.
Don't humans?
How much do you remember from when you were a small
Exactly.
child?
Bits and pieces, I guess. Not much.
It's the same for us. The further I try to think back, the more blurry it becomes. I remember the important bits, but little else. Some of the really old memories. There's so many mortal stories that get mixed up with them, things my previous selves learned as legends.
Interesting.
It takes time, Grace. You'll remember all the lives you've led, but at a pace you can handle, and nothing more.
I like the way that they're handling the memories in this.
Tell me about this Lucas. How did he become you? Or is it how you became Apollo?
Apollo had taken to surfing.
Yeah, he looks like he would have been a
left the
surfer.
city without permission and roamed the coast looking for... Well, I'm not sure now. Whatever it was, he found it one night when a giant wave took him down. He was drowning, and I thought, this is finally it. But it wasn't. Lucas saw Apollo struggling and swam out to save him. He pulled us ashore, but it was too late. It took a long time to realize what happened. I didn't return to the city until years later. By then, everyone thought I was Apollo's chosen successor.
Interesting.
So no trial for you, huh?
It wasn't easy at first, without memories or anyone to guide me, but no, nothing like that.
Kind of feels like someone's trying to cover you up.
Wait, what would have happened if Lucas hadn't tried to rescue you? What if no one was there when you...
When I died, then the Eidolon of Apollo's line
Interesting.
ended forever, I think.
You think?
There have been stories about Eidolons that survive for a time and go wandering. That's probably all they are, though. Stories.
Well, considering people don't come back from
we've
that.
had much opportunity to study, but normally death without passing on is how an idol really dies. Forever.
There must have been a lot of murder, considering how many idols are gone.
It's a lot to consider.
Or, accidental deaths and things.
To worry about it, and what with the trial coming.
Hopefully this eases whatever concerns you might have had. Anything else you'd like to discuss while you're here?
I'd like to know a little more about the idols. I am one now, right?
You are. What would you like to know?
Well, what are we? Where did we come from? If an idol is a soul that moves from person to person, it must have started somewhere, right?
The short answer is, we don't know. If I think far enough back, I can remember bits and pieces. I remember my first Pantheon games, the day the idols split in two over Troy, the day my first son died.
Oof.
But before that, nothing. None of us do. I vaguely recall the very first Apollo many thousands of years ago, but was he the original? Did he appear out of the ether? I couldn't tell you.
Interesting.
Psst. Isn't it strange to not know where you come from? For all you know, the idols could be aliens.
I love this theory.
Interesting. The notion that there might be some other place far away where we're the norm is
Superman.
Comforting. Sadly, our memories are filled with blanks.
Oh.
There was a war with beings we called the Titans.
Oh, I know of
Terrible
this.
conflict where half our number died, yet do I remember a single battle. The last was after Rome fell. Zeus called us together to relay the news, told us to prepare for battle. And then, in the blink of an eye...
Wow, that's a huge time skip.
What made us forget 1,000 years? What happened during that time? We don't know. Athena calls that
Relics,
period
maybe?
the gap.
A different god power?
The gap.
Yeah, it's so
What
suspicious.
was that like? Did you just wake up one day, or...
I know I was alive. I passed on my Eidolon who knows how many times, yet the moment I woke up, as you call it, all memory of that period was gone.
Mm.
It was Athena who found us. I was in France, I think.
Interesting.
She came to my farm, and the moment I laid eyes on her, I just knew.
Maybe wisdom is being used in a different way than we have been told or could imagine.
Did someone do that to us?
Maybe less.
Did we scatter to the winds for 1,000 years?
Wisdom of the hunt or battle and more memories.
What about Athena? I mean, she's the one who found you, right? She must have been aware.
I guess someone could have helped her
Athena
remember.
claims she awoke on her own and spent the next century locating the other idols.
So suspicious.
We've pieced together
And now
very
she's leading
little
all
of the
of
gap
you?
or of our origins. We simply live with it. Gods we may be, but I'm afraid we don't have all the answers.
Earlier you mentioned your son dying. Did I hear that right?
Probably so many based on the legends.
It was rare, but yes. Back in ancient times, some of them even became idols themselves.
Some of the idols are actually family, then.
Not anymore.
Oh, no.
Most of our children met terrible ends, a gift of the fates.
That is so sad.
I don't know. The ones who weren't idols. It's hard, watching your children grow old and die. Never understanding why they can't have the same immortality you do, why you can't grant it to them. My first son is why I'm not permitted in Hades any longer.
Mm.
Let's simply say that most idols have stopped having children, and
It would be very hard for me to let go of a child that I had if I had to live forever without them and I cared about them when they're passing.
About the war. It seems to have had a huge effect
A huge effect. I'm surprised we have the option to ask.
the old world otherwise. It was home.
From Aphrodite's song, I know Ares betrayed everyone. What did you do?
Uh-oh.
Bro. I foresaw
my
what
God.
was going to happen, so I tried to prevent it. I told Ares. I figured if the god of war couldn't stop what was to come, then
And that's why he betrayed everyone.
he decided the idols were a lost cause. Because I told him we were.
I mean, didn't he know at the time that, like, you can't blame yourself for the actions of someone else for a millennia after it happened?
Surely it could have happened anyhow. It was a big war. The biggest.
Perhaps. We'll never know, will we?
No, so you
My
can't
time
beat yourself up
afterwards was
about
spent
it.
helping the survivors, keeping us on the move. If Hephaestus hadn't intervened, we would have all been captured.
And he's...
Oh, gone
Missing?
now, we assume, like so many others.
No way is he dead. No
We're
way.
Nothing more than refugees from a war long over, Grace.
I mean, yeah, but you're all still here.
I'd like to know a little more about you. All I know is you live in a dump, you have an oracle, and you...
I'm not sure what to tell you.
Used to love to
One
surf?
day has bled into the next for so long, I feel like I've been lost in the spaces in between.
Wow, that's a bit dramatic.
Yeah, well, it comes naturally. Music and the arts were once under my purview as a god.
Yeah, Freddie was talking about that.
Did you have a big hat full of pieces of paper and you all picked at random?
No, we chose them for ourselves.
Wow.
Some, at least. Others were given to us by our priests.
Hmm.
We collected godly responsibilities like marbles.
People collect marbles?
They used to.
Or whatever it is mortals collect these days. Cars?
Magic the Gathering cards.
The point is,
Pokemon
we took
stuffies.
our godly duties very seriously.
Oh. What were you like as a god? Ooh.
Back when you were a proper god.
I think most of us were. We saw ourselves as, I don't know, teachers. Mortals were our students, and we guided them to enlightenment. We thought we were special, infallible. I was as magnificent as the sun, and I surrounded myself with those who basked in my radiance.
Arrogant.
Doesn't sound like you.
Well, he's had a long time to be despairing and sad.
If there was a man or woman I desired, then I had to have them, or there would be consequences.
Oh, that's bad.
You wouldn't have liked me. I wouldn't have liked me.
You are many people are removed from that person, but...
So what is Persephone's beef with you exactly? Is
She
it
was
just
saying
about what Hades did to her?
everyone turned their backs
That's
on her,
no small thing.
forced the marriage.
It seems
a
more
lot has
personal
happened.
than that.
I mentioned how Persephone's kidnapping almost meant war between Olympus and Hades. Yes? Well, while this was all going on, Persephone managed to escape the underworld, and I'm the one she encountered first.
Oh, Apollo.
Hades was hot on her heels, and I had a choice. Either do battle with Hades and start the war right then and there.
Ah, you let him take her back, and she got forced into an awful marriage. Oh my god, she had to kill him because you
my head if I had sparked
didn't
the war.
defend her. Oh.
Yet all I still think of are Persephone's eyes as Hades smugly took back his prisoner. It's not my finest moment.
Would you have done it differently?
Apollo, have
That's the
you
question I
ever
want to
tried,
ask.
I don't know, talking to someone about how you feel?
I mean, you're talking now, but it's not
I will
enough.
never understand this modern fascination with therapy and focusing on one's feelings.
Because we're often told to repress them and put them away, or that
Yes,
we're
I've tried.
righteous in having them.
There was one I used to speak to. Hecate enchanted him never to reveal what I told him. It was interesting. Frankly, my time with you has proven
Well,
far
I
more
can
beneficial.
relate to a degree.
I understand. And I don't mean to rely on you, only that it makes me happy.
Because I'm a muse and you're personifying me with all of the other feelings that you put onto the muses of the past? Big question marks here.
Tell me more about Calliope. You and her were good friends, right?
For centuries, we were far more. I was the god of the arts, and the muses were my constant companions.
Yeah, see?
We went everywhere together. They had many names, but the three most common were Clio, Thalia, and Calliope. The sisters of beauty, I called them, though they weren't always women.
I never thought of that. Do idols change gender a lot?
Why wouldn't they?
Most of us seek out inheritors who are like us, I suppose, but not all. Calliope, in fact, was a man in her previous incarnation. Christoph, I think his name was. A poet Calliope adored. I was surprised when she made him a muse.
Who did Calliope become after that poet, Christoph?
You have to realize we're already into the period where Calliope and I weren't really speaking. She showed up one day in her new form, the one you met. An opera singer whose name she never revealed. We fought, as I recall. I told her she couldn't pass on every time she met an artist she fell in love with. Eventually, she'd forget everything about who we were and where we came from.
Isn't that her choice, like it's Aphrodite's
She said
choice?
she'd rather forget than wallow in old memories like I or the other idols were doing. It was time to wake up and make the best of our situation. Calliope was an idealist without compromise. Always. She hated what we'd become. What I'd become.
This doesn't do anything to reduce my consideration that maybe Calliope started this herself.
From how you describe it, you and Calliope fought a lot.
Yeah, a
As
lot.
often as we saw each other, which became less and less as time wore on. However, she fought with everyone. Calliope hated the idols being kept secret.
Ooh.
She and Athena would get into screaming matches.
I mean, people don't want to start another war, right?
So I could no longer protect her. She moved out of Olympus years ago and kept to herself. I just assumed she was wrapped up with some new artist when when I got the news.
Do you regret not making up with her?
Every day I think about our last conversation and what I should have said or done differently. The problem with immortality is that you think you have all the time in the world.
I often think that if I could live forever, I would have no regrets and I could do things, with wild abandon because, who cares about a moment of embarrassment or sorrow when you have your entire life to reap joys and to grow? But I feel like I would more realistically be like Apollo, and I would have those 3 a.m. regrets constantly, forever.
It wasn't only fighting with Calliope, right? Surely there were good things too.
Is that how it sounds? No. She was marvelous. A force to be reckoned with if there ever was one.
Cute.
In the darkest days during the war, it was her songs that gave us hope. She kept Aphrodite alive through sheer determination, I think. Calliope cared. About us, about art, about people she'd only just met. It was her greatest strength as well as her greatest weakness.
As in my case?
I wonder why she picked me. I don't feel like I'm any of those things.
I mean, it feels like you were seeking purpose and she needed it.
I see a lot of her.
Sorry, not that she needed it, but that she knew you needed it.
She chose well.
What's the implication? And we as players are being kind of shoehorned into being compassionate and wanting to care to save our lives.
What happened to the other muses? You mentioned 2 others. Were they lost in the war?
Cleo perished centuries before. The victim of an obsessed writer she'd spurned. He kept her in a cage as his personal muse.
It reminds me of a show I watched in more recent years, I think.
By the time we found her, she was already...
Not Good Omens.
Well, it's enough to say her captor didn't survive her for long.
Oh, the one with death.
Talia, however, was lost to us on the very last day of the war. We were about to leave on the ship, but she just never showed up.
Do you know what happened to her?
We never found out. I worried for years, even hired people to look, but as far as I can tell, she up and vanished into smoke that day. The war had ground her down. I was upset, but not surprised.
I feel like there does come a time when people have to let go.
Was it hard for the idols to come to the new world? It's just a place like any other, isn't it?
I don't think it was the place so much as the condition we were in. Shell-shocked, one might say. Our entire world had been turned upside down.
Well, you said it yourself, you were
Suddenly,
refugees.
We had rules. Secrecy was paramount, and no one was permitted to leave the city. Some, like my sister Artemis, couldn't abide it.
Yeah, I've heard the name.
Goddess of the hunt. And a wild thing herself.
Did I confuse her with Athena earlier?
She left, I think. Faded away without a word. As many did in the early days here. Later, Athena became even more strict. For our own good, of course, but it hasn't been easy. This city has never felt like home so much as a temporary shelter.
Could you not possibly find a new home? A way back?
That's all I can think of for now. I'll see you around?
Of course. I look forward to it.
I like speaking with Apollo because we get so much world building. I wish we'd had a little bit more before. Alright, quick break and then we'll be back. Alright, we are back in it. We can talk to Apollo or we can go to the reliquary. I guess we'll just see because there has been a few things that we can follow up on. But it's probably nothing. Oh, this is a little different.
Hello
Hi.
again.
Hello yourself.
Ugh, get a room, both of you.
You're cute. I like you.
I want to thank you for the other day, Grace.
Hmm.
I won't forget our walk anytime soon.
I should hope not.
Is there something you came to talk about?
No.
No, that's okay. I'll see you later.
I just apparently wanted to come see you. I was feeling lonely or something. Alright, here we go. We'll go to the reliquary and then see what's up after that. Is it just a warehouse on the beach? Cargo containers? Oh, Freddy, hi. Hi, cutie.
When I opened that shipping container, I was expecting, I don't know, rats.
This looks really cool.
Instead we have... Where the hell are we?
I don't know.
Say. Weren't we going to some kind of library?
That's what it sounded like. Yeah, this might not be safe. If it was a library, of course I would think that you would like it. And that was what I was told, but...
Maybe I shouldn't have brought you here.
I live for danger.
Well, not the kind that can put you in death.
Some of these idols, they mean business.
Yeah.
Do not start dissing D&D. There is literally no better preparation for facing a world of gods and magic. Plus, my initiative is ace.
Well...
You are such a nerd.
A cute nerd.
Speaking of, how much do you actually know about Hecate and this idol you're supposed to help?
Nothing. Nothing, really.
The idol we're here to help is named Asterion.
I don't know Asterion.
You know who that is, right?
No. Should I?
That's the Minotaur's real name. You know, big bullhead, horns, lives in a giant labyrinth.
Is he stuck here, maybe?
Pan did not mention that.
Why am I not surprised?
He can't want to be here, surely, living all alone in his own.
This Minotaur. You don't think he might be dangerous, do you?
Well, traditionally he eats people, but he was also supposed to have been slain by the hero Theseus.
Well, not so slain after all. Pan says he has a problem with his love life.
Oh.
Maybe he needs to stop eating all his girlfriends?
Did he do that?
Okay, I knew that sounded
I don't
the moment I said
remember.
Do you know anything about this Hecate?
Oh, I don't need to know about
It's
her.
not a name that rings bells.
Let's see. Well, she was the goddess of witchcraft, the really dark kind. But she's never really portrayed as evil. She was more of an outsider.
Yeah.
Lived alone, off in her little corner.
When I studied Wicca, she was my patron goddess.
Could be. Oh, that is so cool.
I haven't done that since I was 16. I'm very well past those years.
If you talk to her.
Well, 18 too. You are amazing, Freddy. I can't believe I have you as a best friend.
I'm glad I brought you, Freddy. I wouldn't know the first thing about any of this.
Nah. Well, I hope it's actually helpful to tell you these things.
Why wouldn't it be?
At least it's entertaining.
It could all be wrong. I would have never pegged Apollo for a surfer dude with confidence issues.
Huh. Yeah, good point.
He's got a millennia to have them. Alright, Freddy, let's go.
Instead of standing out here.
Let's go, let's go.
It's more of a mist, really.
A mist potentially full of monsters.
In we go, then. Are you really planning on doing that favor for Pan?
I mean, I want to help someone, even if it wouldn't benefit Pan, because that's just the kind of character I'm trying to play here.
Meddle in love lives? Sweet Talk, the goddess of witchcraft? Freddy, who are you dealing with?
The master meddler and sweet talker.
Damn straight.
I look forward to seeing you in operation. There's no way at all this could go poorly.
Well, your mileage may vary. Is that a mushroom on that? Whoa. Hi. Suspended? Like in time?
I guess the Titan thing is literal, huh?
Oh.
Mortals within the reliquary.
Oh my gosh.
Who permits this intrusion, this sacrilege? This knowledge is not meant for the likes of you. I shall grind you into the dust from whence you came.
Jeez, my God.
I am really sorry if we startled you. My name is Grace. We've never met before, but, I'm the new muse.
She looks so mocked.
Big fan.
If I broke a rule, I apologize. Pan didn't mention anything about that, I'm afraid.
You are Grace?
Hi. Did you just get really inky because you was afraid? Are you okay? You're becoming little. Hi.
Calliope is dead. Is that now? I thought that was not for another 11 months yet.
Oh, you knew?
Yeah, that's now. Or very recently, anyway. I guess you don't get much news here in...
I love her design. She looks like she belongs in Hades.
It is between
the game.
places. crafted by my own hand from the
Wow.
Here in the books are written all things, past, present, and things that are yet to occur. Yes, it's right here. Calliope joins Grace's band. They become friends. Months later, there is an automobile accident and...
An accident? No, that's not what happened.
No,
Are you
not at all.
saying the books are wrong?
It wasn't me, I swear, but we're gonna go with
They're wrong
Suso.
about this. Calliope was murdered just a few days ago.
That is
Interesting.
impossible.
I don't know what to tell you.
You will explain. We will both sit, and you will explain. There will be tea.
Always tea, never coffee.
Curious. It is clear something unanticipated has occurred, something outside the realm of fate.
Is that even possible?
It is, but I must follow the threads back to their source to find the origin of the deviation. It may take years of research.
Years? I don't have years.
That is unfortunate. If there is nothing else, I must ask you both to leave so I may begin at once.
Well?
Is there no way to speed that up? Whoever's behind it might be the murderer.
Yeah,
Such
dude,
threads
jeez.
are not so easily untangled.
Moira?
I must consult the Moirai, if indeed they are not the ones responsible.
The Moi what?
The
You
Fates,
might
I
know them
think?
as
Yeah.
the Fates. They, or any beings of a sufficiently cosmic nature, have the power to undo the order of things.
That does not sound good.
No.
Certainly not. They are also not beings I can summon at a whim to solve your mystery. I am sorry.
I would imagine not. Can I meet
Actually,
Asterion?
I came here to speak to Asterion.
As well?
If he is here.
A visitor for Asterion? How strange.
Uh-oh. Did you beckon him? It's rumbling! Oh my gosh! Unts.
Oh!
What a cutie! Oh my
doing
god!
guests?
I'm in love!
Is that a thing? I didn't know.
Wow, okay. Freddy was right.
As if there was any doubt.
My old friend, this is Grace. She is our muse from the line of Calliope, and it is she who asked for you.
Hi. Can we talk?
Hi there. Can we talk? Somewhere in private?
Talk? What, you and me?
Yeah, you and me.
Why? What about?
You know, about a delicate matter that maybe you needed help with?
Oh my god.
Nope. No idea what you're talking about. No
Your
delegates
little
here.
ears are delicate. Don't pull them.
There you have it, Grace. I believe now is the time.
Uh-oh.
But there must be some mistake.
There is no mistake. Not this time.
Are you sure about
What
that?
time are you referencing?
Because I'm not going.
Uh-oh.
It is written.
We're about to get fought.
Did you hear that? Pan sends me all this way and Asterion won't even talk to us?
Maybe there's another Asterion?
Yeah, more
Yeah,
likely
Baldur's
Pan's
Gate.
got me chasing
Different
my
spelling.
tail. This was pointless.
Well, I don't think we're getting back
I
inside.
don't know. Asterian's got two horns.
I don't know if my powers will even work on Hecate, but it's worth a shot.
Ooh,
I mean, you've been told to embrace
Do you
them.
think this one could be, do you hear what I'm hearing?
We're getting rushed.
You're still
Are
here?
you in love with Hecate? Are
That's
you
run the
afraid?
entire. That's a long way, innit?
Cutie.
I'm so sorry.
I
I didn't mean to send you away,
Look,
alright?
nickname.
I just couldn't tell you, not in front of Kate.
Don't tell me
Maybe
now.
now you can tell me what this big favor is.
Come on, isn't it obvious?
Yeah,
I
Grace.
heard what you said about Calliope. I can help you. I really, really can. It has to be you. I am so in love with my dear sweet
I have a
Kate. and I
feeling-
just don't know how to tell her. Please help me tell her.
Yeah, let's go.
Let me get this straight. You're in love.
I'm not bewildered.
Hecate.
She's awesome.
That Hecate.
And he's so
mate,
cute.
Kate is. She's just the best. Like, she knows everything and she always smells so
Aw.
good. Like, she's so nice to me and she doesn't even have to be. Oh, we got stuck in the tower together because we can't live in the mortal world. I know I could make her happy.
Well,
I want to try.
Wanting to try is
Won't
the good
you
part
help
of
me?
that.
Have you tried, I don't know, talking to her about how you feel? I take
I'm a
that
big
as a
scaredy
no.
baby.
I don't have the words. I've tried.
Honestly, it kind of
Every
reminds me of
time
one of my
I end up
cats.
knocking over a table or killing a cat or talking about how sometimes meat has that grisly texture I don't like.
You killed her cat? Oh, no.
Yeah, that's
A
rough.
small cat? I panicked. I'm just not good at words. Right? Really not good.
Do you really call Hecate Kate?
It's cute.
Off topic, I know, but I have to ask.
Sometimes she has to go into the mortal world for a short time and do things for Athena.
Uh-huh. And...
Well, she had to make up a magic disguise, a new identity. And I thought she should give it a proper name.
Cute.
And you suggested Kate?
Yeah, she really liked it. She said, "Thank you, Asterion."
Are you really the Minotaur? Like, the monster who roamed
Move
a
over,
maze
Eros.
and ate people?
I'm taking your
and
role.
is supposed to be dead?
Well, my father locked me up in a labyrinth, but I never ate anyone.
Oh, honey bunny.
Well, that's good.
Except Theseus. But he was a bellend.
Sometimes you gotta eat somebody.
Okay, so you're in love with Hecate. What is it you
On
think
the
I can do?
hearts. Sing love into
Muse
being.
knows about poetry and the heart and how to make words beautiful.
Yeah.
All I want is to ask her, but I need good words. Please,
Honey
please
bunny,
say you'll help me.
oh.
Hecate might say no. You know that, right?
I mean, he's worried about
She
that.
probably will. I mean, she's Kate.
Oh, what's wrong with you? There's nothing wrong with you. You're cute.
Just once. I'd like to be able to ask her, to say it out loud instead of thinking.
Yeah, you gotta shoot your
I'll
shot.
still help you, no matter what she says.
I didn't even ask for you to help me.
I don't know. Doesn't this feel a little weird?
Which part?
Helping him woo her.
Why would it be
with my
weird?
powers.
You've been
You
helping
heard what
everyone else
Kat
with your
said.
powers.
You can't make anyone do anything they don't want to do. You can only make them say what's in their heart.
Yeah.
That's the part I can't do.
We can get it out of you.
I do.
I hate
this
that I
and
have
you'll
to
help
ask.
me in return, right?
Athena made Kate swear she's not allowed to say anything about what happens at the tower. But she never made me swear.
Ooh la
Maybe she
la.
never thought anyone would ask. But I'll tell you. Even if Kate doesn't like it, I'll tell you.
If I do this first.
Why would you go against someone you
help
love?
me, any trouble will be worth it.
Okay, alright.
Okay. I have an idea.
You do? Well, you do?
You, my bullish friend, are gonna sing your little heart out.
Yay!
Grace always has the
Oh,
best
she's
ideas.
so cute. I love Freddie.
I'll
Oh, here we go.
and you go for it.
I'm not great at
They're
words.
so sneaky.
I'm more of a dancer.
Just speak from the heart. Be honest.
Yeah.
You can do it.
You cast a spell on me. Not literally, obviously. But I feel in summary, you and me are meant to be. 'Cause you put a hex on me. You didn't do it to me directly. I'm not blaming you specifically, just that metaphorically. Shit, can someone help me?
You can do it.
It's okay. Okay, what are some of the things you love about her?
Romeo and Juliet. Behoove you, maiden.
Hecate, with you there's so much to love.
Oh, he
I'm
tried
not
so hard.
saying you're fat.
Did not just say that.
Okay, hold on.
Tell her something she doesn't know about herself.
Okay, T.
She is stun locked right now.
You know you in rapture?
Ooh, good word.
Is your pallid skin, your lips are so thin, your love of books
Asterion, I have but one thought. Why is it that you seem so distraught? Are you saying you're in love with me?
He's trying. It's really hard for him, but he's trying.
Possibly. Really?
Why? Oh, does she not think she deserves the love either? Is that why they haven't acted on their love?
Cast a spell on me. It's a feeling that's killing me. But let's say categorically, oh Katie, it's just you and me.
She's got to respond.
I cannot hide from my reality.
She's so pretty.
I can't help but think it's best.
No.
That you forget me.
That's not true.
I feel so little joy. My want is to destroy. You will come to resent me.
I mean, he's done it accidentally, so.
I'm truly fond
live and let live.
Yet now it appears that you love me. How can you be so sure? What is my allure? Tears are near certain.
I could never make you cry.
It's not my tears I fear.
Oh.
What if I lose you?
Couldn't. Oh, I feel so powerless.
Ooh.
Let me be crystal clear. Do you believe this love of yours shall persevere? Despite all it won't face, it won't disappear. My virtues are few, and if we see this through, the pain that we share may be too severe.
Oh, of course she sings my song better than I do. Help me!
Stand back, there's nothing to see. Everyone move along. It's a car crash of a song.
That's not.
Wrong, make no apology. See, she hasn't disappeared. She is standing right here.
I know when I stand next to you, I don't feel like such a freak. I know you feel that way too. You're not like other gods. My love, what are the odds that we're here? Us outsiders should cheer that we found each other.
Why didn't you open with that?
Oh, was that good?
I have always counted on you to speak to me honestly. You're at my beck and call. I've never thanked you at all, and yet you still love me.
He's stun locked.
Travelers know which way to go, but it bothers me. My own path I forego always seemed apropos. Yet where has this led me?
Maybe one step across the line will weave its own spell in given time.
The thought with which I must contend is, can I love my best friend?
Yes.
Just
yeah. I'm all about the love, you guys. You could do it.
Asterion.
Kate?
It seems you've cast a spell on me.
That's cute.
You will not regret this.
Not yet. It is written. You've cast a spell on me.
Cute.
You think I shall have my own story. You've cast a spell on me. And we shall write it together. You've cast a spell on me. A tale of romance and glory. You've cast a spell on me. But do we have enough leather? You've cast a spell.
Oh my. Mooch his little forehead. Oh my god. Oh, they're so cute. Yay. I mean, that's worth it.
Well, that was diverting.
Just a little.
You felt this way the entire time, Asterion. And you said nothing?
I didn't think I was worthy.
I mean, look at me. I'm only, half a man.
You have been a devoted friend over the long and lonely years, Asterion. I only wish I had realized sooner we could have been more.
There's a lot of wasted time, but you have
As
a lot
for
more ahead
you,
of you.
Grace, I thank you for arranging this diversion.
No
however it came to
problem.
pass.
Think Pan, actually.
I don't get it. Didn't you know this would happen?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't it written? Of course it was. It was also written that I would be unaware of Asterion's feelings until he spoke
Interesting.
them to me.
But you knew that.
I follow the rules. It is written.
What? I am happy
glad
it worked
to see
out.
someone happy, finally.
That would be me.
And her.
I
I
am
hope.
also not displeased by this course
Yay.
of events.
Wow, look at you.
Yay.
Living the wildlife.
Come, Asterion, I wish to speak of this further, and find an appropriate outfit.
Ooh la la.
Hey, wait for me outside, yeah?
What an unlikely pairing, but I really like it. I like them too.
How long are we supposed to wait? It's been over an hour.
I'm sure it's fine, Grace. I doubt the Minotaur would break his promise.
Oh, hi again.
So, what I tell you?
Whew! You still here? I'm sorry. Kate had a lot to say.
I bet.
Oh, I'll bet she did.
Yeah, well, Kate wants us to
Oh.
talk about our feelings more. And there, of course, was tea. Right, so I suppose you want to know how Calliope broke into the reliquary that night.
She did what?
No, we didn't know anything about that.
Yeah,
Do
this
you mean
is
the
good
night she
info to
died?
know.
Oh, well, I thought you already knew.
Huh.
Yeah, the night Calliope died, she broke in somehow. Thing is, we know she didn't take anything or even touch anything. I just remember the alarms, and I chased after her.
How do you know Calliope didn't touch or take anything?
Kate knows everything in the reliquary, right down to the last book. She's been looking, but she can't figure if
Did she
anything
leave
was
something?
touched. It makes her so mad not to know.
No, I guess that would be weird too.
Athena got involved?
Yeah, when Kate
Athena
finally
being
told her,
constantly
Athena
involved
wants
is
Kate to keep
weird.
investigating, but it doesn't look good.
Athena knows what happened here the night Calliope
Yeah, what the
died?
fuck? There's a lot
Yeah,
of
Kate
missing
told her
chains
a day
here.
or so later, I think. We didn't know Calliope died that night, though.
What? Athena didn't mention it?
Nope. Not that that's weird. She's she's not the chatty type, you know.
She seems to be the secretive
She
type.
came in all quiet and cool, wanted to know who was here that night and what Calliope might have wanted. She swore Kate to silence. Not me, though. Guess she's not as smart as Kate.
Ha ha ha.
You chased Calliope, but did you ever catch up with her?
No. If I'd have caught her, I'd have brought her back and Kate would have gotten answers out of her. All I know is that she was hurt, bleeding bad.
Already?
I don't know why. I wanted to help her, but she got away in the fog. Then I ran into Medusa.
Medusa sounds scary.
Medusa? Here?
Yeah. Well, she's not normally here. I think maybe she was chasing after Calliope too.
How could Calliope have been wounded?
And she was wounded when she got to
Maybe
us.
Medusa did it. Probably not.
Seems suspicious.
You know, I never saw Medusa near the reliquary, just out in the fog, so she never even got that close.
So whatever happened to Calliope happened inside the reliquary.
I guess. But we don't have anything that would attack anyone. Especially not an idol.
So someone else. But they did it inside the reliquary.
If so, they vanished after.
Did you say the reliquary has alarms? Like burglar alarms, cameras?
Oh, no, nothing like that. It just has a lot of protections. You know, magic.
I don't know magic, actually.
Oh, it's just...
Well, yeah, I happen to be human.
Touched. It was set off, so something happened in the reliquary. We just, don't know what exactly.
Those alarms don't go off if someone breaks into the reliquary? They don't detect intruders?
Well, normally nobody does that.
Well, Calliope did. She got in somehow.
Well, she must have snuck in the back way. Where do you think I keep running from?
How is that not under lockdown?
It was enough to set off the alarms. That's
weird.
all I know.
What relics are there?
Yeah, we don't know much
Maybe
of
Calliope
anything.
was looking for one, but couldn't find it before.
Yeah, that I'm not supposed to say.
Do you have the golden fleece, the shield of Zeus, the sword of Damocles? Is it suspended?
Oh my god, I love how nerdy she is about this. So cute.
So it's all real?
I can neither confirm nor deny any of that. All I know is that nothing got
Shut
used
tight.
and nothing got taken.
That's good.
What was Medusa doing here?
Yeah,
She
weird.
was chasing after Calliope too, I think, but she wouldn't say why. I asked.
Isn't she supposed to be like
pretty
working directly
convenient.
for
Or
Athena?
just out there suddenly?
Yeah.
Yeah, that part's weird. I've never seen her near the reliquary before.
Couldn't Medusa have broken in like Calliope did?
Yeah, but I chased Calliope from the reliquary. If Medusa had been there, I would have seen her.
True.
This means Calliope came here the night
Thank
she
you.
died. This is where she was attacked.
But we don't know by whom.
Well, this is the second time Medusa's name has come up. That can't be a coincidence.
Well, she's super scary, but you know she works for Athena.
Yeah, we've gathered
I
that.
thought maybe
a
that's
couple
why she
times.
was here, but Athena said she didn't know about it.
Oh.
That does
Could be
seem
lying.
suspicious.
If
Could be
that's
her
all
own
you
agent.
need, then I have to go. Kate will be so mad if she finds me gone. Good luck, Muse.
Thank you. Thank you, Asterion.
You okay there, friendo?
We're thinking about Calliope. We did make progress,
I'm just
but damn.
Thinking about Calliope. What happened to her here? Whatever she was trying to do, she probably didn't succeed. She ran from here, dying, maybe straight to our apartment.
Because you were her last hope.
Yeah. What if she hadn't made it? She must have known.
One thing at a time, Grace. You'll figure it out. I know you will.
I guess so. Next thing is to go back to Pan. Tell him his favor is done.
What an adventure.
What a something. Jeez.
You're just lucky, Grace. Luckier than you think. You go do what you have to, and I'll meet you back at the apartment, okay?
Okay. Friday is such a good friend. Love this, by the way. It's so pretty.
Pan! I
All
hope
the
you're
background
here,
CGs.
because I don't know where else to look for you.
Pan.
Of course I'm here, Grace. Where else would I be but amongst the trees and the wild things?
In a city so dense and
I
deep.
really must thank you, by the by. Asterion is simply over the moon, and he's already repaid me with this select tome from the reliquary.
You're welcome. You might have warned me what his love life
It's not a
issue
big deal.
was.
What was it? Asterion wouldn't say.
You really didn't know?
It was exhausting trying to get the poor fellow to admit as much as he did. At any rate, you seem to have worked it out. I trust you got what you needed. More grist for the mill of your innocence, as it were.
Something like that.
It's quite the coincidence. The place you sent me just happens to be the place Calliope was attacked.
That is quite the coincidence. You must be very grateful.
It's just hard to trust a coincidence that big.
You have no reason to be suspicious.
I have every reason to be
I know
suspicious.
nothing of what happened to Calliope at the reliquary. I suppose the question at the heart of this is, do you believe me?
Do I need to believe you at this point?
I'm trying to, Pan, but you make this really hard.
Ah, yes. Doubt. What a fascinating concept, and an excellent reason to hesitate. Alas, it is my burden to be forever condemned by my idle brethren. I've become accustomed to it.
I mean, you're acting constantly suspicious.
I've never lied to you, Grace, and I never shall. If you're looking for innocence, however, well, I'm afraid
Literally,
that's one thing I
what you're saying
cannot
right now, it does not help you at
And
all.
if I can't accept that? If I
You don't
find
need to
out
be
you're
innocent.
somehow
You just need to
involved in
be
this,
not
You'll do
tricksy
what
with
you
your
do,
words and your
and
intentions.
I'll do what I do, and we'll see where that takes
Tell me
us.
up front what you want and why you want it.
That's my cue to go, isn't it?
If you must. There are always alternatives, you know. You could live the high life, Grace. Throw caution to the wind. Embrace what you can before you...
Die? Uh-huh.
Before I die? You don't have any hope for me, do you? You're just taking what you can get before
That's the feeling I had up to now. Make use of me while you
You'll
can.
want to find Medusa, I suppose.
Yeah, her name keeps coming up.
You'll find Medusa at a dingy little club appropriately named the Viper's Nest. Give her my regards. But do be careful if you call on her grace. Medusa is a hideous monster and should be treated as
Was she made that way, though? Like, that's my understanding of her story, is that she was made to be that way. Not that she became that way by choice. I should confront Medusa, but let's talk to Apollo. We have the option. Let's do it. We can't go talk to Freddy, which is unfortunate. Oh, same.
It's lovely to see you again, Grace.
Walk-in introduction that we
always
had before.
Is there something you came to talk about?
Apparently not.
It's okay.
I just, why give me the option? It's strange that they continuously give me these options when I can't do anything. Oh.
This must be the Viper's Nest. Scariest part of town, no sign. Just that one dude glaring at everyone.
He's cute. Everyone in this looks good.
I'm here now. Just another day.
There's a lot of body types.
There you
Oh,
are.
she's got a mace.
I think someone peed on me.
Ooh.
Freddy? What are you doing here?
What, you thought I wouldn't notice you skulking off? You didn't even bring any equipment, Grace.
To a club?
Freddy, please tell me you don't think you're some kind of adventurer.
Well, she's trying to be.
I'm sorry. Are you not about to head into a
Cuties, oh my
monster's lair at great personal peril? What else would you call that?
Well.
You're such a dork. I adore you.
Good, because I'm not about to let you wander in there without backup.
Ugh.
Who knows? Maybe the stuff I know about Medusa might actually apply. Well, that'd be a switch.
Doubtful, but maybe.
Okay, I'll bite. What do you know about Medusa?
Well, she was human once, right?
Yeah.
And she was cursed.
Apollo mentioned it, yeah.
Cursed by Athena.
Mm-hmm.
Or so one of the stories goes, anyway.
But doesn't she work for Athena?
Hey, don't look at me.
What if the
My knowledge
idea
of
is
this stuff
that
stops at a few
Athena
thousand
cursed
years
her in this AU to save her from what was going on with her?
She was once human, but she's definitely a monster, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, one of the worst. But, so was the Minotaur.
Asterion said she was scary. I have a feeling she's not
Yeah,
like him.
we have a warning about her.
Then I guess you need to be prepared for the possibility that she is as bad as the legends say. Though some of the stories also say that she was wronged by Athena and that what was done to her was an injustice.
And Athena just follows the rules, right?
Well, I mean, being seduced by Zeus against your will is
Do you
an
think she
injustice.
actually turns people to stone?
Let's hope not, or this could be a short visit. Or a really, really long one.
I'm serious.
True.
Perseus used a mirror to reflect Medusa's gaze back at her. Oh, maybe you could use your phone.
You think that would work?
Unless you brought a mirror, Grace, it's all you got.
Well, one way or another.
Okay, enough talking. Time to do this.
Let's go, let's go.
We're getting inside, I hope.
Well,
Maybe. You're here to help?
Always.
Then I have a plan.
use a distraction, find another entrance, confront the enforcer. Why not? We're charming, aren't we? Let's go. We can do this.
Grace, you're not... Oh, of course you are.
I'm cool.
Hi there.
I'm smug. I'm
Club's nest is
suave.
closed. Private party.
Yeah, the private party is what I'm here for. Why else?
All the guests have arrived. Do you have an invitation?
Like, I know who the boss really is, and she'll want to speak with me.
I should have done the Medusa wants to see me thing.
Enough?
She has a mace.
Go on in. I'll send word to the boss you've arrived.
Whoa. How did that just happen? Oh, we're running. Oh, spooky sequence. I like spooky sequence. Oh. Hookah. People drugged out of their mind, apparently. Oh. Oh. Oh, those teeth.
Hello, who's that there? You've messed up my flow. Just get your drink, girl, and take your seat. Oh, it's the Mew. There are sacred bites, and then there's this sacred bite.
Little eyes. Did you see them in her cape? Her. It's not a hijab, it's just gently draped. There, look.
Medusa,
I want to see them, they're so
stop,
cute.
I'm warning you.
I bet.
This is something you don't want to do.
Tell me more about me, look at you. A prime sashimi with opinions, too.
Yummy.
Medusa, listen, I'm warning you.
Yes, keep on warning
There's no
me.
rewinding, it's something you can't undo. Can't
That you know of.
Kind of the point, lovely. Now,
Ooh. Oh my god, this is such a cool sequence. Look at these little guys. We gotta fight it.
What'd you say, Grace? You okay, Grace? Where's the game face this time? You are currently experiencing something I like to call the preparation.
What that guy was
Any
going
questions
through?
or comments? That's right, it is widely known that I can turn folks to stone. But oh, I won't this time. Cause this time I find dine that the oozy musy bloods my wine this time. Looking
No.
into me. Ooh, she's looking away. Hey, looking.
Don't look, Grace. Such an interesting character. I like the pity, empathy side. Pity isn't the right word. Empathy is what I want to focus on. How does she not know where I went?
She was mad at me. So,
It's not your fault.
Well, why was she mad?
she said I'd been bad.
Had you been?
No. Now look into me.
Everyone calls her a monster, but she's just
Listen,
a young girl who's taken
Medusa,
advantage of.
please. Athena hides you, she's ashamed of you. But she profits all the same from you. If she'd done that to me, I'd be like you.
You could never.
If I'd been damaged in a way that you can't undo.
You're not a killer.
I know. Wait. So you know that it's true.
Uh-oh.
I didn't do it.
No.
Yes, you do know. You know. Does that mean Athena knows?
No. Okay. It's dinner time now. You're not gonna look. Fine, Grace.
Oh my god, this is the coolest part of the game! Oh my god, she looks amazing. These sequences are awesome. The music and lyrics are amazing.
Come on, let's go.
Oh my god, you're so cool.
You think that will hurt me, child?
Freddie!
You have not done your homework.
Oh, sorry, just trying to get your attention.
Poor little
Yeah,
sneakies.
I've been watching, and I'm willing to bet you can't turn me to stone before I burn your snakes off.
Okay, stand down, Freddie. Let's give Medusa some space.
Yeah, okay. I'm watching.
Thank you, Freddie.
You ready to talk?
Look at these little snakies.
Fine.
Oh.
What exactly is it that you want, pretty muse?
Oh, come on. You really can't guess? You're smarter than that.
Blast! This is why I didn't tell Lady Athena. I knew it would come back to haunt me.
But other people did know.
I only followed pretty Calliope to the reliquary. I never spoke to her, never even caught up to her. I swear it.
You were
That's
only
what
on the
Asterion
fog, I
told
guess.
us, more or less.
Yeah.
You were there that night.
Yes, I admit it. Ugh, Lady Athena will have my head. She'll mount it on a pike.
It's not like she has to know.
Whatever you
Unless
might
we
think,
have to tell her.
I had no part in the muse's death. I did not even know she'd been attacked until I saw her fleeing.
You followed Calliope to the reliquary. Why were you shadowing her at all?
I am Lady Athena's spy master, yes. Calliope has been trouble from time to time.
So you were spying on her?
I keep watch over every idol who no longer lives in Olympus, but especially Calliope.
Why?
When I realized she was headed to the reliquary that eve, I followed. I had a duty to Athena.
To report everything?
Did you ever find out why Calliope went there?
I was never close enough to ask. When I drew near to the reliquary, that is when I saw the muse fleeing. She was frightened, bloodied.
Let me guess, that made you hungry.
I gave chase, yes, but to discover the truth. I knew Lady Athena would wish to know.
That does make sense from your perspective.
I didn't learn the truth until later. And then it was far too late.
You haven't told Athena any of this?
Do I need to light things up again?
Freddie, calm down.
I told her Calliope was at the reliquary that night.
I hate that
did
we're
not
threatening
tell
her.
I was also there.
Why not? Wouldn't Athena find out from Hecate anyway?
No, I was not thinking clearly. I panicked.
Why would it be a
Barely
problem?
tolerates my presence as it is.
Mm.
If she thought I was involved in any way, if she even suspected.
It's not right to be afraid of your life ending because of things that are wildly out of your control.
Asterion said he caught up with you out in the fog. Is that right?
I thought he was the one who had attacked her. He is a great beast of a creature.
He killed Hecate's cat by accident, but this still seems hard to believe.
Yes, I only realized my mistake once I caught up to him, and by then the muse was gone.
And you never found her afterwards?
I love this character's design. Medusa looks
the
so
sharp and
cool.
prickly Persephone. She did
Her
not.
voice actress is really good too.
Yeah, she came to see me.
I hate that we have to ask this.
Why should we believe you? You did just try to eat me, remember?
I am telling you the truth.
Right, and not at all trying to cover your own ass.
You presented an opportunity. Oh, to taste the sweet, sweet blood of a hero once again.
I like that some of the snakes have downward eyes and the others had upward eyes
I've been
there.
working on it, I really have.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's good.
Well, what of Pan? The only reason I knew Calliope was going to the reliquary is because he informed me.
So much for never lying to me.
What were the odds, honestly?
Let's put a pin in that for the moment, shall we?
I am a monster. It's true, I do not deny it. It's still, I did not kill the muse.
Okay, let's say we believe you. For the moment.
We have no reason not to at the moment.
Muse, I beg you.
Compared to literally any other character.
Of my indiscretion, show mercy. I know what I am horrifies you.
I am fascinated by you.
I
cannot help what I am. I did not ask to be cursed.
This was not a choice that you made, I know.
Indiscretion, huh? It's quite the
Why are we
word for
so
it.
mean to her?
I cannot apologize for my hunger. I can only apologize that I am so very weak in the face of it.
I'll think about it.
I am a lost and cursed thing.
Mm.
No idol. If Lady Athena should learn the truth...
She should be giving you a better life than the one that you are currently leading. I feel for you, Medusa.
I hope you find what you seek, pretty muse. And that we meet again someday. And sing a different song.
Oh, honey. I feel so bad for her. I feel so much worse for her than any other character we've encountered so far. Except for maybe Calliope, but I'm still working under the guise that maybe she did it to
Right
herself.
from the start, Pan knew Calliope was there that night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and who could have foreseen that he was lying to you the entire time?
I feel like Pan might have been working with
Even the
Calliope.
Oracle couldn't have penetrated.
This is a journey that we have to be on to shake things up, maybe? I don't know.
It just doesn't make sense.
You
Pan
didn't see
sent
that?
me to the reliquary. If he's involved, why would he do that?
I don't know. Guilt, maybe? Anyhow, you probably have a
I mean,
few
he and
questions.
Calliope could have been intrinsically involved in other ways that we just cannot imagine. They were awesome.
Would you really have tried to burn Medusa's face off? With an aerosol can?
Hell yeah! One hint of googly eyes and...
What would I do without you?
You'll never need to.
I love these
answer that
CGs. They're
question.
so cute. Oh, friends to the end.
Oh, if it isn't, the lovely Grace?
You knew. Right from the start, you knew Calliope was there that night.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yes. She asked for the key and I gave it to her, no questions asked. I told you I didn't know what happened to Calliope, and that's the truth. I did not. So I nudged you in the right direction.
You are a nightmare. I would hate to know people like you in real life.
So you were what? Just trying to be helpful? You still aren't telling me something.
A lot of some things,
What
I imagine.
possible reason would I have to...
Tell me, right now.
Medusa learned that Calliope was going to the reliquary because I told her.
Were you worried
now,
about
before
her?
you say anything, I had no idea of the fate awaiting our dear muse. And you yourself said Medusa was not responsible. I simply had to know if I'd inadvertently, rather innocently...
Sold her out? She came to you for help, and you gave her whereabouts to the highest bidder.
I am trying to help, Grace. In my way.
Why does it have to be your way?
What do you mean, in my way? What way is that?
The way where I don't take all the blame.
Oh, so you're a coward.
What else will I discover, Pan? I'd rather learn it now than later.
I wish I could tell you, Grace.
I love this facial animation that they have for him. It is full of such emotion that is really indescribable. I'm not... Okay, we're gonna go talk to Apollo because it's an option. I don't want to miss it in case it is something that will progress the plot in a different way. Okay, we're gonna have the same walk-in sequence. I really hate that it's an option for me to go there when I cannot talk to him
Back
about
again
anything.
so soon. Did you find Medusa after all? You've been on my mind ever since you told me about her.
Okay, it's different.
I did, and it was fine. I told you it would be. Okay, it almost wasn't fine, but it worked out.
I almost got turned into a snack, but don't worry, I already was.
Perhaps you'd best tell me what happened then.
Yeah, okay, thank gosh. God, I was gonna be so mad if I came here and I couldn't do anything.
That sounds like quite the harrowing experience. One that could have gone very poorly indeed.
Mm.
If If I didn't know better, I'd say you were worried about me.
I will always worry about you, Grace.
Is that a good thing?
About you, Grace.
I'll take it as a good thing.
If
way it
you
was
clear
said.
Medusa's involvement, that still leaves us with Pan.
And the many of other idols who
Have you
could
confronted
have
him
known Calliope.
He admitted to selling out Calliope, but not to killing her. I don't know if I can believe him.
I mean, it's
I've
hard
never
to,
thought
but...
of Pan as a liar so much as a manipulator. Still, he would do anything to protect himself. I'll have to give this some thought. Anything else you'd like to discuss while you're here?
No,
that's okay. I'll see you later, Apollo.
I hope this doesn't, like, reporting to Apollo doesn't bite us in the booty. Alright, we're gonna go back to our apartment, I guess. We're slowly losing time. Oh, hi, cutie!
Hi, Grace.
Hi.
I can just call you Grace, right?
Yeah?
That's my name. Where's Freddy?
She went out to get snacks. We were gonna watch TV while we waited, but, well, here you are.
Hi, Hermes.
What, you and Freddy are friends now? When did this happen?
When I
mean,
came
you're both
looking for you,
cuties.
Freddy has this movie that I've never seen. Super cool, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Are we jealous?
Are
we
you rather
anxious?
not share your mortal friends? Anyway, I guess Athena wants to talk? I can zip us over to Olympus anytime, if you're free.
So this is what you do? Ferry people around?
I'm the god of messengers, baby. Travelers, doorways, any kind of transition, really. The old Hermes said that the transition part made even more sense for me, which, you know, extra cool, right?
Oh?
Yeah.
Oh, got it. That's cute.
I can connect any two doorways anywhere, just like that. So it's super easy to take people wherever. I don't mind.
You mentioned the old Hermes a lot. You knew him?
Yeah, I was homeless for a while. It wasn't a great
You
time,
mentioned that.
and he took me in. Everyone's on the same journey, he used to say. Only the roads are different.
I can agree with
And
that.
then he went on his journey. Man, I still miss him every day.
And he's you, kind of.
Isn't he still inside you?
Yeah.
Aren't you kind of the same person?
Almost
now?
like this made me feel good with the
Not
game.
yet. It's only been a year. Maybe I'll feel him again one day. That'd be nice.
See, little things like that add a lot
you say
of depth.
It's easy, but do you like doing all these errands?
Huh. Yeah, I never thought about it. It's nice to have a purpose.
Yeah.
Athena is super sweet, and she has a big, important job. Why wouldn't I want to help her out?
Doesn't it take away from your own life?
Nice. Are you for real?
Oh, well, the old Hermes used to say that a
They
willingness
remind me
to
of a
serve
friend,
is more
like,
important than
so
a willingness
painfully
to
much.
be served.
Just every time I see this character, I think of one of my friends, and I love this character so much because I love that friend so much.
Do I have a choice about seeing Athena? I'm not in the habit of being at anyone's beck and call.
I mean, I guess you could say no, but I wouldn't. If Athena wants something, she's gonna get it eventually. She had that look in her
Icky.
eyes, like she really wants to talk to you.
Yeah, I bet. I've
She
been
could
talking
always
to
come
everyone
here.
else.
Everyone else does.
Athena enter the mortal world? And now she doesn't do that ever.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Get your shit together, Athena.
How does Athena manage never entering the mortal world?
She doesn't have to, I guess. Everyone brings her everything she needs. And that
isolated.
creepy owl of hers? Apollo says it's her eyes out in the world. It's everywhere.
So she's been keeping tabs on me, but
So
she
what,
couldn't
she
keep
just
tabs on
Never
Calliope?
leaves the building?
She'll go to the reliquary and places like that. Just never where mortals are. She wears a toga and calls cars iron horses.
That's kind of cute, but that's very sad in its own way.
I suppose there's no point in putting it off.
We need to send a
Do your
message to
thing.
Freddy.
Take me to Olympus.
Okay. Oh, when you see Freddy, tell her I'm sorry I couldn't stick around for the movie. And mind if I say something?
Sure.
You've changed. I mean, from the person I met when I first came here. When
Did I?
You know.
I feel like we're the same
we got
person.
together really quick.
Thanks, I guess.
I can choose another one. I'm gonna go kick ass. I like clever, but I feel like I lean more towards kick
have a
ass.
seat.
I prefer to stand, thanks.
As you like. You've certainly been busy,
Mhm.
haven't you? Everywhere I turn, there you are. Including the reliquary.
Oh.
I'm uncertain how you got access, but even you must have realized it's off limits. Particularly for your mortal friend.
But you know what happened there. That's where Calliope was attacked.
Yet it's not where she died, Grace, is it?
No, but it's
so
a part of the
because
bigger
she made
picture.
it all the way to my apartment, we shouldn't care why she was bleeding to death along the way.
You think our judgment was rash? It was.
I am making it harder because
In
I'm
truth,
innocent.
I worried that giving you time, letting us all get to know you, would make it harder in the end. I am sorry, Grace. You may not believe it, but I care deeply. I care about what happens to you and to all the idols.
Do you really? Let's explore where all that caring has gotten them, shall we? You're holding on with a grip so tight, your knuckles are turning white. But that's not enough, is it? Every idol I've met is either lost or broken, or both. They're all slipping through
Your
your
idols
fingers.
will die before.
If you actually
Your
cared
time,
about
really.
them, you'd do something about it instead of sitting up here worrying about your precious rules.
We're gonna make her mad.
Zeus was the first to leave. King of the gods. And we don't even know what became of him. Vanished into the ether. Poseidon was next. Walked out into the seas, never to be heard from again. Ares betrayed us. Hephaestus saved us. Hades was murdered. And by one of our own. The list goes on.
So you add to it. I show up and you kill me off because you can't be too careful.
We are dying, Grace.
You
I
want
don't
that?
mean diminishing or drifting apart. I mean, our immortality is disappearing. Very soon now, the idols will be no more. We are a legacy that spans millennia, dating back to the very dawn of humankind. So yes, I care. I will do anything and everything in my power to avoid that fate, even if it appears unfair.
How does me being an idol influence that?
You feel responsible, don't you? For everything.
Some things you should be responsible for.
Aphrodite wallows in her pain, Apollo in his regrets, and Persephone in
But
her
they're
bitterness.
changing.
Every other idol of power is gone.
So there's only you. You have to shoulder the burden for everyone, like it or not. I'm sorry, Athena. I had no idea.
They won't thank me for it. I know we've put a great deal on your shoulders, Grace. I do. All I called you here to ask is that you please not make my job more difficult than it already is.
I cannot follow that because I want to live.
If you have any other questions or concerns, now's the time to bring them up.
All right, let's talk about Medusa.
Met her, have you?
Yes.
Is it true you can't remove her curse? Or is she just too useful?
I wish I could remove the curse. I'm afraid the Athena who bestowed it is long gone. She was prideful, that Athena. As prideful as she was powerful, I'm ashamed to say.
The current Athena is responsible for everything she's done.
I am well aware, Grace. What is it that you would have me do, exactly?
Help her have a normal life.
How about you stop treating her like a servant? Maybe send her somewhere she won't be tempted all the time.
Oh, well, if you happen to hear of a diet camp for man-eating monsters, by all means, do let me know. Now, if there isn't anything else...
What do you know of Pan?
Pan? That's not a name I expected to hear. Been sniffing around you, has he?
So you don't know much, huh?
Suspicions, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Pan lurks at the edges because he likes it there, seeking out whatever profit he thinks he can get away with. Avoid him, dear, or he'll stick to you like gum to the bottom of
I feel
your
like I don't have
shoe.
much of a choice, to be honest.
Who has access to the reliquary? Is it anyone with a key, or...
Does it matter? You gained access, so clearly it is not difficult to get. Speaking of which, I don't suppose you'll tell me who gave you that key.
Well...
Gave it to me. Athena, I had that key all along.
You what?
It's just like you thought. I used it to attack Calliope that night. Then
This is not where I was expecting that to go.
Finish her off. A mortal with a plan, baby. Stole my way into godhood. Watch me roar.
That's not funny, Grace.
What's
It's not.
funny
I don't like this option.
is that you thought I'd tell you without getting anything in return. Speaking of the reliquary, you went there, right? Once Hecate told you what happened?
Yeah, I was not impressed by the delay.
If you had known about that, the night Calliope died, would it have made a difference?
The chances are exceedingly small that you attacked her there, it's true. Yet, Calliope was weakened, which made her more vulnerable prey for an enterprising mortal. One she knew. Perhaps the incidents are connected, perhaps not. I cannot afford the risk of uncertainty, Grace. I'm sorry.
I don't believe that, but okay.
So you don't like Pan much. I get that. But do you think he could kill someone?
I think
We've all
any of them
killed,
could have,
my
yeah.
dear.
I
I
was
was once a
gonna say.
warrior queen, feared by mortals and gods alike.
Another idol, I mean.
Is that where your investigation has led you? To Pan?
Not really.
I don't know. Maybe.
I've never thought of Pan as one who would deliberately provoke my ire. But if he saw enough profit in it... Thank you, Grace. I'll add them to my list.
Uh-oh. I didn't have a way out of it.
I guess I'll get back to my investigation.
I am rooting for you, Grace. If there's another way to resolve this, any way at all, I will take it.
Will you? Really?
Good luck. Feel free to take a cookie on your way out.
I doubt it, dude. I like that she says that, but it literally gets pulled away from me. What a strange sequence. Oh, hi, everybody.
Athena has always struggled in a crisis.
Well, that's a nice way of putting it.
Remember, she was a warrior. When pressed, she's always turned to that aspect, sought to maintain absolute control. It'd be hypocritical to say it's wrong of her. She's battled for me as much as for anyone.
Do you think she's telling the truth? About the idols dying out?
I mean, it seems obvious.
Yes, though I find it odd she chose to tell you.
Maybe Athena thought, who'd believe Grace if she blabbed about it anyway?
Maybe more like trying to demotivate me.
Stay in her good graces. I doubt that will be possible.
Uh-oh. What now?
You may not like this, but you need to go back to the reliquary.
Why?
What for? Is there something I need to ask Hecate?
Here's the thing. We don't know why Calliope went there.
Yeah?
It must have been important.
Okay, I'll bite. How would I find that out? You think she left clues?
Remember how I told you it'd be years before you got Calliope's memories back?
Oh.
It's true, but not entirely.
Yeah, we touched on this earlier.
Okay.
I was talking about, like, why not wait and get her memories back?
Are inside you. You go somewhere important to Calliope or touch something special to her, you will get flashes.
We were at her apartment.
Feelings.
You want Grace to go to the reliquary so she can have deja vu?
Whatever happened to Calliope there, it ended her life. All we need to do is uncover those memories.
Yeah?
Last time Freddy and I were there, Hecate wouldn't let us into the reliquary. Not without Athena's permission.
Okay. Do you want to ask Athena for permission?
It just seems like a radical step. For you.
A week ago, I would have said that breaking into the reliquary couldn't be done. A week ago, I couldn't have imagined being here. My stance on a lot of things has changed. If you have another idea, however, I'm happy to go along with it.
Surprised we're going back so soon, but yeah, I guess we need to go.
What about the alarms? I'm not eager to have Asterion chasing me through the fog.
Calliope snuck in without setting off any alarms. At least at first.
Well, I'll be following in Calliope's footsteps, won't I? What if I follow the wrong footstep and set them off?
Then the alarms bringing Asterion and Hecate, and all three of us do a great deal of apologizing.
Let's just hope that's all those alarms do.
Yeah.
Are you sure about this? You want me to wander around hoping something comes to
What
me?
other option do we have at this
Am I
point?
sure? No.
The game gives us a lot of options, but there's not a lot of paths to take.
What if Medusa is lying? What about Pan? We could look into him some more, couldn't we?
Oh, well, do you have a way we could look into those things without encountering even more lies?
Deja vu it is.
Let's say I do this. What am I hoping to find?
Some memory of what happened to Calliope, even a flash. Anything that gives us something to work with.
And if that doesn't happen?
Make it happen, Grace. As if your life depends on it.
Interesting.
I can really see why the idols call you the cheery one.
Oh, Freddie.
Why is she here again?
She's my best friend and I love her.
Is there really no other way? This seems a bit desperate.
I think that's kind of the point, Grace.
Well, yeah.
There isn't much time left, and I'm out of ideas that won't take more time than we have.
Yeah, we're getting to the end.
There's always running, right? Grace leaves the city, goes on a world tour, becomes rich and famous.
Yeah, something like that.
It's just me. Okay then.
I like your idea.
Back to the reliquary it is.
Any idea how you want to do this, Grace? Because I'm game to help.
Cool.
I
sure
need
we can figure
to
something
not
out.
involve you as much as possible from here on out, I think.
I can't go into the reliquary with you. Not without tipping off Hecate. But I won't be far.
Aw,
if I get the
thank you.
slightest sense that something has gone wrong, I am coming in. Still, promise me you won't take risks.
Up to now, we have taken so many risks.
Well, this whole thing is a risk, isn't it?
I'm being held.
Ugh, can we just get on with this already?
Bye-bye. Oh, wow, it pushes me right there, I guess. Okay, I hate that I said this, but we're gonna stick to it. We have to be honest, I think.
Ah, so that is now.
Oh, you were expecting us?
It is written that you would come, yes.
That is so cool. I kid you not.
Yet it was also written that you would sneak into the reliquary as Calliope did, so this encounter is unanticipated.
I chose to be honest. Is it because your powers are failing that not all of your books are accurate?
This book of yours really isn't as accurate as you make it out to be.
The course it lays out is almost always correct. The smaller things, they are subject to free will and frequently change. However, even without the book, I do understand why you've come. Is there a reason why you believe my answer will be different now?
Asterion said you don't know why Calliope was here, or what she did.
That is correct.
Don't you want to? Aren't you the least bit curious?
You could say it's your duty to find
Well,
out. At
your
least
mileage
so
may
it
vary
doesn't
there.
happen again, right?
That is an argument not entirely without merit.
Then let me try. I'll accept whatever conditions you want, Hecate. I'm begging you.
You will regret this. That is also written.
That is a yes.
Go quickly. Look, but do not touch. The reliquary stores many artifacts, some dangerous.
I thought I was supposed
Got
to be
it.
touching. but thank you. All right, here we go.
Okay, Grace. What the heck do you do now?
Good luck, I guess. What calls to us within these dark and hollowed holes?
She'd love this.
Oh well, she'd probably get in trouble.
Things first, how do I do this?
They seriously look like crayons. Every book has that vibe.
Calliope must have been here. She could have stood in this very spot. Maybe if I just focus.
Call to her. She's in you, isn't she? Interesting. So intent on what she wants to do.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, I've definitely been here before.
You're becoming one. Interesting.
I don't get any feeling from that. Will
Looks
I know
cool.
it when I see it? Is that a weapon? A musical instrument? Maybe it's both.
Looks cool. That mask is so haunting.
What did Freddy say about mazes? Was it always go left? Or go left and then go right?
This does not have anything to do with the mask.
Is this an armory, too?
Well, looks like it. The apple of the giants? Supposed to give, what, eternal life or something?
Freddy, are you out there? Can you hear me?
Why are we calling to her? If she can hear us, she's gonna scare her.
Tell everyone where I am. They should really charge for tours. It's kind of amazing.
Olive branch? I don't know. I wish I knew what these items were. I don't understand why they're here and why we can look at all of them, to be honest.
I don't know what language that is.
Oh, is that wings that, what's his face used to try to get closer to the sun?
Shouldn't that be in a museum somewhere?
Well, this is kind of a museum for the gods, but like not. I'm presuming they all have magic powers of some kind.
This is it.
Hmm.
Calliope was here. She was standing right here. And she...
Oh. Something spooky is happening. Oh, we're touching it. Is she gonna reach out to us? I don't know what the mirror is. I'm spooked. The fates?
Uh-oh.
Yo, you're hot.
I don't suppose there's any chance you'll put those knives away.
Who are you and why are you so hot? Are you just spooky alarm statues? Damn. Did she get stabbed by one of them? The reliquary defenses?
What's happening? Why didn't it work?
I mean, it's prepared against idols, right? Oh, boy. Oh my god.
Oh.
Ready? No.
Freddy! We've got to run.
My powers don't work on them. They just keep coming.
Oh my god, we have to give ourselves up. There's no way we can let Freddy die here. Freddy, no! Why did we call out to her? No, 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 no. Oh my god.
No, I won't let you!
I hate this.
Freddy!
Why? I don't understand why they are leaving now. Freddy didn't do anything. Freddy, no.
Oh god. Oh god, Freddy.
It happens again, huh?
Oh, Grace.
You summoned the Furies.
What?
Those beings were the Furies, beyond all our laws. Not idols, but the embodiment of retribution. How did you draw them here?
I didn't. There was a big mirror, but I didn't even touch it.
There is only one mirror of which you could be speaking. That used by the goddess Nyx to contact the Fates. Using the mirror would not have brought the Furies down upon you. Not unless the Fates...
Were we about to do something that the Fates intervened with?
I don't care what brought them. They killed Freddy. You need to help her.
I have no power over life and death, Grace. None of us have that.
Hades, come back.
This was no defense or spell of the reliquaries. I do not have the power to summon the Furies, and I know none who do.
Except the Fates.
You should consider yourself fortunate, Grace. They do not desist until retribution has been exacted. But now is my move. Pray the knowledge you obtained was worth the price.
So the Fates killed Calliope? Question mark?
I'm not leaving Freddy. Not like this. All this magic. There has to be something. Don't tell me there's no way to undo this.
We have to leave. We have to leave now.
Oh, Freddy. A friend we didn't deserve, perhaps. To home we go. Act 3, I guess.
Grace, I'm sorry. I know what Freddy meant to you.
It should have been me. I shouldn't have called out to her.
This was my fight, my problem. I'm already slated to die, if anyone paid the price.
And repeat history? Would you rather have died there, passing your eidolon onto Freddy instead? Freddy gave you a chance. Gracie.
Never should have pulled her into this, though.
Is that what happened to Calliope? Was she attacked by the Furies as you were?
Yeah. She meant to use the mirror, but she never had the chance before they came.
The Furies. Sent by the same person, I imagine.
I know Calliope was there to use the mirror, but it was just a feeling. I still don't understand why.
Well, apparently she wanted to speak to the Fates.
Yeah, okay, but why?
To learn why everyone
The
is
Fates
dying?
are
Something?
primordial
I don't know.
beings, like the Furies. They're said to control destiny. Perhaps Calliope wished to know her destiny. Or change it. I'm not sure.
Maybe the destiny of everyone else.
Who could send the Furies after me? Even Hecate
I feel like I
had
should
no
have
idea
asked
who
this
possessed
first.
that kind of power.
even in our prime, none of the idols had the Furies at our beck and call. I mean, perhaps Zeus, but he's long gone. I honestly didn't know the Furies
They're
still
so
existed.
hot. They look super modern too.
Clearly someone can do it.
Damn.
Unless they weren't sent. Unless they were responding to something else, something you'd done unwittingly. I'm sorry, I'm afraid your guess is as good as mine.
If the Furies are so powerful, why did they stop?
Yeah.
They just...
What kind of retribution is going on here?
Left.
They're not assassins, Grace. They're enforcers of the old laws.
Like anyone was good, so that is confusing to me.
It was when blood was spilled. The blood didn't have to be yours.
So if Freddy hadn't interfered...
Then they would have come after you. And they wouldn't have stopped until they were through.
Isn't that better than me than someone else who's innocent that I pulled into this?
What are the Furies? They didn't seem like people.
They're not. Hecate called them embodiments of retribution, and I suppose that's the best description. They go back to well, the time before my memory. I was once told they were created to enforce the most ancient laws.
There are ancient laws now?
I bet there are.
One couldn't break, written in blood. Laws even idols abided by.
Interesting.
In the days of old Olympus. But those surely died with Zeus. Even
if he died?
hadn't, you can't have broken any. They're not easy to overlook.
But you don't know what they are.
Does fates really control the future?
They're tied into fate, as I am. Perhaps they're even where my power stems from, or how Hecate's books are written.
So someone really didn't want Calliope messing with them.
Or you, apparently.
Could it have been the fates? Maybe they don't like being called on now for anything.
It seems weird.
If they didn't want to answer the mayor, I'm certain they simply wouldn't.
But they were in the process of answering when you were trying to touch it.
I don't know what to do. We still have no idea why Calliope wanted to talk to the fates.
Why not ask them?
We were trying.
You
Hi,
two have
Persephone.
caused quite the stir. Hecate is beside herself, and Athena is out of her mind. Well done.
How long have you been listening?
Long enough to know that you need another way to speak to the fates, unless you're planning on trying the reliquary again.
Probably not.
No, not a chance. We'll find the truth on our own, Persephone.
If you sent Grace to wander about looking for Calliope's memories, you're already out of options.
Don't be such a bitch, Apollo. Damn.
Wait, what's this about some other way? What are you talking about, Persephone?
May I explain it to Grace, or do you have another option, Apollo? If so, now's the time.
Don't stand in our way, Apollo. Damn.
I thought not.
Hell, maybe? Not
The
hell.
fates will respond to the ruler of
Yeah.
Hades, the true underworld and realm of the dead. What I propose is that we go there and take back the throne that was
Interesting. I like the idea. Interesting.
Is that something we can
I thought
do?
he was dead.
Just go to the land of the dead and overthrow it?
Truth be told, there isn't much to overthrow. Few mortals still believe in Hades,
Mm.
and thus its halls have been nearly empty for eons.
Do they have to believe in him to go there?
The throne itself is the key, both symbolically and literally. Claim it, and Hades is yours.
Interesting.
But you can't claim it because you're barred from Hades.
By a rule that we would need to break were we to do this, yes.
So if we go to Hades and
Mm.
find your throne, how much trouble would that get us into exactly?
A great deal.
An endless amount, I guess?
Athena could execute Grace a second time.
But she's already been warned about breaking more.
Well, yeah.
The responsibility of this will be mine. Let Athena try to take my throne again.
Athena, you can only hold on for so long.
How do we get to Hades? Do we need a key, like the reliquary?
Athena took my key, and the entrance at Lake Avernus was sealed long ago, which leaves only hers.
Mm.
They won't take you.
They might, if you ask them to. So your promise to help Grace was an empty one? Step up. For once.
I mean, Persephone isn't wrong in this case.
Get us there. I'll lead us to the throne, and Grace can speak with the Fates. It's simple.
Well, probably not that simple, but okay.
Is there really no other way to talk to these Fates? Do we have to take the nuclear option?
Do you want to try going back to the reliquary?
No. No. Hell no.
The only other person with a direct connection to the Fates is Apollo here.
You know it doesn't work like that.
Well.
And it's the throne or nothing, isn't it?
We get shoehorned in no matter what we do.
Okay. No need to keep selling me on it. I'm in.
You are?
Yeah. I need to punch something.
It's this
really
or die,
hard.
Apollo, damn.
Or overthrow hell. I'm good with either of those things.
Did you see that, Apollo? You see, that is what a backbone looks like.
I can't. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
But this is a step too far.
And consider this, Apollo. Grace's mortal friend was slain by the Furies. According to the old laws.
Her soul is in Hades.
Wait, what? Freddy's in Hades? What? Persephone, why didn't you lead with that?
Yeah, dude, oh my god.
I didn't want it to seem like I was playing on your sympathy, Grace.
Okay, fair.
You'll play on mine. Fine.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're
I'll get you into Hades.
super freaking old.
But I'm not going with you.
If that's what you prefer, by all means.
I hope he doesn't die in the process.
Get this over with.
Oh, he mad. I mean, I get it, but also, like, I don't want to die. Hi,
Shall
cutie.
I wait here, or...
No. I'm not gonna lie to them. Hermes has always treated me fairly.
It's fair.
Oh, hey, if it isn't Apollo and Grace and, Persephone. Wow.
Yeah, just a little bit of everybody.
Huh?
I'm afraid I have to call in that favor. I need you to take Grace and Persephone to Hades.
Oh, man, I don't know. Athena specifically said I wasn't supposed to take anyone, you know?
Yeah.
No matter what.
Oh, this is pointless. They're never gonna help us, Apollo.
Can I ask what's going on? Nobody ever tells me anything, and you want me to get in huge trouble, but for what?
Fair. Absolutely fair.
Freddy's dead, Hermes.
What? When did that
Like,
happen?
literally just moments ago.
By the Furies. That means she's in Hades. Probably. I have to try to find her there. You're her friend too.
I mean...
I know you wouldn't want to abandon her.
Friend might be a strong word, but... Wow! Oh my god! Sheesh!
Signal when you need to come back.
Oh my god, 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 oh my god.
Yeah, feels like the right thing.
Be careful, Grace. And remember, the underworld doesn't give up its shades without a price.
I think I can tell her the rules, Apollo.
Oh well.
Let's go.
Let's see how it goes, I guess. Interesting. Oh my god.
Welcome to the real underworld.
I mean, it looks green. Kind of sad that it's kind of low, the render stuff in the distance, but...
It feels so empty. So lonely.
It's not completely empty. Neither is the throne, for that matter. A bitter shade named Orpheus has been squatting on it since my exile. I fully expect he'll be waiting for us.
Who is this Orpheus? Name sounds familiar.
I know Orpheus.
It should. His is a popular tale among mortals regarding how he once came to the underworld to retrieve his love, Eurydice, and left with nothing. Hades tricked him, you see. And with Hades dead, the blame has evidently fallen to me.
Not
So
fair to you.
he's not a fan of yours.
No one came to rescue you.
He is not a fan, no. Not that it matters.
You didn't think to mention earlier that the throne was occupied?
Because it's irrelevant. Orpheus isn't an idol. He's just an angry little man clinging to an existence that doesn't want him any longer.
And what are we supposed to do? Organize an armed resistance? Challenge him to a duel?
Singing him, probably.
Here for.
I'm gonna fight him?
Oh, you'll see.
Okay, so there's an angry ghost sitting on your throne. Anything else about this trip you've neglected to mention?
Come. It's time to cross.
Okay, thanks for the answer. Crunch, crunch. I would say it looks cool, but...
The ferryman will come soon. As we are not dead, you will need to convince him you are worthy of passage. State your case clearly and with determination.
Will we be able to meet the cute three-headed doggy, Cerberus? Whoa. You're big. Hi, cutie. How's it going? Don't gouache me.
I am Persephone, also known as Despoina and Core Sotiera, once queen of the underworld, and shall be again. No, Corone, I did not bring you any cards. I am not here to entertain you.
Hi.
My name is Grace, and I'm here to save my friend Freddie. Have you seen her?
How would he know who you're talking about, but okay.
He says he has. She spoke a great deal as they crossed the river.
That's
and
cute.
That made him very happy.
I forgot he ferried all souls.
Why happy?
I don't imagine Corone gets much company these days, Grace.
Yeah. Sad eyes.
No, she didn't. Neither of us brought games to play with you, Corone. Stop asking.
We could in the future.
Oh, I'm sure we can come up with something to amuse him.
Yeah, he's so happy!
You don't even need to interpret that for me.
Yes, what fun. Thank you for encouraging him.
Of course, he's so happy now. He's so lonely.
Let's get underway, Corone. It's a long ride to the throne room.
He's gonna put us on a boat. Wow, so kind. Oh, they look so sad. Oh, my eyes are glowing. There's a few, huh?
I wouldn't touch that.
It's not like I wanted to.
Way too much for you. Overload you. Blow a fuse. Every story, every memory winds up here in the water. I used to dream that this river would rise, swallow the anger, tears in my eyes. Then suddenly I was found alone. I destroyed Hades, but was denied his throne.
Well, Underworld, huh?
Away. She needs her queen.
We're here for Freddie, too.
I killed the king fair and square. They had no right to take it from me.
It wasn't your fault. There was no right or wrong. It wasn't your fault. You didn't belong.
Are you Orpheus? Who are you?
Someone's coming.
Yeah.
There's music floating through. Someone's coming. And it has me singing too. We have visitors. I think we all know what to do. To the throne room.
Uh-oh.
This bard's about to meet a muse.
There's someone singing with us.
That would be Orpheus.
Is he a muse?
Oh, he's so much more than that.
The bastard.
I didn't belong here.
A wolf is waiting in the
But that throne belongs to me.
Coming.
No one deserves it.
I can feel them howling at the moon.
Don't forget why we came here.
There's a name here.
I won't forget.
That reeks
But you
of
can
an
bet he
enemy.
knows someone's coming.
This is maybe the strongest musical interlude that I've ever heard.
What happened to the music?
Oh, I mean, up to this point, really. Oh my god.
I have been waiting for
Yo.
you, Persephone.
You kind of had.
So long. And you brought a muse.
Hi.
Lovely tune, by the way.
Thank you. I had no
Can't
control over
remember
it.
the last time I collaborated with someone so talented. No offense, Benny.
Poor Benny.
To my underworld.
Yours,
Let
huh?
me treat you to a song. A welcome gift. I have the floor.
Uh-oh.
It is mine, after all. Muse. Any requests? Questions?
What's your problem with Persephone?
Do, loop it.
Oh my god, I hate it. Oh. Alright, let's go. So unimpressed. Mood, me
I
too.
didn't do what I was told, didn't know that it was all a game.
A game, huh?
Didn't think that he would do it. Then Eurydice was gone. And
Is he
Persephone
auto-tuned?
stood right beside him and said, what a shame. He was always gonna kill her and you knew it. And I never got to have my revenge.
He belongs to the mortal world.
I see you now. Persephone won't turn my back. Won't turn my back on you again.
They're very well practiced.
It wasn't your fault. How are you to react? It wasn't your fault. Now there's no turning back. If my love was taken, I wouldn't know where to turn.
Technically, she was.
Your candle isn't finished. It's a slow burn.
This tete-a-tete is over. If he's the victim, what am I?
Queen, let's not lose our composure. The muse
Well, not nothing, but
understands.
Well, I won't comply. I'd rather
you're both
die.
victims here.
Corpses in crowns. Tangled
I love this
and
riff.
trapped. Eyes full of cobwebs. Only looking back. Don't you see what I see? Looks all dead to me. You're both the same.
The same?
I like what you're doing, Muse, but I thought you'd be on my side.
The bard is to blame for the hell that he's been in.
Persephone,
Both of you,
you're
dude.
the reason I'm here. I'm not here to give in.
Oh, you think I will?
Can I get this through both of your heads? You're fighting over something that's dead. I mean, you should have seen this coming.
There's no point in reasoning with him, Grace.
Oh, I believe she was speaking to us both.
I
Yeah.
certainly wish I'd seen you coming.
It isn't your fault. Hades broke you both down.
You should be allies here.
It isn't your fault. This is a little ghost town. But you're forgetting Freddie. I just want her return.
It's not where I thought we were going.
Isn't finished. It's a slow burn.
Ooh. Shivers. Ooh. Cerberus, no.
You didn't do what you were told, but you won't face the fact that you're to blame. And Persephone, you blew it. You must understand each other by now. All of this is getting kinda old. What a shame. There's the door, walk through it.
But I never got to have my revenge.
Our pain never ends.
Our pain never ends.
Orpheus, I promise you now, belatedly, I won't turn my back. I won't turn my back on you again.
You're both fucked by the society that was around you. Olympus, the gods, idols. Such a shame. I like this take on their stories, though.
We have been fools.
Yeah?
You're right. Yet, what about the throne? We can't just leave it empty, can we?
Give it to... Ooh. Oh my god, I want it so bad. Oh my god, I want it so bad. But is it... What happens to all the ghosties? Committing, we're gonna throw it away.
Going around in circles, digging up old wounds, and for what? So you can fight over a chair. There.
You dare.
I dare.
What gives you the right to interfere in this manner? That throne was not yours to break.
Look around you, Persephone. Hades is empty. That chair you wanted so badly, it doesn't matter anymore.
It mattered to me.
Uh-oh.
I paid for that throne with tears and blood, Grace. With years of humiliation you know nothing about. I thought we could help each other, but no. No, you would rather lecture me.
I mean, if I had taken it for myself, she would be real mad, I feel.
So what's your plan now, Grace? I assume you must have one after that big demonstration.
You said Freddy was here, right? Then we should be able to find her. We just need to look.
Let's say you do. Okay, what then? You expect to walk out of Hades with her spirit?
I honestly don't know.
Why not?
I don't know why we came here.
If you hadn't looked back, right?
You don't get it, do you? There is no way to free someone from the land of the dead. Not for Orpheus, and certainly not for you.
And the Fates?
Even if you could contact them, Grace, I assure you, they simply wouldn't care.
I mean, if people are intervening with fate.
That's it then. We came here for
They
nothing.
might care if people have been getting in the way of what's supposed to be.
Even to the mirror, Grace. And the boundaries of death cannot be commanded away. Not even by the ruler of Hades.
Then what is this throne good for?
Basically.
Just a fancy chair? Bragging rights?
At the very least, I had hoped we might find your friend's spirit.
Why? We can't bring her back.
You can say goodbye.
Not without great sacrifice, no. No, the rules of death are clear. Yet, you might have spoken to her. I know what it's like not to get the chance to say goodbye.
Oh. Hi. Oh. My little Heartsu.
Freddy, you're here.
Yeah, I've actually been watching you since you.
Oh.
It's not like there's much else going on.
No, don't even start, Grace. I made my decision. I don't regret it one bit.
I regret it for you, my dude.
You shouldn't even have been there. I never should have gotten you involved.
Hey, no. You didn't get me involved. I got myself involved.
Yeah, and look what happened.
I got to be the hero of the story. Just for one shiny moment.
What about your family? What about the life that you were living?
This isn't a story, Fred.
You're wrong.
No.
It is a story. And you need to finish it. Without me.
Aww. Yeah, dude.
Hey, no. I guess this is it, huh?
Almost.
Man.
Someone you really need to meet.
Whoa, I thought she was dead, dude. I thought that their souls just didn't exist, dude. What the fuck? I am amazed right now. What the hell? I thought we like absorbed everything that was going on with the idols. Yeah, dude.
You can't be real. Your soul is inside Grace. Idols don't.
Whoa. That's kind of crazy. Oh, they were lovers. Oh my god. Please.
Guess you two were better acquainted.
Mood,
than you
dude.
said. Huh, Persephone?
We parted ways years ago. Persephone couldn't take the lectures any longer.
I'd take them now. I miss them.
Can you come back? Oh, okay. Maybe don't come back.
Blame yourself. Not when there are so many fond memories to cherish instead.
I don't get it. I thought the Eidolon was Calliope's soul. But if that's true, then...
The Eidolon is what makes us an idol. It's not our soul.
Interesting. I like that. I like that more than it just
But
being their
what about
souls
the
that continue
memories?
forever.
Memories are but a reflection. And after the Eidolon is passed on, old memories become...
That explains why not everything is like hyper clear.
That's why the idols have forgotten so much. You knew this truth once, Persephone.
Interesting.
We need to know what happened to you, Calliope. How did you die?
Why didn't you come to me? If you were in trouble, I would have protected you.
I know you would have. But I couldn't let you be drawn into Apollo's prophecy as well.
Oh?
Apollo's prophecy?
Man, I wrote him off way earlier.
No. I don't suppose he could have. It's a long story.
I mean, I don't think he was the bad guy, but...
Start with Apollo.
That's where it started,
How's he
right?
involved
You
in
learned
all
his
this?
prophecy, maybe?
Apollo delivered great reluctance. A prophecy that said I needed to die.
Who made him...
And who did he deliver this prophecy to?
Athena.
Yeah, I had a feeling that freaking bitch.
Then she sent the Furies after me when I went to the reliquary house.
I knew she was bad news bears from the beginning.
To you.
Oh my god.
Why come to me? Of all the places you could have run to, why come to my apartment?
Because I was dying.
But I couldn't save you. I barely even knew you.
I was wandering the streets that night, wondering if I should go to the reliquary or just flee. And I heard you singing. I followed you home after to see where you lived. I didn't know what would happen to me, but I thought, just in case, I knew I had to hold out until I reached you.
That is so sad. Yeah, dude, it's not her fault. She was afraid and...
In case you're wondering. You didn't ask for all this.
Jeez.
You did the best you could.
We can have compassion and understanding for someone.
Thank you for
Even if it means that we're suffering.
Why did you go to the reliquary? We know about the mirror, but...
You wanted to annul the prophecy.
Fates are the only ones who could, if they would even help me. I doubted it, but I was desperate. I never got the chance to ask. Someone told Athena where I was going. She must have realized what I meant to do.
Han, oh my
But
god.
How did she get the Furies to attack you? They aren't pets. You didn't break any of the old laws.
I don't know. Maybe it's something the ruler of the idols can do. But you'd have to ask Athena.
I wonder if she maybe killed Zeus and isn't actually Athena, but I guess I don't even know how that would work. Interesting theory.
You went to Pan for the key to the reliquary, right?
Yes. He's the reason I knew about Nyx's mirror, actually. He told me about it.
I wonder if he feels so much regret
He told
for...
Medusa where you went.
Yeah.
She, I expect, told Athena.
Oh. Pan couldn't have known what it would mean. I didn't explain.
That's it. You forgive him, just like that.
I mean, if he couldn't have known.
I'm sure he feels guilty.
I'm presuming that his guilt is why we're on this path.
Apollo hates using
let's
his
go.
power. Why would he have given a prophecy to Athena?
Because she demanded it. She was desperate.
To know what you needed to keep them from dying out, the idols.
Apollo was horrified after he delivered the prophecy, and he refused to stay silent.
That's good. I'm glad he did.
He came to warn me. He was torn. Telling me meant I was locked into it. I still think he did the right thing. Though I expect he...
There's so much loss, regret, despair going on in here. Damn.
What was the prophecy? Surely I need to hear it.
If I tell you, you'll be locked into it, just like me.
But the prophecy doesn't just say you have to die. There's more to it, right? They always require interpretation.
Apollo told Athena that. He begged her not to jump to conclusions, but maybe she was right.
It doesn't just involve you, does it? It involves me. It must, or you wouldn't hesitate.
How interesting.
Athena wanted to know if there was a way to save him.
But you have to kill all of the muses, which includes me.
The answer was this. The idols cannot continue so long as the last muse lives.
Why?
And I'm the last muse.
And now you know the prophecy.
Do you blame?
I see why
Athena for what
Apollo
she
wouldn't,
did?
so I'm not gonna click that.
Wanted to save the idols. And I wanted that too.
Well, I blame her. And Apollo for not telling us what she'd done.
If he had, Grace would have been locked into the same fate as Calliope.
I mean, we are now, right?
We don't know that.
Will we err on the side that it would, right? We're strong.
Go back.
Hecate's book has been wrong. Maybe the prophecies can be wrong as things weaken over time. Whoa, my eyes are going. Here we go.
So many years of history, the fights, the highs, the miseries. I'm so proud of you, but it's time to go.
I never truly saw before how trapped we were, so far from shore. Great at the time, but it's time to go.
It's time to
Will I know where to go without you to guide the way?
Whatever path from which you think you strayed, you will find your way. But it's time to go. It's time to go. If I could bring you back, I would give it all to you, my best friend. If I could choose a muse,
You would give up godhood to bring her back.
any day, every day, a life for a life, Farishta, please stay.
Grace, no. It's time.
Who knows what comes next? But I will face it beside you.
Bro, I'm sobbing like a baby right now. Oh my god, I cannot imagine giving up my best friend. Any of them.
You actually brought me back
Oh
from
my
the
god.
dead. Of course I did.
Did you get a chance to speak to the Fates?
No, about that.
Then what happened?
All of these are trues. Let's start with...
We know what
Yeah?
happened. We know about the prophecy and Athena.
Yeah, oh.
That's all you have to say? Oh?
It's a little bit bigger than O.
You knew the truth this entire time, even when you said you were helping Grace.
Yes. Yes, I did.
Is there more you haven't told me? Did you know about the Furies as well?
No. I didn't know how Calliope died.
Oh my god, I'm not over the last part.
I thought I could nudge you in the right direction. Help you find the truth without learning about the prophecy.
Well, you failed. We know it now.
All of us, so we're all locked in, I guess.
You're locked into it, as is Freddy.
Mm-hmm.
Athena will want her dead, too.
You're right.
Yeah, I didn't think about that in the moment, but here we are.
I'm so sorry, Grace. I never meant for this to happen.
The answer here is to let the idols go.
That's right. Leave. It's what you're best at.
Dude, stay here, you idiot. There's no way we can overtake Athena without everybody,
I
right?
don't know how this will affect your trial. We could tell them what we've learned. Even without proof, it makes enough sense that Athena couldn't just brush it off. You're not the last muse any longer, after all. Your Freddy isn't on trial. Yet if Athena believes you both need to die in order to save the idols, she'll find a way.
I mean, even if the prophecy is true, at some point, isn't it better to just let go? You cannot hang on to something that is constantly dying, and it's not like the gods will ever be back to what they once were, right? You have to let go, dude.
Then I'll just have to stop her, won't I?
Brave words for a mortal.
If I've learned anything, it's that idols aren't all powerful. Plus, I'll have help, right?
Yeah, Persephone.
I lied to you, used you, and you still want my help.
I'd say you owe me.
When you go to the trial, I'll back your play, up to and including overthrowing Athena. Calliope would approve.
But what about...
Just so you understand, our chances aren't good. I suggest you do whatever necessary to prepare.
Okay, I hope Freddy isn't too mad. I'm sorry that I pulled her in, but she was dead anyway, so like if she has to die again, then she has to die again, right? Alright, yeah. Alright. This is my last chance to speak to anyone before the trial. I want to talk to Freddy first. If it's only one, then I have to definitely talk to Freddy. I'm sorry, Freddy, but I love you. I can't just let you go, my dude.
Freddy, can we talk?
We're Sam and Deaning this.
Freddy, please. Whatever I did, I need to make it right. Talk to me.
I kind of took away her choice, but it's not that easy, I think.
Hey. Freddy, are you okay?
No. No, I'm really not.
Oh no.
Why did you do it, Grace? You brought me back. You made me the muse.
I would do it
Yeah,
again.
what's giving up immortality for your best friend in the entire universe?
No, I'm serious.
And I'm not.
Well?
Freddy, I'd do anything for you. Just like you'd do anything for me.
Grace, I told you that I was at peace with my decision. I've watched the struggles you've had as the muse, and now you've thrown them all on me. You didn't even ask.
True.
You don't wish you were still dead, do you? Did I screw up?
I mean, well, we can stab you and move on, I guess.
I don't know.
I should have asked you first. I'm really sorry.
I mean, she probably still would have said no, but
It just kind of happened.
feel like this is the right
It's
thing
not
to say right now.
that. It's not just that. I came back from the dead.
Mm-hmm.
And I was actually dead. And I'm not the same now. I've changed. And it's not just being the muse. I'm different, and so are you, and nothing between us can ever be the same again.
Of course it'll be the same.
That's not the...
Grace,
I would not have chosen that
myself
as an
because
answer.
I love you. I'm in love with you.
Well, yes.
And I have been for a really long time.
I gathered that. I don't know what I want to do. All right, we're committing here.
That's ironic.
What is?
I, feel the same way. I always have.
But...
Even if I wasn't in love with my best friends, I would still bring them back from the dead, just so you know. Well, you know, I am all in favor of polyamory, but I think we're going to commit, as a person who probably isn't, to our beautiful babe.
Apollo's great, but...
Also...
He's not you, Freddy.
We've had a lifetime with Freddy.
Why do you think I joined your band? After college, we started drifting apart.
Why do you think I started the band?
Dummies.
All this time. And neither of us said anything.
I never said anything because I didn't want to lose my best friend. I still don't.
You still might. The trial's tomorrow.
Well...
Athena doesn't know about me. Once she does, I'm the last muse. She's gonna want me dead, isn't she?
We can still get through this, Fred.
Even if we do, I'll keep changing. And when I start becoming Calliope, will I still love you?
I don't know.
I mean, there's a chance, but I would say having a chance at life and being able to fight is probably better than being dead, but I'm not these characters.
I can't think of any more to fix what's broken. So many books I've read, and still not a word of anything could reveal how this feels.
I'm sorry.
Only if we could have been brave on time, knowing how we should have been loving all this time. I would prefer that we were late then, never together again. What you don't get is death. I died. You and I are not the same people who we once knew. Only if we could have been brave on time, knowing how we should have been loving all this time.
It's a little melodramatic compared to everything that they've been through up to this point. Like, this is a trope I don't love.
Could just escape demise. I'll always love you, Grace. But is it too late?
Aren't you in the best spot to decide that? I don't think I regret the decision. All right, Persephone. Oh, here we go.
Did you forget something, Grace?
No, but I feel like we've been through a
We haven't
lot.
quite finished our conversation.
It seemed pretty finished to me. What more is there to discuss?
Why didn't you tell me about you and Calliope?
It's not like you needed to know, Grace.
What, tell you I loved her so you and Apollo could pick apart our relationship and then cast me as the murderer? Tell you I spent 2 years hoping she would return, only to find out that was never gonna happen? Tell all of that to the one she was now a part of, who would one day remember everything we were?
Rough, dude.
Calliope would not have approved of the way I acted. But then she seldom did.
But there was love there.
To see her in Hades, to have her say she forgives me. I just wish it were as easy to forgive myself.
You could apologize, you know. We could start over, from square one.
Close
You
enough.
shatter my throne without so much as a by your leave. And I'm the one who apologizes?
Well, we apologize
I
for
could
different
go
things.
first, if you like. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too, believe it or not. Is that better?
It's a start.
Do you regret it? Surrendering your Eidolon?
I don't think so. I feel bad for Freddy, but not yet.
Not yet. We'll see what happens at the trial.
I wonder if I could have done as much for anyone. You do realize you may have brought your friend back, only to doom her to a
Well, I wasn't thinking of that at the time, but you know, yeah.
I guess that's true.
You gave her your new life. And you get to walk away as if nothing ever happened.
It's not like we're not still fighting.
Only if we survive. And I would never walk away from a friend.
Ugh. All right, Pan and then Apollo last, I think.
Pan? Are you here? Pan!
Did he throw himself off the roof? Damn. Hello? Go boy. Mr. Fawn.
All right then. Guess I'll just head off.
I thought you didn't want to see me anymore.
Hi.
You're not here to yell at me, are you?
No, I just wanted to talk.
Oh. Now you've got my ears quivering, Grace. Whatever could we have to discuss?
I know you weren't behind Calliope's murder.
Oh, then you've learned something, haven't you? Something not exactly pleasant. I see.
Seems like it, huh?
Tell you what, Grace. Let's indulge in one last transaction. Relay what you've learned, and I'll see if I have any advice to offer.
I mean, you've given us some info. I feel like you kind of deserve to know, but
okay.
Not everyone would see it the same way.
Well, of course it was Athena.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was so sus about her from the beginning.
You knew?
No, how could I?
So what now?
Let the prophecy play out.
Huh?
Oh?
Let it play out. It doesn't say the last muse will die. Just that she must for the idols to continue.
I don't
Perhaps
think the
the
idols
idols
must
shouldn't
continue. That's what I'm saying.
Seems reasonable enough.
Oh, so just let the idols die off. You'd be okay with that?
I mean, your power is
Did the prophecy say precisely that? Prophecies can be such tricksy little bastards. Frankly, change is long overdue. Continuing on as we have been isn't appealing, and I doubt I'm the only one who thinks so. I'm rather looking forward to the trial now. How exciting.
All right, Apollo, it's your turn. Oh, and the Oracle. Can't forget the Oracle. Hello.
It's you.
Oh, your glasses are
Paul
broken.
comes in, mopier than his usual mopey self, and won't say a word about why. But of course, it's you.
Sorry.
Look, I know you care about Apollo. I'm not here to hurt him.
Uh-huh, yeah. And, why should I believe you?
Because I just came to talk. I want to sort this out. If I can.
I guess I can go ask him if he wants to talk to you.
Thank you.
Don't be surprised if he says no, though.
I won't.
It's all right, Oracle. I think Grace and I need a moment alone, if you please.
We could go for a walk.
Oh, sure. Don't mind me. It's not like I was in the middle of anything.
The Python Pity Pub? Hi. sorry, but also not sorry, per se.
You have every right to be.
I feel like a lot of it could have been resolved with, there's a lot I can't tell you, here's why I can't help you, but I'm going to do everything in my power to get you the info you need. It's plot loops like this that make it difficult to feel like the writing is super well done, and it's not just, you know, everything that happens is happening because we have to make it happen and not because it's influenced by your choice or the characters that you're developing a specific relationship with, which makes it feel like, you know, a game that's just kind of missing something. But okay.
I'll get over it. It was just a lot to deal with all at once, you know?
I wanted you to find out about Athena without learning the prophecy. Yeah, it was difficult to help without helping too much. Even pointing you at Pan. I was hoping he could be pressured into assisting more. When I first became Apollo, I was so sure I could help people. Help the world. I ignored the warnings. You have no idea how many lives I ruined before I stopped.
Yeah.
I never should have given in to Athena. This one time, I thought that maybe.
I mean, how could you have known her intentions, right? I'm not giving up.
I haven't given up. Prophecy or no prophecy. Neither should you.
It's easy to say when we haven't lived through what he has, but we can't give up, right?
I hope you can forgive me, Grace.
I want something that's between I'll try and there's nothing to forgive. Like, I understand why you did what you did, but it still hurts. I guess that is I try.
Yeah, I get it. It's not easy, but I get it.
Yeah, okay, this is what I wanted. I was worried.
I suppose I'll see you at the trial, Grace. As always, if you need me, I'll stand by you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, I'm kind of hoping the auditorium isn't our, like, show off for, like, the trial or whatever, but they could be a little silly, right? But here we go. Here we go.
So this is it. You're back where you started, with nothing to show for it. Tomorrow we head to the trial. And who knows what'll happen.
Like a boat lost at sea, with no sails, not a breeze. I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen. All my life I have been carried through. At the mercy of tides I lay unproved. But now I stand oar in hand, hoping my choices won't sink me. What can I do? If I'm a boat lost at sea, can I build sails, find a breeze, own my own destiny?
Very sad, but very somber, but I like it. Okay, we are going to Olympus or whatever. All right, here we go.
Okay, here we go. Hello?
Oh, Grace, there you are. Everyone is already waiting for you on Olympus.
I thought this was Olympus.
Not this office building. My word, no.
Your world, you mean, as we go through the gates to the actual Olympus that still remains? Why can't you guys return to it? Hi, Hermes. I'm sorry you got pulled into this, honey bunny.
Welcome to Old Olympus, dear.
Is this a real place?
It's the memory of a real place.
Interesting.
Is the same thing.
I like that they clarify, because I was confused.
Let's begin, shall we?
Uh-huh. Steal yourself. A moment at a time, you guys. Breathe. Everyone looks like they're gonna kill us, but dude. Okay, Apollo doesn't. A small boon, I guess.
Brothers, sisters, everyone, look around you. We few who remain fled to this new land to escape the war, but we are not out of danger.
But you have your
I waited
lives,
to tell
dude.
you until I was certain, and now I am. The idols are dying. It will not be long before even our immortality deserts us. The time for extreme measures has arrived.
How do you know it's true? How can you be so certain?
Each time we pass on our Eidolon, we become a little less. It is, however, not solely that. I have had Hecate researching the matter for decades, and her results are conclusive. We are diminishing. I am at this trial to tell you that, as always, I will look out for you.
Unless you're the reason why everyone's dying, apparently.
Trust in me, Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus and leader of the chorus, and I will do anything it takes to keep you all alive.
Anything, huh?
Freddie, yay! Oh my god.
And who might you be, my dear?
Go on, tell her.
Okay. Hi,
You
everyone.
can do it, Freddie. I believe in you.
Hi. For those of you who haven't met me, I'm Freddie. Just came back from the dead. And I'm the new muse.
Oh, Payne is shocked.
That's impossible. Do you think us fools? Grace is standing right here, alive and well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
dude.
see, Grace gave up her Eidolon to bring me back from Hades. Seems that's a thing you can do. Don't suppose that changes your plans for the trial at all, does it?
The Eidolon was not Grace's to pass on, so I'm afraid you'll have to share her
Boo.
fate, Freddie.
It must be difficult. Feeling as if Everything is on your shoulders, and yours alone. One moment of weakness and it all falls apart. You've been doing this for so long, you don't even know how to stop,
That's
do
how
you?
I feel about this situation.
Oh, dear child. Why on earth would I stop?
Because what you've done is
Yeah.
wrong. If it wasn't, then why not come clean? Go on. Tell them about Apollo's prophecy. The idols cannot continue so long as the last muse lives. Isn't that how it goes?
It's true.
It doesn't change anything.
This is your chance to end it, Athena. Your last chance. I know you want to save the idols, but there has to be some part of you that understands you've gone too far.
Nothing is too far!
Oh, sheesh.
No? Not even murdering Calliope? Freddy? Me?
Small prices to pay, of course. I'm rolling my eyes.
Tell them.
Yo.
Yes, it's me.
We didn't do this.
Me. Of course, it's me. The one who gets it done. Don't you see? It had to be. You all turn away when I got the fish. Then you cry, hooray, once it's on the dish. That's how we do this. Yes, we. Yes, you and me. I have always cared for you. I'll always do all these things for you.
What if they don't want it?
All these things that you are not prepared to do. You, it's not just you. Time to put you in check. There are other idols too. You irritating speck. Aren't you aware? Sorry, little bird. It's time. These people time to wring your neck.
If only you knew that you can't force the future. Only if only you knew it's not just another thing you can subdue.
Only if only I lived in a quaint little pond like you. Only if I could just lie there, and any time I moved, I'd tremble a reed or two.
Yes, there's a lot at stake. But remember, when the idols came to this new world, it was the right call for you to make. The right chance to take. None of you see.
Oh, sheesh.
So it's down to me. It's fine. I'll take all the blame. I'll take all the pain. Think you see it all? You just see a scrap. You wanna make the call. You need to hold the map. You cloistered children. It's time for you and all who stand with you. Yes, you too. Form a queue.
Oh my god.
Time to follow through.
Imagine killing everyone that you wanted to save.
Hey, y'all, now listen, I'll be
It implies a lot about who she wants to actually
I'm saying
save.
this to everybody here. No substitutions, no, you're all too dear. We're keeping everybody leaves this place alive.
It's amazing she can call them. Man, they look awesome.
Dying again. If it's with you, you're the only place to be.
I'm guessing. I would presume they all would, but...
Athena, here's one more you'll need to cut through. Grace, you've shown me how the
I was kind of mean to Pan. I don't know if he would.
I was so low, I nearly
Oops, sorry.
Now I'm here because she inspired me.
Of course, it's me. Because of me, this prophecy would come to be. My Olympus is gone, and you're all looking on at her stranger wearing my face. My Olympus is gone. Now I'm some other one. Just how long has she been in place?
Give her the benefit of the doubt. She did wrong, but
Instead of hoping you could get to
the path to hell is paved with good intentions, I guess.
It's been too many years since the mainland was in sight.
There was a voice in me that shouted, Athena, you be strong. Be strong. No cost is great enough. It was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong, and now I don't know what the right thing is.
Punch her, oh my god.
I leave it up to you.
It's not my decision. It is the decision of the group.
I forgive you, Athena.
I mean, you did kill Calliope, so she should really be the one to be out here like, I understand.
I know what I see. Yes, a monster.
Quite.
I've met monsters who weren't monsters.
Yeah.
I'm a monster to me.
I feel like with all of Hecate's knowledge, she would be able to help Medusa, but okay.
Sorry, all of you. I wish Calliope could know it.
She's in Hades.
She does. She hears you.
Everybody with Hecate is smiling there, so yeah, I feel you, Hecate. Damn. Apollo with his little flip-flops on.
Finished? You've been talking forever.
We're done, yes.
And?
A new throne,
so
huh?
You're in charge now, I'm guessing.
I am, though I'll admit, the victory seems rather hollow. The idols could still be dying. If that's so, then I'll simply be presiding over our final days.
Why have the chorus at all, then? Seems a bit pointless.
Are you joking? The idols need us now more than ever.
Perhaps what the idols need most is change. I don't know if I have any say in this, but have you considered rejoining the real world? Like Grace said, there is no point in the chorus. Get rid of it. Stop hiding in the shadows and just help each other instead.
But yeah, that's the most important part. Someone needs to be there to facilitate those who cannot traditionally move into the normal world, like Asterion and stuff. It is time for change.
Everything you've been through, you have to know things can't go on as they did before.
Burn it all down.
No.
Hiding has protected us for so long.
Maybe I was the only one listening to Grace's song. Surviving is what's been killing you. We need to do something new.
She's right.
I should know better than anyone the futility of doing the same thing over.
Yes, Aphrodite. I'm glad that you're seeing the true.
Yes?
Yes. Heavens help me. But yes.
I didn't really want this chair anyhow. I agree.
Oh, I like that answer. Oh my gosh. Ugh.
Just like that? You're sure about this?
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit of a fight, but I like it.
So was I. Usually we can't even order breakfast without arguing.
I was not expecting you to just run with it like that.
We've all been thinking about it for years. It's what Calliope fought for, in fact.
Nice.
I wish she could have been here to see this day.
In a way, she is.
In a way.
What about Athena? There's no way she'll be okay with this.
She won't fight it. She said, and I quote, "Whatever your decision,
Interesting.
I will abide by it."
He's gonna fight.
Then you improved meek, Athena?
The fight's just not in her anymore. She was so certain she was doing the right thing.
Yeah, I bet. I would have thought so too, to be
We'll
honest.
See how long this new Athena lasts.
There's gonna be some pushback, but you know, it is a big step.
This is a huge step. Can't believe it's happening.
Changes everywhere. Would you believe Apollo and I finally buried the
Wow,
hatchet?
nice.
Even the mortals need to grow up sometime.
Yeah.
And give heartfelt apologies.
Yes.
Which I should have offered long.
Yes. Oh my god, yes. I feel like half of your problems could just be solved with a heart to heart.
To inform. Shall we?
Yeah, let's go.
It's okay. Can we catch up with you? I just like to talk to Grace for a minute.
Sorry, Freddie. Yes.
We'll be outside. Make it quick.
So, well, that was pretty wild, huh? You did it. You got through your trial unscathed.
You too, Freddie. Kind of.
We did it. We got through the trial together, side by side.
I didn't have a choice, Grace.
Sure you did. Athena didn't know you were the muse. You could have stayed away.
True.
And let you go through that alone?
Oh.
Not a chance.
I would have been lost without you.
Well, that isn't necessarily true, because I could have just let you be dead. But yeah.
I know things were pretty intense before the trial.
You have a whole lot of other stuff going on now.
I don't know how I feel about us, about everything. And I understand if you wanted to get as far away from me and the others as you could. Especially now that things are about to get weird.
I don't know that this is true. Freddie is a strong, independent woman who don't need no other woman, but okay.
You need me. The idols need me.
But we'll get
We're
by.
headstrong. Stone-headed.
Probably. What I'm saying is, you don't need to feel obligated.
Best friendship is not obligation.
I like being needed.
Oh,
I was so sure that you were gonna leave. I mean, you're free to go now, right?
And
Oh
as
my
the
God.
high priestess to the goddess of late night lattes? Absolutely not.
I still need some time to figure us out.
Yeah, take all the time you need. We have that now.
Well, one of you has that now, but yeah.
Okay.
I know what you mean.
Ready to go out there and face the music?
Always.
Grace is very pretty. Oh, we get an epilogue. Okay. I wasn't expecting one. Hi.
Of course you're all here. Why wouldn't you be?
We were waiting for you.
They just showed up. I didn't think you'd mind too much.
I trust our many fans weren't giving you trouble at school. How do you feel?
I'm exhausted.
I think it's wonderful you've returned to your schooling. You even have the Oracle considering it.
Ooh,
Tell her to expect a lot of
that's
people
nice.
following her around asking every question possible about the idols.
Oh, you've come out into the real
I
world
doubt
like
she'll be as patient as you, Grace.
beautiful.
A lot's been going on here, too. You want to hear the gauze?
Yeah.
Is there any word yet on Aphrodite and Eros? They left the city a while ago.
Eros sent word, yes. Aphrodite has started a spiritual retreat. in
That
the
sounds accurate to
Let's
her.
call it a cult.
Whatever it is, he says it's been helping her. Being the goddess of love to the world once more has at last brought her peace.
I like
Isn't
her.
she at all concerned about, being captured by mortals again?
Hence why she surrounded herself with only those who shower her with adoration.
As I
Mood.
recall, sister, you also headed several cults across the centuries.
The Eleusinian mysteries weren't about shoring up my ego, Apollo.
Oh, well.
What about Venus? Did she go with them?
The mortal? I don't believe so. Last I heard, she opened a gallery.
That's
Aphrodite's
nice. I'm
begun
glad
to
she's
think
still
of-
getting support. She had the
Venus
rest of her
painted
life
most
pulled from
of the
her.
idols. I sat for her last week, in fact.
Awesome.
It's made her rather successful.
She has it in. Better use it.
What about Hecate and Asterion?
Yeah,
Are they still at the
cuties.
reliquary?
Hecate leave the reliquary? I'd sooner believe the sun would go out.
No, you should see them together, Grace. They are so
Give
cute.
me a new
as couple.
CG.
It's kind of sickening.
Asterion is all Hecate is willing to discuss. Do I need to know every
Oh my
detail
God.
of his sexual prowess? I
Funny.
do not.
I like it.
Oh, wait. You and Hecate do girl talk?
So cute.
We've known each other for centuries, Freddie. She used to live in Hades. If you think it makes for tittillating discussions, however, then you would be incorrect.
It'd be like porn written by a
Oh my
computer.
God.
That is not far off. Still, it makes Hecate happy. And
Cute.
a happy Hecate is better for us all.
I like this. Yeah,
And
what is up
Medusa?
with Medusa?
I take it she's no longer at the reliquary.
She was,
Hmm.
for a few months.
There was an incident involving Hecate's
Uh-oh.
cat.
Oh no, not Sherbert.
Medusa was beside herself with apologies, but needless to say, she moved on rather quickly.
Yeah.
We're not certain where.
You're
Poor
saying
Medusa.
Medusa is out there on the loose.
Not quite.
Medusa
Well-
believed she might not be able to control her appetite, so she asked us to put her in contact with the mortal government.
Huh.
They took her somewhere.
Oh my
It
God.
was her decision. The government is grateful. They even suggested we might see Hephaestus
Oh.
again.
Aphrodite's husband? He's
I'm glad
alive?
He's alive.
So it appears. Who knows what
That
he's been
means
doing to
that the mortals have
since the
known
war,
for a
but
millennia that the
it
idols are
means
out there
all our
somewhere.
spirits to see him again.
Has anyone
Athena
heard about
first.
Athena? It's been a while.
Bro, why isn't she in modern clothes?
She left the city, as she felt uncomfortable with all the attention on the idols.
Terrified, you mean?
Yeah.
It was more that mortals expected the goddess of wisdom to have sage advice, and she no longer trusts her judgment.
I wish that
Nor should she.
You
Well,
don't still worry about her, brother, after all she's done?
she has a life after life after life after lifetime of experiences that she could
living alone in the wilderness,
help people off with.
punishing
Okay.
herself until the end of her days. I know
I hope not. That's so sad. Yeah, dude.
It seems like such a waste.
We should form a support circle for her. If we can do it for Aphrodite, we gotta do it for her.
Is Hermes still around? I'm surprised they're not here with the rest of you.
Hi, Hermes.
Yeah, we've barely seen them of late.
You're so cute.
I see them online all the time. They're a big hit. Their videos are hilarious.
I bet.
Hermes has been busy.
The best friend that reminds me of
social media
Hermes
darling.
is hilarious as
So
fuck.
the Oracle tells me.
The truly amusing part is that they're not even trying to be famous. They simply can't help it.
Hermes likes to people please, it's true.
And
love
they get
you,
a lot of free
Hermes.
shoes and concert tickets.
Hopefully it won't backfire on them. Fame is a double-edged
I believe in you, Hermes.
Hermes lives a charmed life. Never fear.
Good.
Well, it's odd seeing their face on so many billboards, but I agree. Let Hermes have their fun.
All right, Pan.
I haven't seen him since the trial.
No one's seen him.
Probably for the best.
Should we be worried? It is Pan, and what he does will reflect on us all.
He's probably having the time of his
probably
life.
off fleecing widows out of their pensions as we speak.
So
Pan's
mad.
harmless.
Mostly harmless.
Mostly.
As far as I can tell, he did regret his involvement in Calliope's death. He'll lay low. At least for a time.
He'll be back with some new scheme to make us all groan.
You're not wrong.
I'd like to know what you've been up to, Freddy.
Yeah, Freddy.
You mean other than incessantly talking about you?
Ooh la la.
I don't talk about Grace that much. Do I?
I think
Cute.
it's rather commendable how you've taken the remaining idols at Olympus under your wing.
Well, someone has to do it. Just yesterday, I was teaching Athena how to ride a bus. She was so mortified.
All this while preparing for your next big venture. Busy is our new muse.
That's supposed to be a secret.
Wait, what's this?
Well, I figured once you were done with your schooling, you might want to, I don't know, come with me.
Where?
I mean, I thought maybe you missed being the muse. A little. So, we could try the band again.
Apparently you were always my muse, Freddy, and I just didn't know it.
Muse teams up with former Muse to spread music to the world.
I guess. Maybe.
That's awesome. I love it.
Good, because I've been arranging dates at clubs across the country.
Oh my god.
You only need
What happened to our two boys that were also in the club band initially? Ben and I don't know. I don't remember what their names are. They're not even on our fridge. Oh, is that them? Maybe it's them. It kind of looks like Hermes though. But I think that's the boys.
What about you, Apollo? Still planning on leaving the city?
Not immediately. There's so much to wrap up here, and I want to ensure the Oracle will be fine on her own.
You're not responsible for the child, Apollo.
I believe I am. I need to be confident that both she and the idols won't suffer for my absence.
I mean, what have you been doing for them up to now, apart from this specific quest?
I was thinking of traveling for a time. Despite my age, there are so many places I haven't been.
And places you've probably
what he means
forgotten.
is he hates all the public attention on his abs.
Oh,
It's
boo.
a bit disconcerting. The photographers following me around, the letters addressed to the sun god. I don't know what to do with it all. Even so, I'm not running away. I'll be back. I simply think it's time to see the world again with my own eyes.
That's good for you.
How about you, Persephone? Any big...
Yeah, what are you up to, hot stuff?
Not yet, though I may be selling the club
Oh?
very soon.
The underworld? Why?
I don't need a substitute for the real thing. That's all it ever was.
Mm.
And I'm fine with having neither.
Good job. That's a lot of growth.
Said, I've been itching for a change. I believe it's time to move on to something else.
Do we get to know what that something else is?
No.
A whiskey factory.
I came by to give you all my regards, such as they are. After this, you likely won't see me for quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
You will be missed, sister. More than you'll ever believe.
I'm glad that they're bonding again in this new life that they're leading.
I still can't believe it's all over.
Oh, it's scarcely over, Grace. Now that you've toppled the castle, it's barely just begun.
New game, new game, new game.
That. Come on, Grace, we both did.
Yeah.
And it was amazing.
Perhaps we should leave you alone, Grace. You must be tired from your trip.
Hee. Uh-oh. Now we have to bond over our love, maybe.
Drinks at the underworld. In Calliope's honor.
I'd like that, actually.
If you both don't mind, could Grace and I catch up?
Don't take too long, you two, or we'll start drinking without you.
Sounds like a date. Hi, Freddie.
Okay, so, I have been doing some thinking, and I have something to say.
Okay.
The way I obsessed over you all those years...
No.
It wasn't healthy, was it? And maybe our relationship changing is a good thing. I'm an adult now. We need to do this over and do it right.
Does that mean you forgive me?
Well, it's a mixed bag there, huh? Oh?
Within me there will always be something left behind in shadow. I'm tethered to you, I'm free. I've known, I've loved you before. We were grown, never alone. Only, if only, we can be brave this time. Finally, Grace, you and me. It wasn't too late, it was fate. I've spent so long yearning, observing, seeking the light of your eyes. Now I return, nothing left in reserve. Your eyes, a sunrise. Only, if only, we can be brave this time. Finally, Grace, you and me.
Yay.
It wasn't too late.
It's love.
It was fate.
Oh, it's love. It's true love. Oh my god. Same content from the beginning. A bunch of endings there, or achievements there. I have a lot of commentary about this game, but it's stuff that can be summarized pretty much. Overall, I like the game. I think it's quite enjoyable. I like the story that's being told. I think it's there's a lot of runaround and roundabout for something that feels quite apparent early on. You know, that Athena is getting involved and trying to have a lot of control. She just has that personality. On one hand, it could be like, that's good writing and it shows a character for what she is at the beginning. But on the other hand, I don't know, you kind of want to put a story, a mystery, that's ultimately what this is, together as it slowly comes together. There's red herrings and stuff, but I didn't feel necessarily driven by any of the other paths, apart from the idea that maybe Calliope had, you know, hurt herself, potentially. But I love these, like, out of the blue potential endings. So the story is fine. I'm a little disappointed with how simple some of the choices are. Like, I feel the major things that would change if I were to replay it again, right, would be some of the cadence of songs, which I didn't love all the songs. Maybe 25% of them I really liked and left an impact, and then the rest were just kind of there, which is unfortunate for a role-playing musical. But maybe I'm not the target audience for most of the songs, and I guess that's, you know, fine. Not every game has to be for me, but this was definitely a game that I was really excited for because of the musical elements. Some songs hit so hard, and others just feel like they are there to carry the plot forward, and they kind of lack feeling and emotion, and they don't sound great, and their lyrics kind of aren't the best for me. But I'm sure other people will like songs that I didn't like and hate songs that I loved. So whatever. Just my little preferences. But yeah, so the cadence of songs, and then like who you romance, I guess. But I feel like individual plots are always going to come out one way or another. I don't feel like there's any kind of failure you can hit unless you just stop playing. Maybe I'm wrong and there's like a bad ending that you can get, but I feel that ultimately no matter what you choose to do, your ending is going to be the same, and that's a little disappointing for something that gives you so much illusion to choice, especially through songs, through who you romance, through the characters that we get to meet and encounter and deal with. Like, I don't know that I want to play the whole thing again, and that's unfortunate for something that was such a labor of love with all of the songs, right? The voice acting is really good in general. I wish that there were things that we could investigate and look at and get a little more knowledge about as we played. Our journal updated. I didn't really feel the need to go back. I did between sessions, and it was just stuff that we already knew. I didn't feel the need to read just tons of info. Feels like it's more there if you go a couple months without playing or something, but I would have liked to have more world building. Just, you know, there's like the fridge in the girl's apartment. There's stickers everywhere. You get to see different menus. We did it a little bit with Calliope when we were investigating her apartment. I would just like a little bit more of that all throughout the game. I feel like it could have added a lot of heart to the game, and you could have skipped it if you didn't want to. As well as world building and a glimpse of these different idols through the ages. Love the POC rep, love the different gender identities and things like that. Great to see. You really don't see it in games too much, but we're slowly growing. I liked the underworld element a lot. I wish it was a bit longer of a segment, but I guess it was as long as it needed to be. I like that we can bring Freddy back. I guess that is a big difference, right? Like if Freddy is involved or if it's just you in the end. I would say that is probably the most impactful choice that you could make in the entire game, except for maybe romance stuff if you are like really leaning into that. I kind of flirted with everyone except for Pan because he was just so sus and I did not like his personality. But playing with the knowledge I have now, he would definitely be an option, especially if I went like the fist, like the brave and daring personality first. Something on that note, I like that it's there, but I wish you weren't hard locked into it and you could make decisions that felt right to you as you were playing. And then certain options would be locked to you based on how often you chose specific dialogues later, which would give you more incentive to play and make different choices leading up to those big blocks where you had to have met like checks basically. And that would do like big influences over specific scenes you had. I feel like this game could have had another year in development, at least. You could have fleshed it out a little bit. I expected it to last about this long if you were rushing through, which obviously I didn't. Normally I don't care for voice acting, but it's so important in this that I just let it go. And I did all the extra question dialogue stuff apart from maybe one or two where I was like, I don't like this as a question that I could ask, so we're not going to ask it. Would I recommend it as a game? Absolutely. I think people should play it if they like musicals, if they like singing, if they're really invested in character stories. I don't think any character really changes so intimately with us that they're extremely strong characters. However, I think for how short the game is, we do see quite a bit of character growth. It's just expedited, which is painful. And I think having little snapshots of their day-to-day elements of life, like, you know, I was mentioning with things that you could investigate and look at, would really help flesh these characters out. You know, I know it's over a very short span of time, 7-8 days or whatever, but I just feel like it's missing the heart of each character. Like, we are told what the heart is and what their purpose is and their thoughts and their feelings and their motivations and their drives, but we don't get to empathize a lot with them because our meeting and joining with them is so brief. I think there's a type of romance and intrigue there that could be done super well, but for me, most of the songs that I really disliked tore me away from those feelings of empathy and concern, especially like Aphrodite, right? The song was just strange and disjointed and I didn't like it, even though we got the kind of ending that I wanted, which is that she accepts where she is and she tries to heal and recover because she's just repeating a cycle of abuse, in my opinion, of others, but also, you know, just escaping her own. Apollo at one point says that he doesn't know what the obsession is with therapy, and mostly the obsession with therapy of mortals, especially in current times, is just that so many people don't know how to have an open, honest communication about their thoughts, their feelings, what they're going through, what they want, what they need, and they don't know how to even begin to say, like, I am feeling this and I think I need this, but I don't know how to get it, right? Or like, I went through this situation and now I feel these different ways. Outside perspectives and talking to people, whether it's someone you trust or someone who won't judge you, theoretically, it can really give you an insight to who you are as a person and why things bother you that you, speaking to your own self, cannot recognize. I don't want to like harp too much on therapy and stuff because I know there are plenty of people with bad experiences, but if you've had them, that is not how it's supposed to go. There are bad people out there in professions that are supposed to be good. Doctors, you know, police, for instance, it's supposed to be a group of people who are there, you know, we're taught they're supposed to protect us, keep us safe. That's not actually their purpose, and that's not really how they exist in day-to-day life. There are plenty of people who go into that career thinking that that's what they want to do and to be valiant like a doctor or anything else, but you know, in my teens and early 20s, I didn't realize how bad it was, but now that I've done a lot of research and I've seen how bad it can be, like, it's awful. People will take advantage of others constantly, especially if it is for their own gain. Those in the medical profession are very similar, be it doctors who don't give a shit or psychologists who have their own agenda and motives and don't want to care for you because it's hard or it's against their own views. Like, that's not normal and it's not okay, and you deserve help and you deserve to talk to someone who wants to listen and understand you. Anyway, it's a lot of rambling for being at the end of this game. Again, I would recommend it to others, but I don't know if I could be like, yeah, play it again. You'll have such a different experience. I guess maybe I'll do it for stream sometime. I do like the individual characters. I like that not everyone is exactly what I would expect them to be based on my experience just with this mythology from other games. Hades, I mentioned it earlier, is a fantastic game that is much more traditional in how it handles the Pantheon of the style, but it remains super unique and has a ton of heart. I would say if you want something like this, but you don't necessarily like it being a musical and you want something more brawly, go check out Hades. It is also amazing and fantastic. And there's like tons of books and stuff. You know, if you're young, maybe you would like the Percy Jackson book series. I think there's movies, but I think they're pretty bad from what I hear. I haven't watched them. I just like new takes on these kind of ideas, and I think this game does the overall generalized idea of each different character very well. I would have liked more, but you know, it's a small indie company, I believe, that made this game, so I'm willing to take what we got and be quite content with it. I just wish for more, and I don't think that's a wrong way to be. If you like the game, I would love to know what you think. I know it's a long one, so I don't know how many of you have sat through the whole thing, but thank you for watching it. Thank you for being here. If you would like to have a discussion at length, join the Discord. It is always linked below every single one of my videos. You can ping me, you can just comment somewhere in the video games channel on my Discord. Let me know your thoughts, your feelings, what you liked, what you didn't like, what you hope to see that maybe you didn't see. I like to debate and talk about things, but it's never a, my opinion is always right. It's always, this is how I feel and this is why I feel that way. Your thoughts? So if you'd like to have that conversation, please join us. We are a small community, but we're growing and we get up to shenanigans all the time. I think that's it. I think I've gone through most of my big thoughts and feelings. I have others, but I'll digress from this video. It's gone on long enough. We are like, what, 5-6 hours at this point? I haven't looked at my files, but again, thank you for sticking it out. That's been it for this video. I will see you in the next one. Thank you so much for being here. Bye-bye.